Chapter 4765. He was silent, cold, and murderous. He didn't even show his eyes. His whole body was shrouded in black. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. Did he know this guy? Or was there something wrong with his identity? Otherwise, why would he be so secretive? The blue-robed man was the same. Apart from his eyes, Jiang Chen hadn't seen his face yet. He was hiding. He was either guilty or a ghost. Jiang Chen knew he didn't stand a chance in this fight. He had to leave as soon as possible. If he kept fighting against these two, he would only be exhausted to death. There were strong and weak cultivators in the 9 heavens of the Star Emperor realm. Some of them could even fight against 10 of them alone. If he had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, Jiang Chen would still have a chance to escape. But he didn't have the time now. To break through to the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, he would have to consume at least 200 million source stones, and he couldn't consume them in a short time. Let's do it. The blue-robed man said in a low voice. 2 at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm bullying 1 at the 7th heaven. You two are too shameless. A lazy and disdainful voice rang out above Jiang Chen and the others. An old man in ragged clothes with a stooped back reclined on the eaves. He smacked his lips and drained the wine in his gourd in one gulp, as if he hadn't had enough. Old man, do you want to die? The blue-robed man Lung Lung said. This old beggar who had appeared out of nowhere annoyed him. It's you? You old liar. *CKU. Jiang Chen also cursed the old man inwardly. This was the guy who had cheated him of his source stones. Yang Guilao. Hey, we meet again, young man. It's fate. Yang Guilao took a look at Jiang Chen. His eyes lit up and he said with a smile. Jiang Chen's heart was pounding. Is this old fart courting death? If these two people wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be an easy thing to do? Fate my ass. Jiang Chen was a little annoyed. This old thing was too disgusting. Stop trying to mystify me. Old thing, are you courting death? The blue-robed man said. Yang Guilao waved his hand and said impatiently, do the youngsters nowadays not know how to respect the old and cherish the young? You keep calling me old thing, why do you call me that too? Diske, unfortunately you're not my father. The blue-robed man was enraged. If you're not, then so be it. I didn't recognize you as my son. Yang Guilao curled his lips. You're an old man who doesn't die and you regard me as a thief. I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as the blue-robed man struck out, the wind from his fists came one after another. Yang Guilao took to his heels and ran. He looked flustered, but in fact the blue-robed man didn't even manage to touch the hem of Yang Guilao's clothes. The blue-robed man's eyes gradually narrowed. It seemed that this guy had hidden his strength well. He really couldn't underestimate him. *CK. Jiang Chen was shocked. This old thing was not bad. Senior's kung fu is indeed amazing. I admire you, I admire you. Jiang Chen said solemnly. What? The old swindler has become a senior? Yang Guilao glanced at Jiang Chen and laughed strangely. This amount, I'll guarantee your safety. Yang Guilao raised his index finger at Jiang Chen. 10 million origin stones? Fine. It's decided then. Jiang Chen nodded excitedly. This old swindler seemed to have some skills. Now that he was facing a mortal enemy, he couldn't care less. You're wrong. It's 100 million. Yang Guilao laughed. Why don't you go rob someone? Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. Stealing and robbing are all despicable people. I, Yang Guilao, earn money with a conscience. You invested 100 million in the Beast Battle Arena's formation. You're a rich man, so it's impossible that you don't have money. I've been protecting you for a long time. I've always been a very reasonable person. I'm fair and just and I don't cheat anyone. I didn't ask you for 200 million origin stones. I'm really too kind. Yang Guilao laughed as if he were a smiling tiger. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. It seemed like he had been too high profile. It seemed like everyone knew that he had used 100 million grade 5 origin stones to set up the formation. This old bastard had smelled the scent of money on him, so it was reasonable for him to appear here. Fine. 100 million it is. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. This old swindler had saved his life at a critical moment. 100 million origin stones wasn't much. After all, it was just a worldly possession. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Ace bodyguard requesting to go he. Yang Guilao was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Naturally, he wasn't worried that Jiang Chen wouldn't pay up. Jiang Chen's life was in his hands. Would he dare not pay up? But at the end of the day, he wasn't one of those petty thieves. He earned money with a conscience. Old bastard, don't be so shameless. If you don't scram, I'll kill you as well. The blue-robed man's gaze was sharp, but he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Even though they hadn't exchanged blows, this old bastard's speed had shocked him. He actually dared to say that he would save Jiangchen. Did he think this was a market? Haggling over the price? Then you can try. I, Yang Guolao, have always been a man of my word. Since I've accepted 100 million origin stones, I'll definitely keep my word. Yang Guolao said confidently, then turned towards Jiangchen. Give me the money. Okay, Jiangchen said helplessly. He directly threw 100 million origin stones ring at Yang Guolao. Yang Guolao accepted it with satisfaction, his eyes squinting into a line. Kill them all. The items are yours, but the people must die. The black-robed man glanced at the blue-robed man and said in a low voice. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. They quickly rushed forward. Yang Guolao wasn't afraid at all. He smiled and rushed forward. His whole body became sharp like a sharp blade, rushing left and right. The two of them combined were actually unable to do anything to Yang Guolao. They even advanced cautiously at every step. This old bastard has some ability. Jiangchen's heart trembled. Although this old swindler wasn't a good person, he really came forward at the critical moment. He was an ace bodyguard. This money was not wasted. The black-clothed man and the blue-clothed man tried their best, but they still couldn't break through Yang Guolao's defense. Jiangchen seriously suspected that Yang Guolao's strength had already reached the half-step star realm. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to defend against the two of them so easily. But now, it seemed like Yang Guolao didn't have to put in any effort at all. The black-clothed man and the blue-clothed man who were charging at him in a menacing manner were having a hard time. If this continued, they would probably be exhausted by Yang Guolao in the long run. There was no need for this old swindler to act. This old guy's strength is too strong. The blue-robed man complained in his heart. If it weren't for the jade tablet that he wanted so much, he would have run away a long time ago. This guy was indeed a wily old fox. Whether it was strength or battle experience, he was far above the two of them. As he moved, it was like he was taking a stroll in the park. Senior, hurry up and kill them. This will prevent future trouble. Jiangchen said in a low voice. You asked me to protect you, but you didn't ask me to help you kill people. Killing people is different. 100 million origin stones per person. Yang Guolao said calmly. He was fighting 1 against 2, but he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. This made the two of them even more anxious. F***CK. Chapter 4766. I didn't say anything. Jiangchen couldn't bear to part with 200 million origin stones. He didn't have many origin stones left to begin with, and these 2 lives would cost him hundreds of millions of origin stones. That would be a huge loss. The 2 black-clothed men tried to break through Yang Guolao's defense again and again, but they were mercilessly forced back. They panted heavily, their hearts filled with shock. You old thing? Do you think that no one in Norton City can deal with you? The black-clothed man said in a low voice. You can try. Are you threatening me? Do you think that I begged for food in Norton City all these years for nothing? Yang Guolao looked at him disdainfully. These 2 guys are too annoying. I plan to do a promotion. Buy 1 get 1 free. 100 million origin stones. I'll help you kill them all. What do you think? Yang Guolao frowned. His face darkened as he glared at the 2 black-clothed men. Buy 1 get 1 free? Jiangchen laughed bitterly in his heart. You old thing, you see that I'm not willing to spend money, so you're playing tricks on me? At this moment, it was the 2 of them who pricked up their ears and became much more cautious. Toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Yang Guolao moved his palms. Wind and thunder rumbled and crushed downwards. The entire sky darkened as if the mountains and rivers were about to shatter and the earth was shaking. The mountains will not change and the rivers will continue to flow. Just you wait, Jiangchen, I won't let you off. The blue-clothed man howled angrily, full of unwillingness. However, Yang Guolao was too strong and he had no chance at all. If Jiangchen really took out another 100 million, then the 2 of them might be killed by Yang Guolao. The black-clothed man didn't hesitate either. After the blue-clothed man retreated, he also disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Jiangchen let out a long sigh of relief. This old liar wasn't completely useless after all. Those 2 guys aren't simple. It seems like you've offended quite a few people. What jade tablet did that blue-clothed man want from you? Yang Guolao said with a sinister smile. What does that have to do with you? Don't ask blindly. Jiangchen said in a low voice. I saved you just now. Is this how you treat your savior? Young people nowadays are really too rude, Sai. It's not like I didn't give you money. You've been paid. Jiangchen laughed. Although this old liar was somewhat eccentric, he was a very principled person. Since he had saved him, he would definitely not make things difficult for him. That's true. You have to be careful in tomorrow's battle. The arena masters of the beast battle are people who have experienced life and death battles time and time again. Those who are able to successfully defend the arena are not easy to deal with. Looking at your miserable state, you will be in danger, Yang Guilao said with a chuckle. He took the wine gourd and staggered away. Jiang Chen's heart became extremely serious. Although this Yang Guilao was a friend and not an enemy, he was greedy for money. However, what was the background of this mysterious old liar? Jiang Chen had to be on guard. There was also the blue-clothed man and the black-clothed man. Although the blue-clothed man's identity was unknown, Jiang Chen at least knew his purpose. As for this black-clothed man who appeared out of nowhere, not even a trace was left behind. Jiang Chen didn't even know who he had offended. That Master Lu didn't seem to have the ability to invite such a powerful expert. He invited a group of mobs. Then what was the background of this person? The most important thing was that they didn't show their true faces. Their identity must be the key. Forget it. Don't think about it. I'll deal with it when it comes. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. He had escaped from death. Tomorrow's battle was even more serious for him. Yang Guilao was right. How could a master who could successfully defend the arena be easy to deal with? Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. It was a blessing, not a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Now his enemies were in the dark and Jiang Chen was in the light. It was useless to think too much. The only way was to improve his strength as soon as possible. Jiang Chen calmed down and began to cultivate wholeheartedly. He had seriously realized that his strength and cultivation were not enough. He had to improve it as soon as possible. Jiang Chen kept swallowing source stones at an extremely fast speed. He had already reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. The breakthrough was imminent. It was a matter of course. This time Jiang Chen almost used up all the source stones. There were only tens of millions of them left. However, he was quite satisfied because his strength had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Although it was only one heaven, it was like an improvement of a large realm. Otherwise, why would people always say that it was more and more difficult to cultivate to the peak of the Star Emperor realm? There were thousands of Star Emperors, but geniuses who could really break through and reach the star level were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This time Jiang Chen had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. It was a daunting experience but not a dangerous one. At this moment, if he ran into that blue-robed man again, Jiang Chen wouldn't be afraid. The night passed quietly. The night wind left no trace. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly on the ground. The pines and cypresses in the courtyard were emerald green, setting off the morning light. Accompanied by the sounds of birds and insects, a new chapter of the day had begun. After a night of recovery, the Black King had recovered most of his strength. However, his injuries were too serious. It would not be easy for him to recover in a short time. His body was not as strong as Jiang Chen's. Congratulations, Master. Your strength has improved again. The Black King was also happy for Jiang Chen. After all, the situation last night was too dangerous. The Black King was also very relieved that they had escaped. He was even happier that his master had become stronger. It seems that I can open the Buddha prison pagoda again. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't opened the Buddha prison pagoda for a long time. This time, his strength had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. He finally felt an unusual call. It seemed that the Buddha prison pagoda was responding to him. Then let's open it quickly and have a look. The Black King was more excited than Jiang Chen. If it was a treasure left by the previous master, it would probably be of great help to the current master. If there was really a peerless divine item as a backing, they wouldn't have been bullied miserably like last night. They had almost said goodbye to the eternal world. Okay, I'll open it right now. Jiang Chen was full of anticipation. He hoped that this time it wouldn't be like before. After opening the pagoda, it would only be filled with Tao laws, which would be of little help to him. Jiang Chen held his breath and concentrated. Carefully, he mobilized the qi in his body and opened the 6th level of the Buddha prison pagoda. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as if a different door had been opened in front of him. It was like a brand new world, filled with brilliance and a dreamy feeling. What is this? Jiang Chen looked at the ark floating in front of him, his brows furrowed. This is the sea-tide divine ark. Chapter 4767. What do you mean? Is this thing very powerful? Jiang Chen was surprised. The ark was about 3 meters long, and it was exquisitely crafted. It was very beautiful and there were many pavilions. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was an immortal palace, but it was a smaller version. The deep-sea divine ark is a secret treasure of the starry sky. It is a high-grade secret treasure of the starry sky. Even the overlord of the Tianqi star does not have such a treasure. Black King said with envy. Jianghu was stunned. Was this thing so mysterious? A secret treasure of the starry sky? Even the overlord of the Tianqi star did not have such a treasure? The so-called secret treasure of the starry sky is a treasure that can complete a jump between the star boundary and the star field. If you want to go from the Tianqi star to the ancient dragon star, you will arrive there in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. It is more stable than a transmission array. If a transmission array is used between star fields, it is very likely to collapse. However, this secret treasure of the starry sky is the pinnacle of speed. It can travel through the eternal world's starry sky like walking on flat ground. The secret treasure of the starry sky is made of meteoric iron. It is more precious than any divine weapon. Moreover, the secret treasure of the starry sky is something that every interstellar wanderer dreams of obtaining. However, this thing is too rare and too extravagant. Moreover, it is priceless. Even if you have the money, you may not be able to buy it. Black King's expression was very serious. His eyes were fixed on the deep-sea divine Arkansas. One could imagine how shocked he was about this secret treasure of the starry sky. Jianghu was also a little excited by Black King's words. This thing was so awesome. Wouldn't it be easy to run around in the future? It was even more powerful than the stairway to heaven. The stairway to heaven could only perform short-distance space-time teleportation, and it consumed a lot of energy. This secret treasure of the starry sky was simply a peerless treasure. No wonder the Black King said that any interstellar wanderer would want to have a secret treasure of the starry sky. Listening to him, even his blood started to boil. He couldn't help but want to explore the starry skies and become an unrestrained interstellar wanderer. Jianghu stretched out his hand and took the deep-sea divine boat into his hand. He realized that the deep-sea divine boat could expand to 108,000 feet and shrink to the size of a walnut. The 108,000 feet deep-sea divine boat was like a moving city. Jianghu was shocked and amazed. Although it had been through the baptism of countless years, the deep-sea divine boat still gave him a mighty and domineering feeling. Even the Black King was so excited. One could imagine that with the deep-sea divine boat in the future, Jianghu would have one more life-saving means. When the xuanhuan godly boat was attacked by universe masters, it was already in tatters. I didn't expect it to be repaired by master. Congratulations. I wonder when the Nine Heavens Pagoda Palace will regain its former glory. Black King said emotionally. That day will come. Senior Pagoda Dragon is also a hero of his generation. I will definitely not bury his glory. Jianghu said with a smile. The Black King didn't mean anything else. Master, please don't take offense. The Black King was afraid that Jianghu would think too much, so he didn't mean to disrespect him in the slightest. I'm not that petty. Ah. Jianghu said with a warm smile. Master, this deep-sea divine boat is really too precious. You must never let anyone know about it. A gentleman's treasure will arouse the envy of others. Even the overlords of the apocalypse planet will be tempted if they see the deep-sea divine boat. The Black King said solemnly. This item was too precious and anyone would have bad thoughts about it. Especially those who had bad intentions, they had to be extra careful. The current Norton City was still a foreign place to them. Jianghu nodded and carefully put away the deep-sea divine boat. He made some preparations before heading to the bestial arena. The battle for the bestial warrior title was just around the corner. Whether he could pass or not would depend on today's battle. If he won, his name would go down in history and resound throughout Norton City. He would then head to Tianqi Silver River City and reach the pinnacle of life. If he lost, he would become a nobody. There was no such thing as a genius. There were only 3 arenas left in the bestial arena because there were only 3 battles today. They were Jianghu, Tongling, and the lady in yellow who had defeated Balzaha and Xianxia. The bestial arena was filled with hundreds of thousands of people. Xianxia and Balzaha had arrived earlier than Jianghu. As soon as they saw Jianghu, they waved at him. Why are you only here now? The battle is about to start. Why are you still taking your time? Xianxia said with a smile. The loss of yesterday's battle was hard for him. However, he had to live his life one day at a time. He was very happy that Jianghu and Tongling had advanced to the next round. Not being able to advance to the next round meant that they were not as good as the others. It was not scary to admit defeat. What was scary was not being able to face defeat. Tongling has already entered. You have to do your best today, Jiang brother. Don't let those people look down on us. Balzaha patted Jiang Chen's shoulder heavily. He had high hopes in his eyes. After all, he and Xianxia had already been eliminated. However, they still hoped that Jiang Chen could help them achieve their dream of entering Tianqi Silver River City. Don't worry. I will win this battle. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. He looked at the two of them and walked straight into the bestial arena. It's starting. I haven't slept the whole night. Haha, I've been waiting for this moment. Who isn't? There were many dark horses in yesterday's battle. Jiang Chen and that yellow-robed girl Luo Ying were unexpected. Especially Jiang Chen, he stole the limelight and killed more than 39 Heaven Star Emperors. Oh my god, I still feel a little scared when I think about it. Luckily, I wasn't in the same group as him yesterday. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here to watch the show today. It's coming. The main event is coming. I wonder if the Yin will prevail today, and if Jiang Chen will be able to defeat the arena champion. It's hard to say. Although Jiang Chen stunned many people in yesterday's battle, he didn't rely on his own strength to defeat his opponent. He used a formation which is equivalent to a trick. However, today's battle is not a tag team battle. The champions who can stay in the arena for many rounds are the best of the best in the Star Emperors. They are the real fierce ones. Jiang Chen's formation won't work. More and more people in the audience started to discuss with each other. There were three main characters today. Whoever could win would naturally become the focus of everyone's attention. The dark horse Jiang Chen, the unknown yellow-robed girl Luo Ying, and Tong Wudi, the daughter of City Lord Tong, were all interesting to watch. Chapter 4768. Silence. Suddenly the Colosseum quieted down. It was rare for the City Lord to be in charge of the competition. The reason was that he was there to support his daughter. Tong Wudi didn't have any misgivings. After all, this was a place where one could only stand out with one's own ability. Relying on connections wasn't the right way. Even though Tong Wudi was the City Lord, he couldn't control everyone's mind. Money and power were the most worthless things in this world. Only strength, a strong enough strength, was the hard truth. Today's battle will determine who is the real genius and who is qualified to enter the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. The winner is king. There's no need to say more. I know you have been impatient for a long time, my dearest people. Let me see your hands, your cheers, your shouts. I declare that the ultimate battle begins now. The first battle, challenger Tong Ling, and the arena defender Anjadelu. After Tong Wudi finished speaking, Tong Ling was already in position on the arena, waiting for the arena defender to appear. In the distance, a black shadow broke through the air and smashed into the arena like a mountain. Boom! A loud noise stirred up a lot of dust. A 9-foot-tall man appeared, looking down on Tong Ling. In front of him, Tong Ling was like a doll. Tong Ling's heart sank. He held his sword tightly, facing the giant in front of him. He didn't look away. If he defeated him, the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City would be right in front of him. Anjiadaru, this guy is not simple. I heard that he has overcome many obstacles and killed many experts. He practices external martial arts and is invulnerable. Ordinary Star Emperor in the 9th heaven can't withstand a single blow from him. Looks like Miss Tong has met her match. Anjadelu isn't the strongest, but Miss Tong can't be underestimated either. The two of them looked at each other, ready to fight at any time. Everyone in the audience broke out in a cold sweat. The ultimate battle that everyone was looking forward to was going to be very exciting. It's not too late to admit defeat now, Anjiadelu said faintly in a deep, low voice. He was the champion of the arena several times in a row. Whether it was strength or cultivation, he was infinitely close to a stellar-level powerhouse. He was not afraid to deal with this little girl in front of him at all. However, Tong Ling was the daughter of the City Lord after all. At least Anjiadelu did not dare to kill her. It was fine as long as he defeated her. How would I know if I haven't fought you? You're indeed very strong, I have to admit, but I'm no pushover either. Come on, let me see if you're really as strong as the rumors say. Tong Ling had made all the preparations. She had been waiting for this battle for a long time, so she would not easily admit defeat. Although his silhouette was small, he was like a snake coming out of its hole. He took the initiative to attack with his sword. Roar! With Unjud's roar, the battle between the two began. Tong Ling had been taking the initiative because she was faster and more ferocious. The sharp sword Qi leaped up and approached Anjiadelu again and again. The confrontation between the two became more and more intense, arousing the cheers of the audience. However, Anjiadelu also caught up. After all, he was the champion of the previous arena. His strength was evident. Although Tong Ling's sword was light and fast, Her strength was far from being able to hurt Angiadelu. She could only advance step by step. In the face of Angiadelu's heavy punches, Tong Ling's sword chi was not even enough to shock the opponent. Angiadelu's cross-training was indeed worthy of his reputation. In less than 20 moves, Tong Ling had already fallen into a great passive position. Tong Ling's situation is not very good, Jiang Qin said with a frown. From his point of view, if Tong Ling didn't try to be flexible, he would always be suppressed by Angiade. In the end, no one knew when he would be able to make a comeback, and he might never be able to make a comeback. Ling is too careless. She knows that this guy's overbearing strength is very fierce, but she is still fighting with him. Isn't this asking for trouble? Barzaha said anxiously. Ling skill is agility type. If she meets a power type like Angiadelu, she will lose more than she wins if she can't make the enemy advance. Xianxia analyzed seriously. Her Tong family sword technique is very good, Jiang Qin murmured. He hoped that she could perform better than usual. The shadowless sword technique had shocked him a lot. If she could go one step further, she might be able to match him. Although Angiadelu was overbearing and fierce, as long as Tong Ling pulled the formation, the two would have their own strengths and weaknesses, and it would be difficult to predict the outcome. Ling, I hope you won't let me down. Tong Wudi's eyes were dignified. As the city lord, he had high hopes for his daughter. If Tong Ling could win this competition and successfully fight in the arena, then his face would be full of glory. Tong Ling advanced step by step, and Angiadelu was even more unforgiving. One heavy blow after another gave people the feeling of Mount Tai pressing down on them. Even the spectators felt suffocated. It could be seen that Angiadelu's level was not ordinary. Sky-soaring wave. Genesis chi rose from Angiadelu's hands and fist winds raged. Monstrous waves blasted downwards, leaving Tong Ling with nowhere to retreat or hide. Tong Ling sucked in a breath of cold air and tumbled away. At the edge of the arena, she looked very embarrassed. Although this blow could not defeat her, it made Tong Ling incomparably shocked and frightened. Then Angiadelu's murderous weapon was even more threatening. His blade cut through the Gordian knot, and the wind from his fists caused every move to be fatal. The first spurt of energy would weaken and the third would be exhausted. Angiadelu was the most obvious example. His momentum could not be stopped, and his attacks could not be stopped. Only by doing so could he be full of vigor and invincible. However, Tong Ling could only evade the most ferocious attack. She had been waiting for an opportunity all this time. Tong Ling held a pill in her hand and swallowed it directly. Her speed and strength were multiplied, and she was able to erupt at once. Tong Ling's face was drenched in sweat. She naturally could not let go of any opportunity. The Tong-style shadowless sword reappeared, and light and shadow overlapped. Shadowless was like a bolt of lightning, destroying everything in its path. Even Angiadelu's expression changed abruptly. He did not expect her strength to become so terrifying. Her strength had risen by at least 2 levels, catching Angiadelu off guard. The Tong-style shadowless sword was a 2-pronged attack, giving him a fatal blow. Angiadelu was incomparably depressed, but Tong Ling's momentum was stronger than his. Her shadowless sword shot towards the sky in a shocking manner. At this moment, Tong Ling's strength had greatly erupted, and even Jiang Chen was extremely surprised. This is the effect of a pill? Jiang Chen's heart shook. He was well aware of Tong Ling's strength. Without the support of a pill or a secret technique, it was impossible for Tong Ling's strength to soar to the peak. Even Angiadelu could only flee in a sorry state. Under the Tong-style shadowless sword, he was like a stray dog, completely losing his former glory. He tumbled off the arena and handed over the position of arena master to someone else. Chapter 4769. She won? Ah. Balzaha said in disbelief. Tong Ling's final killing move had been well prepared, and it had caught Unjed off guard, making them extremely excited. She is indeed the daughter of the city lord. We can't catch up. Xianxia sighed, but he could not hide the joy in his eyes. At the same time, he and Balzaha looked at each other. Both of them smiled bitterly in their hearts. Their disappointment was indescribable. From this moment on, it was impossible for the two of them to be with Tong Ling. Entering Tianqi Galaxy City meant that Tong Ling had ascended to the heavens in a single step. There was a huge gap between them and ordinary people. How could a high and mighty swan like them, the ugly ducklings on the ground, look up to them? This was human nature. Although the two of them were happy for Tong Ling, they also felt sad for themselves. The person they once loved the most would soon leave them. Amazing. She's a tiger daughter. She's so awesome. Angela didn't expect that he would fail miserably in this battle, right? Ah. It's really satisfying. My blood is boiling. Miss Tong is indeed strong. I'm confident that I can't take her sword in this battle. Can you stand there if you're not strong? There will always be someone stronger than you. The first place to enter Tianqi Galaxy City has finally been locked in. Tong Ling stood with her sword. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, but the excitement in her eyes was overflowing and full of passion. I did it. I finally did it. Tong Ling looked at Jiang Chen and the others, crying tears of joy. At that moment, she had defeated her opponent and gained the qualification to enter the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. This was the result of her hard work for 100 years. It was also the beginning of her dream. The Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City carried the dream of a young girl. She had followed her father to the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City in the past. At that moment, she swore that one day she would stand proudly in this place. This dream was not only for Tong Ling, but also for every cultivator on the path of the strong. They always had awe in their hearts. People strive to climb higher and water flows lower. Who didn't want to stand under the sky of Tianqi Galaxy City and look up to all living beings? Even the Windcloud 9 city paled in comparison to the apocalyptic Galaxy City. If one could enjoy the scenery in heaven, who would want to stand in hell and look up at it? In this world, only the victors would be remembered, and the losers would only be reduced to the background, scattered and crushed into dust. Congratulations. This time, you are the true goddess of Norton City. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Tong Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded heavily, crying tears of joy. That's right, why are you crying? From now on, you're going to the Awakening Galaxy City. You can go find your Yun Lingfei. Balzaha grinned, but his heart was full of bitterness. How could Xianxia not feel the same? Liking someone didn't necessarily mean having them as long as they could be happy. Tong Ling hugged Balzaha and Xianxia. She couldn't bear to let go of their friendship. At that moment, she realized that she might not be as happy as she had imagined. However, life is full of ups and downs. Everyone wants to go further and fly higher. Jiang Qin smiled without saying a word. Tong Ling wasn't as strong as he had imagined. The second match was between the yellow-clothed girl named Luo Ying, and the arena defender was a skinny and sinister young man. He was called a young man because he wasn't very big, but his eyes were extremely cold, emitting a thought-provoking aura. No one dared to look down on him. Arena defender Rodman. The young man said with a smile. His eyes were very bright like the boy next door. However, the yellow-clothed girl didn't look down on him. Arena defender Luo Ying. Luo Ying's red lips opened slightly as she said lightly. Little sister doesn't look very pretty. Looks like I don't have to worry about destroying a flower. Rodman sneered and rushed forward. The two curved swords in his hands shone with a cold light. This young man doesn't look simple. Jiang Qin said. Young man? This guy is older than me. He should be more than 500 years old. Back in Norton City he was also a rare fierce person. It's just that he's young. Don't judge a book by its cover, brother Jiang. Balzaha said with a face full of emotion. Jiang Qin couldn't help but look forward to the third battle. What kind of opponent would he face? Rodman's curved swords were very powerful. They were fast and strange. His skinny body was also like his style, appearing and disappearing unpredictably and easily. However, Luo Ying was equally shocking. She was like a fearless female warrior. No matter how cunning Rodman was, she could always see through his moves and gain the upper hand every time. This made Jiang Qin more and more certain that she was indeed powerful to stand out among so many experts. The two clashed layer by layer. Luo Ying gradually gained the absolute upper hand. Although she was a woman, her attacks were big and her fighting style was more fierce. It wasn't an injustice for Balzaha and Xianxia to lose to such a person. Time flowed by. After a quarter of an hour, the yellow-clothed woman finally defeated Rodman. Although this battle wasn't as soul-stirring as Tong Ling's battle, it still gave people a pleasing feeling. Luo Ying was like a female warrior as she swept through Rodman. No matter how much wind blew at her, she wouldn't budge. This is too exciting. There's no luck to speak of in a battle of this level. There's no doubt about the strong ones. These two previous arena champions didn't manage to defend their arena successfully. I wonder if the next person will bring us a surprise. The last arena champion? I think the odds are against Jiang Qin. Do you even know who it is that stabbed you with those words? Of course. That person is the Iron Blood warrior Xianxia. Even the city lord said that he's the only one who can pass through the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. If the city lord is so sure, it's enough to show how strong he is. that Jiang Qin is doomed. In a one-on-one battle, who would give him the chance to set up a formation? The Iron Blood warrior Yi Zhongxian is the city lord's adopted son. It's enough to show how much the city lord values him. Luo Ying retreated and Jiang Qin took the stage. The third match also caused the audience's enthusiasm to soar. Of course, it wasn't because of Jiang Qin but because of the Iron Blood warrior. Every battle with him was a kind of enjoyment. He would crush his opponent with absolute power. The battle didn't stop and he would live forever. This was the Iron Blood warrior, Yi Zhongxian. Iron armor, silver helmet, long spear in hand. His body was like a pine tree standing firm. His eyebrows were cold and his temperament was like ice. Just by standing there he could give people a great pressure as dense as an ice cave. Jiang Qin stood on the arena, the most obvious. His eyes were like the edge of a knife, and his long spear emitted a cold light, making people shudder. Chapter 4770. The Iron Blood warrior lived up to his name. Jiang Qin knew that this would be the most difficult battle he had fought since he came to the Heaven Awakened planet. There was only a layer of difference between the two, but Jiang Qin had just broken through while Yi Zhongxian had stabilized his cultivation at the peak of the 9th layer for many years. Moreover, Yi Zhongxian was also a peerless genius, which made the gap between them even more obvious. In the late Star Emperor realm, every heavenly layer was extremely huge. Jiang Qin was now at the 8th heavenly layer of Star Emperor realm, so it was not a problem for him to fight someone of a higher realm. However, the problem was that this Iron Blood warrior Yi Zhongxian was also a dazzling star. It would not be easy to defeat him. From the cheers of the audience, Jiang Qin could feel the blazing dominance. I heard that you killed more than 39th tier Star Emperors in a row. Interesting. Yi Zhongxian looked at Jiang Qin and said calmly. He didn't sound surprised at all. Instead he seemed to be sighing. However, I was very disappointed when I learned that you did it with a tactical formation. If you could really kill more than 30 Star Emperors in the 9th heaven with your bare hands, I could fight you with all my strength. That would be very exciting. In that case I've disappointed you. Jiang Qin couldn't help but rub his nose. This Yi Zhongxian seemed to be able to do it? He could still talk and laugh while facing 39th tier Star Emperors? Jiang Qin didn't believe it, but his actions made Jiang Qin very cautious. A person who could make the entire arena cheer couldn't just rely on acting cool. Jiang Qin was very familiar with the battle intent in his eyes. It was very similar to Long Shisan's. That battle maniac only had battle in his heart. Only a battle could make him feel that his existence was meaningful and valuable. Sort of, but it should save me a lot of trouble now. I'll kill you and enter the Heaven Awakened Milky Way City. It's that simple, Yi Zhongxian said. Good plan. Very good, but if you want to kill me you'll have to show your true abilities. Just talking won't be enough. Jiang Qin stood with his arms crossed and spoke with fervor and assurance. He stared at Yi Zhongxian and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. You're quite eloquent. I wonder if you have the same confidence and calmness with your skills. Yi Zhongxian held his saber horizontally and stabbed his spear into the ground of the arena. Step by step he slowly walked towards Jiang Qin. However, the surrounding air seemed to have solidified at this moment. Oh no, if this guy goes against Yi Zhongxian he won't be able to escape. Balza's face was full of bitterness. He had been worried about this all along. Ever since the yellow-clothed woman had faced Rodman, he knew that Jiang Qin's opponent had been locked in. Jiang Qin is in a tough spot. Xianxua's face was gloomy. The Iron Blood warrior Yi Zhongxian was the nightmare of their generation. Everyone hated and envied him. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't surpass Yi Zhongxian. No matter how talented they were or how many resources they had, they would always be left behind by Yi Zhongxian. Although this guy hadn't killed more than 30 experts at the 9th sky of the Star Emperor realm like Jiang Qin, when he had been at the 6th sky of the Star Emperor realm, he had killed more than 50 wolves at the 6th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Someone had witnessed that battle at the edge of the dark forest, and the name of the Iron Blood warrior had spread like wildfire. They had never considered Yi Zhongxian among their opponents, because this guy wasn't human at all. Jiang Qin was now going against Yi Zhongxian who was at his peak. In Xianxua's opinion, Jiang Qin would most likely die in this battle. Can you ask Yi Zhongxian to show mercy? Linger. Balzaha looked at Tong Ling. Tong Ling's eyes were full of despair. He shook his head helplessly. It's too late. I don't know why, but Yi Zhongxian's eyes are full of murderous intent. He might have been enraged by Jiang Qin. He has killed so many experts at the 9th sky of the Star Emperor realm, which is a threat to him. Therefore Yi Zhongxian has no hesitation. This battle is very difficult for Jiang brother. My only hope is that he can survive. Sangjua looked at Balza. No, I have to go to my father. I can't let Jiang Qin die. Tong Ling turned around and left with a serious expression. At this moment, the battle between Jiang Qin and Yi Zhongxian had begun. If I run into Yi Zhongxian, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me. Luo Ying, the woman in yellow, frowned slightly and murmured. She was very curious about who would have the last laugh in the battle between Jiang Qin and Yi Zhongxian. One was an overlord and the other was a genius who had caught up. Although many people favored the Iron Warrior Yi Zhongxian, Luo Ying was also very curious about whether Jiang Qin could change his fate or not. Compared to the first battle where Jiang Qin had killed the nine-headed Thunderbird, the second battle where he had killed more than 30 experts at the ninth sky of the Star Emperor realm was even more shocking. Because the battle of the Arena Masters was not something that could be seen at any time. The battle with the Iron Warrior Yi Zhongxian was even more difficult. On the high platform, Tong Wudi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were clear as he watched the battle. Father. Tong Wudi was taken aback by Tong Ling's call. He turned to look at her, his cold eyes showing a hint of gentleness. You're here? Father is proud of you for the arena battle this time. Tong Wudi said with a smile. Everything is because of Father's teachings. Father, I want to ask you a favor. Tong Ling said with a smile. What is it? If Jiang Qin is defeated, can I ask Father to save his life? Tong Ling said expectantly. Tong Wudi shook his head and sighed. This is not a child's play. The beast battle has existed since ancient times. Once you enter the arena, life and death are determined by fate. Even I can't control it. So, whether Jiang Qin can survive or not depends on his own ability. But, Tong Ling said anxiously. No buts. Ling, I'm your father, but I'm also the city lord of Norton City. I can't interfere in the beast battle. Even if it's you, I won't cheat. I think Jiang Qin still has hope. After all, everyone knows his ability. What? Don't tell me you don't have confidence in your friend? Tong Wudi said with a smile. I believe in him. Tong Ling gritted her teeth. Her heart was full of worries. Jiang Qin, I hope you can defeat him. Tong Ling's eyes flickered as she looked at Jiang Qin and Yi Zhongxian. The battle between these two had attracted the attention of millions of people. Chapter 4771. Tong Ling did not think too much about it. Jiang Qin was her true friend, her sworn brother. As for Yi Zhongxian, he was merely her father's subordinate. He was her sworn brother in name, but the two of them did not interact at all. They could only be said to be familiar faces. Why should she worry about Yi Zhongxian? On the other hand, Jiang Qin's heart could not remain calm. The battle had already begun. He could not afford to be careless. The iron-blooded war god Yi Zhongxian was known as the mountain of the younger generation of Norton City. Whoever could surpass him would become the pride of the people, the focus of the world, and the expectations of millions. But this mountain had blocked countless young talents, and in the end, they were all mercilessly defeated by Yi Zhongxian. Jiang Qin's thoughts were solemn and he was meticulous. Yi Zhongxian was not careless either. His first attack was like a thunderbolt, and a series of explosive sounds tore through the air. Jiang Qin acted as if he was facing a great enemy, and his attack was at its peak. Rumble, 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 the wind from the fist was like thunder, and Jiang Qin could not defend against it. He could only watch helplessly as Yi Zhongxian's attack approached him, but he could not block it. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin's eyes were solemn. After activating the dragon transformation, he attacked with all his strength, directly colliding with Yi Zhongxian. Both of them revealed their sharpness, and it was like two planets colliding. Heavenly thunder stirred up the flames of the earth, and their auras rippled out, causing the people outside the arena to subconsciously retreat. The shockwave was really too strong. Jiang Qin was directly forced back dozens of steps, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were sharp and his breathing became somewhat rapid. As for Yi Zhongxian, he did not move at all and stood there calmly and calmly. One move. Just one move, and neither of them was willing to admit defeat. This kind of confrontation of flesh and blood was filled with the explosive aura of hormones, and it was unknown how many young men and women were overwhelmed with emotions. Passion collided, meeting on a narrow path. Jiang Qin put on a gloomy smile at the corner of his mouth, looking more and more playful. Yi Zhongxian deserved to be called an iron-blood warrior. As soon as they exchanged blows, Jiang Qin felt a great pressure. Wherever the wind from Yi Zhongxian's fists passed, Jiang Qin could not resist at all. If Jiang Qin's dragon transformation were not powerful enough, Yi Zhongxian would have probably torn him apart. It was indeed difficult for an ordinary cultivator at the ninth heaven of Star Emperor to exchange 8 or 10 moves with Yi Zhongxian. This Jiangchen doesn't look simple either. Yi Zhongxian's attack, if it were me, I would have been smashed into a dog. That's right. It seems that Jiangchen didn't rely on luck to break through all the obstacles and enter the final battle. If he were an ordinary warrior in the ninth heaven of Star Emperor, he would have been killed long ago. Although it was just a simple attack, I can see that Yi Zhongxian wanted to finish off Jiangchen directly, so he used at least 80% of his power. However, Jiangchen actually blocked it. Although it was a bit embarrassing, he still blocked it. Iron Blood Warrior. Hearing about him is not as good as seeing him in person. It's true that Jiangchen is strong, but there seems to be a gap between the two of them. I don't think Jiangchen has even a 10% chance of winning in this battle. The onlookers were all astonished. Although the first exchange between the two had been very short, it had shocked them greatly. Brother Jiang, you have to hold on. This Yi Zhongxian is too domineering, Balzaha said solemnly. As he looked at the arena between Jiangchen and Yi Zhongxian, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. The two of them could be said to be a battle between the strong. One was a newly advanced warrior who had the bearing of a king and was above the fighting beasts, while the other was a veteran god of war. The outcome of the battle between them would affect everyone's hearts. However, Jiangchen had killed more than 30 experts before. Although he had become famous after that battle, he had killed them using a matrix, so there were suspicions that he had resorted to trickery. However, Yi Zhongxian was different. For so many years he had been doing very well in Norton City. He had relied on his pair of iron fists that refused to submit to anyone. You're not bad. I'm starting to get interested in you. Yi Zhongxian looked at Jiangchen and said calmly. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in you. Jiangchen sneered. In this battle, one of them had to fall, so Jiangchen would give it his all. There was absolutely no room for error. He could not lose and he could not afford to lose. I gave you face, but you don't want it? Then I'll step on your head and let everyone see how ridiculous you are. Relying on a matrix to kill people, how much ability do you have? Show me. Yi Zhongxian's eyes were filled with disdain. He raised his hand again and rushed towards Jiangchen. Without any hesitation, he wanted to blow up Jiangchen's head. How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? Jiangchen was unmoved by the wind. He took root under the arena as the two of them continued to exchange blows. The fists of an iron-blooded war god gave Jiangchen a great threat. The wind generated from his fists were as fast as a swan, and the strength was shocking. Using both of them at the same time, there was no weakness at all. He was simply a human-shaped weapon, tirelessly advancing forward. In close-quarters combat, Jiangchen had never submitted to anyone. The two of them clashed tit for tat. With his dragon transformation, his strength was comparable to King Kong. Both of them continued to exchange blows, and neither of them was pushed back even half a step. Even though Jiangchen was repeatedly punched by Yi Zhongxian, his shoulder was in extreme pain. The other party wasn't having it easy either. Jiangchen believed that his body had also caused him to suffer a lot. They didn't retreat because of the battle intent in their hearts. Whoever took a step back would have already lost in terms of momentum. Good fellow, I didn't expect you to be able to block so many of my punches. But let's see how long you can last. Just admit defeat. Ah. Yi Zhongxian laughed maniacally. He fought wantonly without any scruples. I'm afraid you aren't having it easy either, right? It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious. What's the rush? Jiangchen Lung said. But at this moment, Yi Zhongxian was already a little impatient. Jiangchen had blocked 2 waves of his attacks, and he already felt a little embarrassed. He should have killed Jiangchen with a single blow, but Jiangchen allowed him to live until now. How could he not feel resentment? Mi Luo fist. Yi Zhongxian was in a berserk state, and the sound of the wind whistled through the air. His rage engulfed the surroundings, and the Mi Luo fist's movements became even faster and more unpredictable. The fist winds were sharp and domineering, and his momentum suddenly rose, forcing Jiangchen to retreat step by step. His anger surged and Jiangchen was under great pressure. Jiangchen dodged each of Yi Zhongxian's attacks, fearing that he wouldn't be able to avoid them in time. Yi Zhongxian's punches were too ruthless. Even with his dragon transformation, he almost couldn't withstand it. In the end, Yi Zhongxian finally gained the upper hand. This is tough. This time Jiangchen is really in trouble. Blindly defending is already impossible to defend against. The means of the Iron Blood War God can't be underestimated. Jiangchen doesn't have any leeway left. If this continues, Jiangchen will definitely lose in less than 10 moves. He doesn't have the ability, yet he still wants to fight to the death. This kind of hand-to-hand combat is the most exciting, but it's also the most exhausting and despairing. Once his body can't withstand Yi Zhongxian's fierce attacks, he will most likely lose. Chapter 4772. Although this guy is in decline, I can't help but admire his courage. He was able to exchange dozens of moves with Yi Zhongxian. This result is enough for him to be proud of. If he hadn't met Yi Zhongxian, Jiang Chen might have been able to advance easily. Yes, how can there be a genius? Jiang Chen is very strong, but unfortunately he met an even stronger and more abnormal Iron Blood warrior. It's over. Jiang Chen was already struggling. Yi Zhongxian's methods were like Mount Tai pressing down on him, not giving him a chance to breathe. This time with the Mi Luo fist he was determined to crush Jiang Chen to death. Jiang Chen knew that what Yi Zhongxian wanted to do was not only kill him, but also establish his might. Yi Zhongxian had long been famous and Yi Xiwen had caught up. Yi Zhongxian wanted to step on Yi Xiwen's body to let everyone know about him and establish his glory as an Iron Blood god of war. Moreover, his eyes were full of fierce murderous intent. There was no hesitation, as if he had a deep hatred for Jiang Chen. This was what surprised Jiang Chen the most. However, the more it was like this, the more he couldn't let his opponent take advantage of him. Jiang Chen's goal was to stay alive and set foot on the peak of the Apocalypse Milky Way City. This Iron Blood god of war was just a small obstacle. Jiang Chen couldn't let himself sink into it. Reverse Dragon Scale. Jiang Chen displayed the Reverse Dragon Scale. Although it was only one piece, it was enough to stun everyone. He was afraid that if he displayed 6 pieces of the Reverse Dragon Scale, it would make City Lord Tong Wudi fearful and covetous. The Reverse Dragon Scale was the symbol of the Eternal Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen appeared in his dragon transformation, so no one felt that it was inappropriate. However, the appearance of the Reverse Dragon Scale shocked everyone present. After all, the Eternal Dragon Clan was a great clan, one of the top existences in the Eternal World. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen would actually be a member of the Eternal Dragon Clan. It is said that only the direct descendants of the Eternal Dragon Clan have a Reverse Dragon Scale. Some people deeply agreed with Jiang Chen, and their faces were filled with shock. A trace of hope towards Jiang Chen was aroused once more. The Dragon's Reverse Scale is a great treasure of the Eternal Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen is a member of the Eternal Dragon Clan. This is beyond everyone's expectations. Would Yi Zhongxian really dare to kill an Eternal Dragon? I don't think so. That may not be the case. Although the Eternal Dragon Clan is powerful, they are still far away. The Eternal Dragon Clan may not invade with all their might just for a Star Emperor realm expert. You're right. This isn't some kind of conspiracy. This is a fair duel. Let alone the Eternal Dragon Clan, even the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't be able to interfere. However, since Jiang Chen has taken out the Reverse Dragon Scale, it seems like there's going to be a winner in this duel. Kakaka, it won't be easy for the Tenyi loyal sage to eliminate Jiang Chen. As soon as the Reverse Dragon Scale was revealed, even Tong Wudi's face became solemn. With the help of the Reverse Dragon Scale, Jiang Chen already had the means to fight against Yi Zhongxian. This battle had just begun. It was hard to tell who would win or lose. I knew he wouldn't fall so easily, Tong Ling said with a smile, full of confidence. She had been quite worried about Jiang Chen at first, but Jiang Chen's strength had reached the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, and he was protected by the Dragon's Reverse Scale. It wouldn't be so easy for Yi Zhongxian to break through his golden body. It seems that you really have a lot of confidence in Jiang Chen. Tong Wudi stroked his daughter's head affectionately and said with a smile. When Jiang Chen led us out of the ancient snowfield, it was a massacre. In the ancient snowfield, hundreds of 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm cultivators couldn't do anything to us. This time Jiang Chen won't let me down. His desire for the apocalyptic Milky Way City is even stronger than mine. I believe in him. Tong Ling gradually regained his confidence in Jiang Chen. He was the brightest star in the arena that was the center of attention. Ancient snowfield, Tong Wudi murmured. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Do you like him? Tong Ling blushed and shook her head. No, he's not my type. But Jiang Chen is my good friend. He's like Balzaha and Sangzhua. We're brothers in life and death. I won't abandon him. I won't give up. Tong Wudi heaved a sigh of relief at Tong Ling's serious expression. It seemed that he had worried too much. The battle continued. With the Dragon's Reverse Scale and Dragon Transformation, Jiang Chen fought Yi Zhongxian to a standstill. The Dragon's Reverse Scale made Jiang Chen's strength skyrocket. He began a love-hate relationship with Yi Zhongxian. Although Xianxia was startled, he didn't panic. Even though Jiang Chen was from the Eternal Dragon clan, he wasn't easy to deal with. He wouldn't show mercy in this arena battle. The dragon's reverse scales defense was amazing. Xianxia couldn't break through Jiang Chen's defense at all. The two clashed unscrupulously, and it was even more bloody. On the contrary, Xianxia didn't dare to advance too rashly. This was the first time he had met such a tough opponent like Jiang Chen. Under his brutal attacks, even rocks and meteorites would be smashed into pieces. But Jiang Chen surprised him again and again. The dragon's reverse scales' amazing defense gave Xianxia a lot of pressure. The two of them separated their offense and defense. They exchanged punches and palms. That kind of primitive impact gave people the most direct experience. The two of them were already panting from exhaustion. Xianxia retreated after one attack. His footsteps were steady and calm. But he knew that he had to go all out. "You should be proud to make me use the D-long spear to kill you." Xianxia stretched out his hand and pulled out the D-long spear from the arena. The spear radiance was terrifying. The cold light was fierce and the sharp light was vast. Xianxia no longer underestimated his opponent. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty fighting spirit. "It's useless to say more. Life or death, it's all fated. Today's battle will be the end of you." Jiang Chen pulled out his sword. The heavenly dragon sword took advantage of the momentum and slashed towards Xianxia. Once again, it aroused the cheers of countless people. This battle affected everyone's heart. "You're courting death." Xianxia snorted coldly. Jiang Chen, this unknown person, wanted to overtake him and take over his position. Xianxia had to kill him as soon as possible. In the Norton City, he had never submitted to anyone. Jiang Chen's sudden rise had filled his heart with resentment. This battle could be said to be a battle between the strong. If it was anyone else, they would have already won. Jiang Chen wouldn't have waited until this moment, and Xianxia wouldn't be so moved. "The quota to enter the Xianxia galaxy is mine." Chapter 4773. The limitless sword was like a blade in the sky. He started with the 22 sword technique, and each sword was stronger than the last. Xianxia was incomparably shocked. Jiang Chen's Genesis Chi wasn't weak at all. With the addition of the heavenly dragon sword and the limitless sword, Jiang Chen was definitely stronger than most Peak Star Emperor experts. Against Xianxia, Jiang Chen wasn't the slightest bit afraid. The limitless sword was unfathomable. Xianxia looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He also felt the pressure that Jiang Chen brought to him. What a domineering sword. What a terrifying sword technique. Tong Wudi's heart trembled. This was the second time that Jiang Chen had shocked him. Jiang Chen's sword made him increasingly fearful. Even he didn't have such a peerless sword, and he was filled with envy. Jiang Chen's limitless sword was vividly displayed. Rather than saying that the sword technique made the sword complete, it was better to say that the sword created the sword technique. The two complemented each other. Most importantly, the person wielding the sword would be able to unleash a rainbow that was all-encompassing. Such a sword technique had completely surpassed his own strength. Invincible under the heavens. Tong Wudi thought in his heart. Jiang Chen's limitless sword was so exquisite that he had to watch it carefully. Jiang Chen was invincible among those of the same level. Even the Iron Blood War God Xianxia could only avoid it. Jiang Chen didn't use his sword to suppress others, because his sword technique had reached the pinnacle. The most important thing for a sword user was to unite with the sword. However, Jiang Chen still couldn't completely control the sword spirit of the heavenly dragon sword. Even so, his sword was still suffocating. Even Xianxia wouldn't dare to underestimate such a sword technique. "It's too terrifying. I've never seen such a terrifying sword technique. I didn't feel it before, but Jiang Chen seems to have broken through. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds. The difference of one layer is like the difference between heaven and earth. This battle is going to be interesting." "Now that's interesting. What's the point if it's one-sided?" The battle between Jiang Chen and Xianxia was deeply felt by the spectators. Many of them had seen Jiang Chen's methods in the past 2 days. Today he suddenly became strong and changed his previous style, which had already frightened many people. Previously, Jiang Chen relied on the matrix to kill people. Although he was ruthless, he was still soft and gentle, which was why many people were quite disdainful of him. However, in today's battle, Jiang Chen completely made them feel oppressed. The sharp sword chi was so sharp that no one could resist it. Cloud-breaking spear. Solitary cry of the phoenix. Xianxia's spear technique spun, creating wind and water as it collided with Jiang Chen's. Genesis chi surged and scattered in all directions, creating thousands of waves. Wherever the sword passed, Yi Zhongxian's cloud-breaking spear technique became even more difficult to maintain. Jiang Chen's sword technique had already reached the 28th sword, the strongest attack. Jiang Chen and Yi Zhongxian's gazes clashed. A loud clang rang out, and this time, it was Yi Zhongxian who was forced back a dozen steps. His face was ashen. Although victory and defeat had yet to be decided, the fact that Jiang Chen had forced him back was already a great humiliation to the arena master who had been famous for a long time. But Yi Zhongxian knew very well that Jiang Chen was not so easy to defeat. Even if he relied on the array to kill those people, he still couldn't be taken lightly. As the saying goes, whether it was a black cat or a white cat, as long as it could catch a mouse, it was a good cat. In any case, Jiang Chen stood at the last moment, and Yi Zhongxian was in a very dangerous situation. The 28th sword's momentum had already made Yi Zhongxian breathe heavily. Today it would be difficult for Jiang Chen to shake his footsteps if he didn't have star-level battle power. Again? Yi Zhongxian naturally wasn't willing to lose to Jiang Chen, and he wouldn't lose at all. Jiang Chen's infinite sword was an eye-opener and dazzling to everyone. They didn't know where Jiang Chen's sword came from and where it ended. Hundreds of thousands of people couldn't figure it out, and it was the same for Yi Zhongxian. Otherwise he wouldn't have been defeated so many times. He thought that his spear was unparalleled in the world, but he still lost to Jiang Chen. Yi Zhongxian waved his spear and his anger rose. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to replace him. Jiang Chen's momentum didn't diminish and he went all out. The most powerful thing about the infinite sword was that it was unpredictable. From the beginning of the sword to the end of the sword, you wouldn't know how it changed. There were no rules or traces to follow. Jiang Chen displayed the infinite sword to the extreme. Not only did his swordsmanship sublimate, but his momentum was also crushing. Yi Zhongxian held the spear in his hand, and continuously launched a desperate attack on Jiang Chen. This time he was a little excited. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just a clown. How could he take away his spot? Hundreds of thousands of people were watching and he could only succeed. Cloud-breaking spear. Cloud-rising waves. Yi Zhongxian followed like a shadow, and flashed with the spear radiance. Before he arrived, the spear arrived first. The spear radiance was 9 feet high and it looked down on the sky. Jiang Chen's figure was steady, and he took one step at a time, using offense as defense. The roar of the sky dragon sword formed a sharp contrast with Yi Zhongxian. Not only did Jiang Chen not stop, but he also became more and more calm. The sword chi turned and the moon 9 provinces. Go to hell. Jiang Chen's sword fell, and the spear radiance was messy. Yi Zhongxian was forced to stagger back, his long hair dancing in the wind, and his face dark and flustered. The limitless sword made Jiang Chen's strength rise steadily, and he was already in an invincible position. Compared to Yi Zhongxian, who was already a little confused, he was even calmer. The outcome of this battle had become unpredictable. Jiang Chen is so scary. He is only at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, but he is so abnormal. I don't want to be his enemy in my life. Yeah, it's lucky that we didn't meet him before. This guy pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger. Who can stand it? Looks like Yi Zhongxian is in danger. Not necessarily. No matter what, Yi Zhongxian is the best of the younger generation in Norton City. He won't admit defeat so easily. The two fought back and forth, but it was obvious that Jiang Chen had the upper hand. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Jiang Chen didn't underestimate his opponent. The moment Yi Zhongxian didn't completely fall, he wouldn't have won. Brother Jiang, good job. Ah, I knew you couldn't be so weak. Balza's eyes flashed and he was very excited. Jiang Chen was the real dark horse. When everyone didn't think he could win, he challenged the strongest of the younger generation, the god of war, Yi Zhongxian. He thought it was like a moth flying into a flame. But now it seemed that it was still unknown who would win. At least, Jiang Chen didn't have to worry about Yi Zhongxian now. If Jiang Chen can really defeat Yi Zhongxian, then his victory will be well deserved. Then he will be the role model of the entire Norton City. Chapter 4774. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. No matter who it was between Jiang Chen and Yi Zhongxian, if they wanted to stand at the peak of the beast battle, they would have to pay an unimaginable price. This battle was more like a fated battle. If it was anyone else, they would have already succeeded. However, these two ferocious tigers did not dare to be careless. Jiang Chen wielded his sword, stirring up another wave. The limitless sword moved with the wind, following the blade. Yi Zhongxian's spear shadows were domineering, clashing with Jiang Chen. No one was willing to fall behind. They fought with their lives on the line. The winner would be the king. Great Luo golden spear set the universe. Under Yi Zhongxian's rage, his aura swallowed the mountains and rivers. He brandished his spear, causing monstrous waves. Waves of qi and spear shadows covered the sky, crushing down. The golden spear radiance shot out in all directions, forcing Jiang Chen to be incomparably serious. The limitless sword took on all the attacks, but Jiang Chen was still standing tall. On the contrary, his sword shadows were everywhere, dominating the battle, pressuring Yi Zhongxian to the point that he could not breathe. He tumbled out, dust flew, his face was pale and blood flowed. The limitless sword could be used to attack and defend. The limitless sword could be used for both offense and defense. It was unpredictable. It made Yi Zhongxian feel bitter. At this moment he was completely defeated. Jiang Chen had taught everyone a lesson with his superb limitless sword. If there were only two types of swords in the world, it would be Jiang Chen's sword and the other's sword. His sword was unique and unfathomable, it was heaven-defying and invincible. The highest realm of swordsmanship was none other than the unification of man and sword, the unification of heart and sword. However, Jiang Chen had not only fused with the sword, he had also fused the sword and sword together, sublimating both. His sword was unparalleled in the past and the future. 28 swords, unparalleled in the world. Jiang Chen left him in the dust. At that moment, Yi Zhongxian's expression became incomparably grim, because this battle had reached the most dangerous moment. He was once full of confidence, but the shock brought to him by Jiang Chen was too great. When one's combat strength was inferior, his body was inferior, and his means were inferior, what else could he be proud of? Although he had the upper hand in terms of strength, Jiang Chen's battle prowess could not be measured with common sense. You're a good opponent, but unfortunately this world is cruel. Only one person can go to the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City, and that person is destined not to be you. Jiang Chen Lung stared at Yi Zhongxian. Is that so? I don't think so. This battle is still my world. Yi Zhongxian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were still filled with the desire to fight. Yi Zhongxian took out a pill and swallowed it. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt his aura skyrocket. His strength had also undergone a great change. He was much stronger than before. Eat this little rejuvenation pill. Let's see what else you can use to fight me, said Yi Zhongxian in a deep voice. The corners of his mouth curved in a sinister smile. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were sinister. He seemed to be a completely different person from the iron-blooded war god from before. He couldn't lose. From the moment he stepped onto the arena, he had already decided that there was no way out. Little rejuvenation pill? Jiang Chen frowned. The pill Yi Zhongxian had eaten was the same as the one Tong Ling had eaten. It restored the Genesis Qi in one's body and greatly improved one's cultivation. Not bad, this little rejuvenation pill has allowed my strength to reach the half-step star level. Let's see how you can fight me, haha. Yi Zhongxian raised his head and laughed wildly. His hands clenched into fists, and his imposing manner reached an unprecedented height. Little rejuvenation pill? Yi Zhongxian is really generous. It seems that he is determined to win this battle. Sai, you can't blame Yi Zhongxian. But isn't this against the rules? No, because if you have a little rejuvenation pill, will your opponent not fight you in a life-and-death battle? Seriously, is this little rejuvenation pill really that terrifying? Is it really that powerful? Of course. A little rejuvenation pill is worth tens of millions of Genesis stones. Do you think anyone can afford it? It can save one's life at a critical moment, instantly restore one's strength and increase one's cultivation base. Its value is ridiculously high. But compared to Jiang Chen's 100 million Genesis stones battle array, it still pales in comparison. That's not necessarily true. The little rejuvenation pill is priceless. Those who can refine a little rejuvenation pill are definitely rare alchemy grandmasters. A little rejuvenation pill can even move a star stage expert. Jiang Chen didn't expect Yi Zhongxian to take a pill. Moreover, the pill was extremely precious and it was the first time he had heard of it. Most importantly, Yi Zhongxian's strength had really reached the half-step star level. This made many people exclaim in surprise. Father, did you give that little rejuvenation pill? Tong Ling suddenly raised his head and looked at Tong Wudi. Is this the tone you use to talk to your father? Tong Wudi said, glaring at Tong Ling, although Yi Zhongxian is my adopted son, he has also risen in fame and strength over the years. It's not a big deal for him to have a little rejuvenation pill. The price of this battle is not small. But now he is only a half-step star level, and he hasn't reached the first level of star transformation. His strength is only on par with a half-step star level. Do you think it's so easy to reach the star stage? Even if he has reached the peak of the Star Emperor stage, the next step is still very difficult. A half-step star level needs to go through the third level of star transformation. Only after completing the third level of star transformation can he cross the Star Emperor stage and enter the star level. This step is as difficult as reaching the sky. Many people have been buried in front of the door. That's the worst. Tong Wudi sighed. Tong Ling agreed. However, at this time, Jiang Chen's situation had become even more dangerous. Yi Zhongxian, who was a half-step star level, had completely crushed Jiang Chen in terms of strength. He had nowhere to hide. Half-step star level. Jiang Chen murmured. The crisis had risen again. Yi Zhongxian had used his trump card and swallowed a little rejuvenation pill, which made his strength increase by leaps and bounds. If they fought again, Jiang Chen would definitely be in danger. This feeling of power is too good. Jiang Chen, give me your life. Yi Zhongxian flew out with a long spear in his hand. He looked like a king again. In terms of momentum, he had completely crushed Jiang Chen. This time Jiang Chen is doomed. Half-step star level. TSK. Yi Zhongxian is really ruthless. How can he not be ruthless? Do you think he would be willing to waste a little rejuvenation pill? That thing is priceless. But with the little rejuvenation pill in hand, this battle should be over. How exciting. Today's battle has caused one's blood to boil. This is too exciting. Chapter 4775. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Jiang Chen used the ancient soaring dragon art, causing his strength to soar, but it was still like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. The medicinal effect of the little change pill was too strong. Yi Zhongxian had reached the half-step star level, while Jiang Chen was at most a peak star emperor. Although there was only a slight difference and he wasn't even a true star level expert, it was still a world of difference. One wouldn't understand unless they were truly involved in the battle. What a powerful half-step star level expert. Jiang Chen felt a pressure in his heart. The limitless sword had also lost its dominating power. In the face of absolute strength, any power was useless. Cloud-breaking moon ascension. Yi Zhongxian swept his spear horizontally, breaking through thousands of caddies. Endless Genesis Chi surged out. Jiang Chen evaded the attack, but he couldn't avoid his opponent's attack. There was no place for Jiang Chen on the huge stage and even his shoulders were pressed down. The pressure of a half-step star-level expert made it difficult for Jiang Chen to breathe. Jiang Chen kept retreating. In many people's eyes, he no longer had the strength to fight anymore. The battle was coming to an end. Yi Zhongxian's strength was too strong, unparalleled. After eating the minor restoration pill, his combat strength had reached the half-step star realm. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had directly advanced to the next realm. Haha, you're not my match in the end. Die. Hope you'll be reincarnated into a better body in your next life. Yi Zhongxian roared as spear light pierced through the air with thunderous momentum, causing everyone present to tremble. If a half-step star-level expert was already like this, how could a true star-level expert be like this? Jiang Chen couldn't retreat, unable to move under the pressure of Yi Zhongxian's aura. He could only stand there and receive the spear, but Jiang Chen was powerless. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen's life was finally coming to an end. Tong Ling's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were bloodshot with anger, and he couldn't wait to rush to Jiang Chen and fight side by side with him. Brother Jiang. Xianxia and Balzaha's breathing also stopped. Their lives became extremely small at this moment. The spear light arrived in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Chen couldn't dodge. That power was unstoppable. Jiang Chen didn't move, but his eyes were filled with determination. Yi Zhongxian's strength was extraordinary, but if he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, it was far from enough. Even though Yi Zhongxian had eaten the minor restoration pill that could greatly increase his strength, Jiang Chen still couldn't kill him. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Yi Zhongxian. Starlight erupted from his body, causing his strength to skyrocket in an instant. He was like a divine weapon descending from the heavens. With a swing of his sword, a 300-meter-long sword beam was unleashed. The first layer of the star shield entered Jiang Chen's body, causing his overall strength to increase tremendously. The conversion between source energy and star energy had given him an incredible amount of strength, allowing him to overpower Yi Zhongxian. Where the spear arrived, Jiang Chen's sword cut through the rainbow shadow, causing Yi Zhongxian's expression to change abruptly. His body trembled, but Jiang Chen's sword force had already arrived. It was simply unimaginable. His strength wasn't weak, but even a half-step star-level strength couldn't stop Jiang Chen's sword. shocking the heavens and earth, crying ghosts and gods. Where the sword tip pointed, it shook the 9 heavens. Everyone was stunned. Jiang Chen's strength gave them a feeling of boundless strength, as if he was going to attack at any moment. At this moment, Yi Zhongxian was in complete despair. "No. Father, save me!" Yi Zhongxian roared in a hoarse voice, his body trembled. He wanted to escape but couldn't. The sword light slashed down, and his body was directly split into 2. Blood splattered everywhere, and the divine spear in his hand was split into 2. Together with his body, it scattered on the stage. The scene of Yi Zhongxian's death was shocking. No one had expected such a reversal. Yi Zhongxian had the strength to win the battle, but he was overturned by Jiang Chen at the last moment. It was like a fairy tale, but even so, Jiang Chen had done it well. He had killed Yi Zhongxian with a single strike. That strike was filled with the overbearing power of destroying the heavens and earth. It was incomparable with the support of the star energy. Jiang Chen breathed out a long sigh of relief. His face was pale as he staggered and knelt down on one of his knees, gasping for breath. Relief could be seen in his eyes. He had finally won this battle. Tianqi Silver River City, I Jiang Chen, am here. This is impossible. Impossible? Tong Wudi frowned and his heart shook. Yi Zhongxian was his right-hand man, his adopted son. Over the years Tong Wudi had poured a lot of effort into Yi Zhongxian, but now Yi Zhongxian had fallen. He couldn't even enter the Tianqi Silver River City and had become history. Jiang Chen's sword was too fast and too strong. Even Tong Wudi did not expect that Yi Zhongxian would be killed in just one sword strike. This Jiang Chen was terrifying and infuriating. Compared to Tong Wudi's anger, Tong Ling was very happy. Jiang Chen did not disappoint and obtained victory. Now both of them could go to the Tianqi Silver River City together. Her father's face was extremely ugly. Tong Ling stuck out her tongue, too lazy to argue with him. No matter what, Yi Zhongxian was her father's right-hand man, and also his adopted son. It was inevitable that her father would be sad about his death. At this moment, the crowd was boiling with excitement. Everyone who was standing on the high platform thought that Jiang Chen was going to die, but the reversal was just too fast, catching them off guard. Some of them even had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Didn't Yi Zhongxian win? However, Yi Zhongxian's corpse had already fallen on the stage. Waves of exclamations and shouts resounded through the clouds. Jiang Chen was enjoying the cheers and excitement from all directions. His heart was filled with confidence. Haha, as I said, Jiang Chen will definitely be the final winner of this battle. That's not what you said just now. That's because you heard it wrong, hehe. Yi Zhongxian's name was once the nightmare of many Norton City's geniuses. This time Jiang Chen defeated Yi Zhongxian and became a new legend. The Norton City's geniuses will be rewritten again. This is the true style of a king. He didn't walk the normal path and he overcame all difficulties. Jiang Chen's name is well deserved. The strong would always be respected. No matter when or where, the strong would be respected. This was the law of survival. Jiang Chen had won the final victory, and this had surprised many people. Yi Zhongxian's domineering and iron-blooded war god had become history, and had turned into nothingness. Within the beast-fighting arena, it was an unprecedentedly grand occasion. Intense cheers filled the air, and it was deafening. It had been many years since they had seen such a wonderful battle. Jiang Chen, what a good Jiang Chen. Humph. Tong Wudi coldly humphed and turned away. Tong Ling lightly sighed and shook her head. Yi Zhongxian was her father's hope, and he had been raised by her father for many years. He wasn't her father's son, but they were even closer. She knew that this feeling was very uncomfortable, but the winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. If Jiang Chen lost, then the one to die would be him. Chapter 4776. The beast battle had finally come to an end. Jiang Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. This time he could go to Tianqi Milky Way City with peace of mind. Jiang Chen looked around, feeling a little sad. My son Feng, where are you? Long Shisan and De Huang, where are you? Jiang Chen believed that they would definitely go to Tianqi Milky Way City. Only there could they attract the attention of the entire Tianqi planet. Congratulations, Jiang brother. Haha, you really made us worry. Balzaha said with a gratified expression, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Although he did not have the qualifications to enter Tianqi Milky Way City, at least Tong Ling and Jiang Chen did it. He was happy for them from the bottom of his heart. Yeah, my heart is about to jump out. In the future, when we go to Tianqi Milky Way City, you have to take good care of Ling, otherwise I will definitely not forgive you. Sangzhuo laughed. You two don't talk so much. Aren't you just envious of Jiangchen? Work harder in the future. I will wait for you at Tianqi Milky Way City. Tong Ling laughed and scolded. Sai, what's the use of being envious? This year's beast battle is too intense. Even if I advance to the third round, I won't be able to win. What kind of beasts are you facing? Without 100% certainty, you might lose your life if you're careless. You still have to be cautious. Caution is the parent of safety. In the next beast battle, without 100% certainty, I won't take the risk, Balzaha said with a serious expression. Then I will wait and see. Jiangchen laughed. Today is a happy day. Shall we have a drink? Xianxia suggested. Sure, let's drink till we're drunk. Tong Ling's eyes lit up. Go back and rest first. Jiangchen, your injuries are too serious. Tong Ling was in a difficult position. Who are you looking down on? If you want a drink, then drink to your heart's content. Jiangchen said disapprovingly. He curled his lips and patted his chest. Yes, today the two of us will send you off. Ah. Balzaha laughed heartily. The four of them looked at each other and smiled. They left the beast fighting arena together and found a tavern to drink to their heart's content. During the banquet, Balzaha and Sandro were both drunk. Friendship and love were drifting apart at this moment. For so many years they were childhood sweethearts, the best playmates and the most intimate friends. They could even sacrifice their lives for others. The appearance of Jiangchen had strengthened their relationship, and they had even recognized Jiangchen as their life and death friend. However, when Jiangchen and Tong Ling both embarked on their journey, Balzaha and Sancho's emotions became extremely complicated. They could only release the feelings of many years in their hearts and drown their sorrows in alcohol. Although they talked in detail until late at night, the disappointment in their words was not limited to this. Jiangchen understood that Tong Ling's departure and their trip to the heavenly awakening galaxy city would be a knot in their hearts for the rest of their lives. However, people wanted to climb higher and no one was willing to stay in a corner. Many people were willing to risk their lives, even if they ended up covered in wounds. We'll be leaving in 3 days. I don't know when we can meet again. Balzaha and Sancho are my best friends. They must be very sad. I hope we can meet again in the heavenly awakening galaxy city in the future. Tong Ling sighed and looked at his two friends who were drunk into a pool of mud. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. People have to learn to grow. Leaving is not the end. The world is big and everyone is wonderful. How can you know what they are thinking? If you are not a fish, how can you know the joy of a fish? If you are not me, how can you know that I don't know the joy of a fish? The heavenly awakening galaxy city is a threshold and a mountain in everyone's heart. As long as that mountain stands, their faith will never collapse. I believe that they will all be in the heavenly awakening galaxy city in the near future. Jiangchen said with a smile. He drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and turned to leave. The night was silent. Jiangchen quickly recovered his strength. Although he didn't break through to the 9th level of the Star Emperor realm after this battle, he still benefited a lot. It made him feel the terror of a half-step Star Realm warrior. Zhongxian wasn't a true half-step Star Realm warrior. He only reached this level by relying on the small rejuvenating pill. A true half-step Star Realm warrior would undoubtedly be stronger. Jiangchen didn't know if he was a match for a half-step Star Realm warrior, but he felt more and more danger. There were unknown opponents, people spying on him in the dark, and the blue-robed man eyeing him covetously. Jiangchen didn't dare to relax his vigilance at all times. Power. I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Only power matters. Jiangchen made up his mind. The heavenly awakening galaxy city was definitely more dangerous than this place. If he wasn't careful, then he might not be able to move an inch. The heavenly awakening galaxy city was the holy land of everyone's dreams. Naturally, it had its mystical places. Even Jiangchen was a bit curious. He wanted to explore this legendary place and find out what was so legendary about it. 3 days later, Jiangchen, Tong Ling and Luo Ying gathered at the Colosseum. City Lord Tong Wudi awarded them the Colosseum Warrior nameplate. This was also the key to enter the heavenly awakening galaxy city. The three of them looked at the nameplate in Tong Wudi's hand. Tong Ling was no exception. As the daughter of the city lord, she was full of pride. These are the nameplates of the three of you. They were awarded by the heavenly awakening galaxy city. All three of you have the qualifications to enter the heavenly awakening galaxy city. I hope you won't be arrogant and impatient. In the future, you will truly become a part of the heavenly awakening galaxy city. Tong Ling, Jiangchen and Luo Ying, do your best. Immediately set off. The housekeeper of the city lord's mansion will escort you. On the way, don't act recklessly and act on your own. Listen to Dong Yi's arrangements. Ling, especially you. Don't throw a tantrum. If anything goes wrong, I will look for you. This time housekeeper Dong will not let you go. Tong Wudi said in a deep voice. His face was cold and meticulous. When Jiang Chen and Tong Wudi looked at each other, he could feel the coldness in Tong Wudi's eyes. Tong Wudi was very unfriendly towards him. There was even a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Jiang Chen maintained his composure. After all, Yi Zhongxin was his godson and he was the one who nurtured him. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk to Yi Zhongxin. After all, compared to the city lord, he was still too weak. Plus, he wasn't a match for the city lord. However, the dignified city lord of Norton City shouldn't be calculative with him. After receiving the nameplate, Jiang Chen held it in his hand. He was full of confidence. He had already prepared for this. Dong Yi, Tong Wudi said. Here. Chapter 4777. You must take good care of them and send them to the heavenly awakening Milky Way City. Dong Yi understands. Dong Yi nodded and looked at Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen was startled. Even the old housekeeper of the city lord's mansion was so powerful. It seemed like he shouldn't provoke the city lord of Norton City. After all, he had killed his foster son. Fortunately, with Tong Ling here, Jiang Chen was at ease. You must keep in touch with me. Take care of your sister for me. When she has time, let her come home to visit. Tong Wudi patted Tong Ling's shoulder and sighed. His heart was a little sad. His daughter was about to leave his wings. Tong Wudi couldn't protect her at all times, so he couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, father. I will. When we reach the heavenly awakening Milky Way City, I'll go find my sister first. I can't wait. Tong Ling's eyes were bright and full of joy. Even Jiang Chen hadn't thought that Tong Ling would have a sister in the heavenly awakening Milky Way City. He was indeed worthy of being the son of a general. Go. Tong Wudi waved his hand and turned to leave. He didn't want to see his daughter leave. Let's go. Dong Yi looked at the three of them and said in a low voice. Then he left the city. Jiang Chen and the others followed Dong Yi and left. The Norton City was vast and boundless, but it was just a small city around the heavenly awakening Milky Way city. As the core of the heavenly awakening planet, it was even more vast. Uncle Dong, how long will it take to reach the heavenly awakening Milky Way city? Tong Ling asked curiously. Replying to Miss, it will take about half a month. To reach the heavenly awakening Milky Way city, we need to pass through the Xianxia forest and the Light Province Great Rift Valley. There are bandits everywhere, so we must be careful. Dong Yi said with a silly smile. Then why don't we use the teleportation formation? Jiang Qin said. Teleportation formation? If you're too naive. Dong Yi didn't have such a good temper with Jiang Qin. The teleportation formation isn't stable, and using it on the Heaven Awakened planet will easily mess up one's direction and location. There are many chaotic flows of space-time on the Heaven Awakened planet, and not all places can be used to fly. There are some places that even star-level beings wouldn't dare to enter easily. Luo Ying glanced at Jiang Qin and said lightly. Thank you. Jiang Qin said with a smile. As for Dong Yi, he snorted disdainfully. He didn't have a good impression of Luo Ying and himself. Of course, it was different for Tong Ling. Don't worry, Jiang Qin. With Uncle Dong here, we'll be fine. Uncle Dong is a half-step star state and has reached the 3rd level of star transformation. One more step and he'll become a true star state. At that time, he can go anywhere on the Heaven Awakening planet. Even the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city won't stop him. Tong Ling said to Jiang Qin, telling him to be at ease. The Xianxia Forest and the Light Province's Great Rift Valley don't sound like good places. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. He wasn't someone who would be easily frightened. It's good that you know. For your safety, I have to move forward with my life on the line. Don't worry, or else don't blame me for not warning you. We need to walk the road below us step by step. Flying directly to the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city is simply wishful thinking, Dong Yi said coldly. Dong Yi said with a cold expression. It seemed that the road to the apocalyptic Milky Way city would not be peaceful. Jiang Qin sighed. However, this was also a kind of training. The most important rule of life on the Heaven Awakening planet is not to meddle in other people's business. You don't even know who the other party is. You don't even know how many experts there are in this world. The Heaven Awakening planet is very, very big, so big that you can't even imagine it. However, there is always someone better than you out there. Aside from the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city and the Wind and Cloud 9 city, there are still many terrifying evil powers that are not easy to deal with. Luo Ying glanced at Jiang Qin. This guy didn't seem to have seen the world. He looked simple and honest. She couldn't imagine that he had killed the iron-blooded war god Yi Zhongxian. I understand. Just know your place, Jiang Qin said. The road ahead was full of thorns. Before his power reached the level where he could change the world, he shouldn't act rashly. Otherwise he might die without a burial. Furthermore, the Heaven Awakening planet was too big. It was bigger than any planet Jiang Qin had been to before. Even the ancient dragon planet was just a drop in the ocean compared to it. In 3 days we'll pass through the Xianxia forest. There are many bandits and gangs there. Miss, you have to follow me closely, Dong Yi said seriously. Dong Yi said with a serious face. After leaving Norton City, there was an endless desert. Dong Yi flew very low in the sky and the 3 of them followed closely behind him. They were very careful. The Xianxia forest is in front of us. Be careful. After flying for 3 days, Dong Yi said in a low voice at dusk. They had already reached the edge of the Xianxia forest. The surroundings were dark green like a sea of trees. There were all kinds of vegetation and many of them were strange. Jiang Qin had never seen anything like this before. There were towering mahogany trees that were hundreds of meters tall, lush green bamboos that were hundreds of meters tall, thick vines that stretched for miles, and plants with 7-colored flowers. There were also 8-winged butterflies that occasionally flew by. They were as big as a person's face. Everything here was very mysterious and dazzling. No wonder it was called the Xianxia forest. The terrain here was also very precipitous. The reason why it was called precipitous was because it fluctuated between high and low. One moment you could be in a ravine hundreds of meters deep, and in the next moment, you could see the terrain rising and falling thousands of meters high. This was not a mountain range but a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. The Xianxia forest. It might take us 4 or 5 days to pass through the Xianxia forest. It's 100,000 miles deep, so we'll have to travel at least 10,000 miles in a day. Moreover, we'll have to travel day and night without stopping. It's a dangerous place, so it's best if we don't stay here for too long, Luo Ying said in a low voice. Luo Ying whispered. Jiang Qin didn't expect Luo Ying to know so much about Xianxia forest. It seemed like he was still a newbie in Heavenly Awakening Star. Big Sister Luo, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Even Tong Ling admired Luo Ying. He had grown up in Norton City and hadn't left for 100 years. He had very little experience, but Luo Ying was very knowledgeable. Tong Ling deeply sighed and felt ashamed of his inferiority. Not at all. Luo Ying gently nodded. The group began their journey of chasing their dreams. When they passed by a deep hole in the forest, they found two groups of people. No, I beg you, please let us go, I beg you. My daughter is only 11 years old. You're all beasts. Let her go. She's only a child. Come at me. Don't kill me, no, no. Ah. Mournful screams rang out incessantly. Jiangchen frowned and looked over. It was a group of merchants. There were more than 10 men and all the men had been killed. Only 3 women were being mercilessly ravaged. 2 of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s, and the youngest girl was only 10 years old. However, she had been stripped naked and her body was covered in bruises. She was curled up and shivering. Chapter 4778. Bitch. Call again? I'll beat you to death if you do. It's boring to die. I'll make you beg for death. I've tasted fresh food for many years. This little girl is my type. The sinister laughter was very ear-piercing. The scene was even more heart-wrenching. The screams were hair-raising. They were devoid of humanity and moral values. Those people were not worthy to be called humans. They were no different from beasts living in the forest. They were even more abominable than beasts. Help. Oh. My daughter, I'll kill you. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. You scum, you're worse than beasts. The angry voices were endless. The louder the scolding, the more excited the perverted bandits were, and they ruthlessly ravaged these people. Hurry up and leave. Don't cause more trouble. Dong Yi said in a deep voice. Seeing Tong Ling, Jiang Chen and the others' expressions change, Dong Yi quickly killed their thoughts. The cruelty of this world is far more terrible than you can imagine. It's even sad. The weak can only be reduced to prisoners or even worse than pigs and dogs. Don't look at it anymore. Many people die like this every day. What you have to do is to be yourself. There are many unfair things in this world and there are even more pitiful people. Only by sticking to your original heart can you achieve success in cultivation. Original heart? What's original heart? Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. Is the original heart indifferent? Is it cold and heartless? I'd rather not have such an original heart. The path of cultivation is the way of heaven and earth, the origin of all things. If people are so cold-blooded and heartless, how are they different from beasts? There are many such things in the world, but since I, Jiang Chen, have encountered it, I can't ignore it. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp, staring straight at Dong Yi, unmoved. Are you courting death? Dong Yi shouted sternly. So what if I'm courting death? If I don't dare to do anything when I see such injustice, then what's the point of cultivation? Although I don't have the heart of a bodhisattva to punish evil, when encountering such a thing that angers both humans and gods, I still have to do something. Humans were human because they understood good and evil, understood beauty and ugliness, and knew how to be grateful. Moreover, how were these people different from animals? I can't exterminate all the evildoers in the world, but I definitely can't allow such a thing to happen in front of my eyes. They are completely devoid of conscience and commit all sorts of evil. I can't turn a blind eye to them. You may leave, but I, Jiang Chen, must intervene in today's matter. Otherwise, my conscience will never be at ease for the rest of my life. Jiang Chen was firm and resolute. If it was murder and arson, he could pretend that nothing had happened. Murder was just a small matter. However, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to turn a blind eye to such an evil act of raping a young girl and ravaging her to death. Tong Ling and Luo Ying also sank into silence. There was no doubt in Jiang Chen's words that if they chose to turn around and leave, then their humanity would be obliterated. Humans were different from animals and beasts. Humans were divided into good and evil, and if they didn't even have the most basic sense of kindness, that would be the most terrifying thing about them. Humans were different from animals and beasts, and if they didn't even have the most basic sense of kindness, that would be the most terrifying thing. Jiang Chen resolutely stayed behind. Even in the face of Dong Yi's roar, he remained indifferent. I don't want to become a muddle-headed person who isn't even comparable to the walking dead, because there is still a meaning to living. I don't want to become an animal. Even if I have to die, I don't want to live in this world. Even if I die on the battlefield, I don't want to feel guilty. Jiang Chen's words were sonorous. In the ears of Tong Ling and Luo Ying, it was deafening. That young girl had suffered from a trauma that she couldn't get rid of for the rest of her life. It was a shadow that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Even if she was killed, no one would care. However, killing and violence were two completely different things. Jiangchen was right. They couldn't forgive themselves for turning around and leaving just like that. This would become a knot in their hearts. In the future, it might become a nightmare on their path of cultivation. You're a madman. Dong Yi angrily glared at Jiangchen. In his eyes, he had long become accustomed to these tragic scenes. The weak were only fit to be the stepping stones of the strong. In the eyes of the strong, they were nothing but playthings. You're already numb, but I haven't. I'm glad that I still have a conscience that hasn't been obliterated. I don't regret being born a human, and I don't regret dying as a wronged soul. Jiangchen coldly glanced at Dong Yi, then turned around and left. Tong Ling followed Jiangchen without hesitation. Why are you following me? You shouldn't have come. Dong Yi's mission is to protect you. Jiangchen frowned. He and Luoying might be able to fend for themselves, but Tong Ling was Tong Wudi's daughter. She was Dong Yi's priority. He didn't want to drag her into this. If I leave, my conscience will also hurt. That little girl is only 10 years old. She hasn't experienced the wonders of life. She hasn't even passed the prime of her youth. She shouldn't be trampled and tortured to death like this. Tong Ling's pretty face was covered in frost. Jiangchen knew that this girl's determination wasn't something he could shake. It seems like you won't be able to stay out of this. Luoying glanced at Dong Yi and smiled calmly. Then she followed Jiangchen and Tong Ling. She couldn't tolerate her conscience being obliterated by this world's ugliness. Damn it. This Jiangchen is seeking death. Dong Yi's eyes narrowed as he sneered. Jiangchen looked at the young girl who had been raped. His heart ached. This group of unforgivable bandits. Even if he killed them 10 times, it wouldn't be enough to erase the scar in their hearts. The little girl, who was about 10 years old, was thin and weak. Most of her clothes had been torn and she was being groped by the bandits. The two women couldn't escape their fate. Their bodies were wet and they screamed in despair. A bunch of bastards. Get lost. Jiangchen shouted. His sword energy buzzed as he pointed at the bandits. Bastard. Who the hell dares to meddle in other people's business? I'll kill you. A man with a feminine smile turned around and looked at Jiangchen and the others. His eyes flashed. They're here to send us girls. Ah. Brother Jun, it seems like we're lucky today. That's right. These 2 girls aren't enough. Now they send us 2 more. TSK. I can't take it anymore. Hee, I like this kind of juicy girl. One look and I can tell they're good girls. Why are you still standing there? Brothers, let's go. The group of bandits were beaming with joy. They looked at each other and were ready to make a move. Let's have fun tonight. Chapter 4779. There were more than 20 people, and all of them were above the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Brother Jun was a half-step star-level expert. For a moment, Jiangchen and the others had to be careful. The appearance of Luoying and Tong Ling stimulated their desire, making them even crazier. With Gao Jun's order, the group of people rushed forward and surrounded Jiangchen and the others. I'm sorry to have dragged you 2 into this. Jiangchen said. Humans don't choose to run away. Some things can be done and some can't. Luoying said in a low voice. Kill? As soon as Gao Jun gave the order, more than 20 experts of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm attacked. Jiangchen was as if he was facing a formidable enemy. These people were even more powerful than those he had met in the Colosseum. These people had lived with their lives on the line. Every one of them had survived countless desperate situations. Even the young talents in the Colosseum were no match for them. Moreover, their strength depended on real swords and spears. They fought step by step, against people, against nature, and against demonic beasts, gradually building up their courage. If you wanted them to bow down, you would have to crush their necks. Even if they were opponents with the same combat strength, they could still win. Because no one dared to underestimate those who had survived bloody and fiery battles. Jiangchen knew that this was going to be a tough battle. Jiangchen took the lead and raised his sword. The Sky Dragon sword moved with ease, showing off its edge as it charged. However, his opponents were also very smart. Jiangchen's sword was very fierce. They had no choice but to confront Jiangchen head-on. They had thought that Jiangchen, who was at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, was a pushover, but they didn't expect Jiangchen to be the fiercest one. Luoying and Tong Ling followed closely behind. They were strong enough to fight 5 people at the same time. For a moment, Jiang Qin completely blocked the attacks of the bandits with his powerful means. He was fighting 10 people at the same time. His combat strength was shocking. The limitless sword was unpredictable. More than 10 experts at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm could do nothing to Jiang Qin. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. The 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Interesting. Gao Jun sneered. He was quite curious about Jiang Qin's strength and his sword. Jiang Qin looked harmless, but his strength was actually very ferocious. However, the bandits under Gao Jun's command were also very fierce. They wouldn't be afraid even if they were to exchange one for one. Who wouldn't be afraid of a life-threatening battle? Gradually, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Tong Ling and the others had fallen into a passive position. The situation was very tense, because Tong Ling and Luo Ying couldn't withstand the shameless means of these bandits. Although Jiang Qin was able to withstand the suppression of these bandits, he couldn't maintain it forever because at this moment, Gao Jun was about to make a move. I'm giving you face but you don't want it. If I kill you, I'll enjoy these 2 women. You're so reckless. You don't even know how to enjoy the blessings of having 2 wives. Ah. Gao Jun took a step forward. The feminine smile at the corner of his mouth was overflowing. He had locked his eyes on Jiang Qin. Half a step to the star realm. As soon as Gao Jun made a move, Jiang Qin felt an invisible pressure. This guy is really abnormal. He's so strong. Jiang Qin's heart couldn't help but sink. A genuine expert half a step to the star level. He was definitely not at the level that Yi Zhongxing could reach by taking some pills. Gao Jun arrived like a roaring wind and thunder. Jiang Qin stood there with his sword as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Tong Ling said firmly and glared at Dong Yi fiercely. I'm sorry, miss. I have to take you away. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the city lord. Dong Yi said in a low voice. Even Gao Jun was very surprised. He didn't expect this woman to be the daughter of the city lord. Gao Jun was very glad that he didn't do anything to her. Otherwise, the city lord of Norton City, Tong Wudi, would definitely not let her go. But this was also good. He didn't have to worry about the consequences and he could be unscrupulous. What a deep affection. Aha, Butler Dong, my patience is limited. If you don't leave, don't blame me for turning against you. Today I'll give you face. Don't take advantage of me. Who is my master Taoish Chui? I think you should have heard of him. Gao Jun sneered and stood with his arms crossed. His face was full of arrogance. I'll leave now. Chapter 4780. Daoish Chui. Luo Ying's expression changed. Obviously, she had heard of Daoish Chui before. Who is Daoish Chui? Jiang Qin knew that someone who was even more powerful than Gao Jun. Even Dong Yi was shocked by him, so he must be a ruthless person. Daoish Chui is one of the 4 evildoers in the Xianxia forest. Legend has it that he has 3,000 Dao companions and many experts around him. His subordinates are all his disciples, and he himself is a genuine star-level warrior. In the Xianxia forest, no one is willing to be enemies with Daoish Chui. This guy is the only carefree wanderer on the Tianxi planet. Even the people of Norton City don't want to offend him. Luo Ying said solemnly. At this time, she and Jiang Qin had already become Dong Yi's sacrificial pawns. It seems that this is not going to be easy. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly and looked at Tong Ling. No matter what, Jiang Qin hoped that she could live. Leave this place and wait for me on the Tianxi planet. I will definitely go. Jiang Qin said. No, I won't go. Tong Ling said angrily. I'm sorry, miss, I offended you. Dong Yi moved like lightning and restrained Tong Ling. He took her away and disappeared into the forest without hesitation. What a pity. The fat meat that was in my mouth is gone. Fortunately, I still have a beauty like you. Otherwise, I might not even be able to sleep tonight. Gao Jun laughed. Without Dong Yi, he didn't have to worry about anything. Jiang Qin and Luo Ying looked at each other. At this moment, their crisis was even greater. Jiang Qin and Luo Ying were not surprised by Dong Yi's decision. At this critical moment, he would naturally protect the city lord's young Mississippi. They had no relatives or friends and they were asking for trouble. Who would care about them? The only one who could help them was himself. Kid, the price of meddling in other people's business is to die without a burial place. Go and capture this little girl. Later, everyone will enjoy her with me, ha. Gao Jun said with a sinister smile. He approached Jiang Qin step by step. This guy had some ability. In order to not lose his men, he had to personally kill Jiang Qin. There's no point in talking. You have to be able to kill me first. Jiang Qin was fearless. From the moment he decided to turn back, he had already disregarded life and death. Everyone was afraid of death, and he was no exception. In fact, he was even more afraid than others because he still had a lot of things to do. However, Jiang Chen couldn't ignore things that went against his will. Otherwise, there would be no meaning for him to live anymore. Jiang Chen, watch out. Luoying looked at Jiang Chen and nodded slightly. She hadn't chosen to stay for Jiang Chen's sake. She had chosen to stay because of her own heart. This group of heartless and heartless fanatics deserved to die. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded and faced Gao Jun. At this moment he had no more worries. Tong Ling had already left. What he needed to do was to fight to the death with Gao Jun. This was Jiang Chen's first time fighting against a true half-step star-level expert. It was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. At the very least, he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position after 2 exchanges. The strength of a half-step star-level expert wasn't just for show. Yi Zhongxin had already become history. This time Jiang Chen was bound to challenge a new height. Whether he could survive or not depended on this battle. Gao Jun was ready to go. He didn't want to give Jiang Chen any chance. He wanted to end this battle quickly so that he would have time to enjoy women. Jiang Chen directly performed the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique. He had to go all out in this battle. Otherwise he wouldn't have any chance. The 2 figures clashed in an instant. The heavenly dragon sword was sharp, attacking from both sides. Jiang Chen exerted his greatest strength to the extreme. Again and again Jiang Chen was pushed back by Gao Jun. Although he wasn't defeated, the burden on his body was getting heavier and heavier. He was in excruciating pain all over his body. If he was an ordinary peak star emperor, he might not be able to withstand Jiang Chen's attacks. However, a half-step star-level expert was completely different. Gao Jun was only at the first level of the star transformation realm. If his strength reached the second level, Jiang Chen might not have a chance at all. The Overlord sword swept across the sky. Gao Jun formed a seal in his hand again and fought with Jiang Chen. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand, but he was steadily suppressing Jiang Chen. His thunderous means made people shudder with fear. East Wind Seal. Gao Jun's hand seal reached the sky, forcing Jiang Chen to step back directly. His sword was dancing, buzzing and clanging. Starlight entered the body. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Starlight covered his whole body. As the light flickered, it was like a vast sea. The starlight was dazzling as if he had divine help. As the sword fell, Gao Jun's pupils contracted and his face darkened. He reached out both of his palms and finally took Jiang Chen's attack. However, he was also forced to step back a dozen steps. He stared at Jiang Chen in shock. A guy in the 8th sky of the Star Emperor had forced him to step back. It was unbelievable. Great. I'll let you have a taste of my West Extreme Seal. Gao Jun didn't step back. Instead, he moved forward to meet Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's long sword rushed forward. The raging power of the stars descended again. Now Jiang Chen had reached the full closure of the first level of the astral pole. Using the power of the stars to fight with Gao Jun, it was a duel between the strong. With the support of the power of the stars, the heavenly dragon sword was even more successful. The 2 clashed again. This time it was a tie again. However, Jiang Chen's strength had been exhausted. After all, he was still weak. It was not easy for him to wield the sword twice. The West Extreme Seal shone with golden light and then disappeared. However, the killing intent in Gao Jun's eyes was even stronger. Jiang Chen made him feel threatened. If that sword attack had been 30% stronger, even he would have been killed here. Gao Jun didn't give Jiang Chen any chance. Seeing that Jiang Chen was gasping for breath, he quickened his pace and punched heavily with his palms, which were like hands that could destroy the world. Dragon's Reverse Scale. Jiang Chen casted out the 6 reverse dragon scales. His whole body shone brightly like a god. Facing Gao Jun's palm, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He dashed forward in an instant, his sword danced in the air. The palm print was like a knife that could destroy heaven and earth. However, it couldn't break through Jiang Chen's defense. Gao Jun's face looked even worse. What a strong defense. This is Dragon's Reverse Scale? Gao Jun was shocked. He didn't expect this guy to have so many Dragon's Reverse Scales. The 6 lights flickered endlessly and completely dissolved his attack. It was incredible. This time it's my turn. Torrential Starlight. Jiang Chen roared. After the starlight entered his body, it shot out like a rainstorm. The starlight beam shot through Gao Jun's body. This was the strongest attack of the first level of the astral pole. Countless invisible torrential starlight directly shot Gao Jun into a hornet's nest. This, impossible. Chapter 4781. It was at this moment that Jiang Qin fell to the ground. The Genesis chi in his body had practically been depleted. He was currently an arrow at the end of its flight and had no strength to continue fighting. Killing Gao Jun was already his limit. On the other side, more than 20 people at the ninth heaven of the Star Emperor realm shuddered and felt their hair stand on end. In their eyes, Gao Jun was invincible, but Jiang Qin, who was only at the eighth heaven of the Star Emperor realm, had such terrifying ability? How could it be? Although Luo Ying was in a disadvantageous position, Jiang Qin's means made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even if Jiang Qin was just a paper tiger, they didn't have the strength to fight anymore, fearing that they would end up like Gao Jun. Retreat. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Brother Jun is dead. Retreat. Everyone's faces were ugly, and they no longer wanted to fight. They retreated like the tide. Luo Ying wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She was also covered in wounds. She hurriedly ran to Jiang Qin and knelt on one knee. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Okay. Jiang Qin nodded and looked at the 3 remaining women in the caravan. He felt a little sad. You should leave quickly. If you are late, there will be more people chasing you. Xianxia forest is too dangerous. Don't ever come back. The little girl was already crying her eyes out. She was protected by the 2 women as she stared at Jiang Qin helplessly. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. After the 3 people knelt, they didn't have time to pack up and hurriedly rushed into the distance. Let's also leave quickly. Luo Ying glanced at Jiang Qin. They had killed Daoist Chui's disciple, so it would be difficult for them to move in Xianxia forest. They had to leave as soon as possible. It was better to be safe than sorry. Daoist Chui was one of the 4 evildoers of the Xianxia forest, and his power had reached the star level. He was not someone they could compare to at the moment. After offending such a villain, they could only choose to retreat. Moreover, they had not intended to stay here for long. They were merely passing by, and they were already on the verge of death. Now that they had provoked a fatal disaster, even Dong Yi had to stay away from them. The only person they could rely on was themselves. You should be more familiar with the Xianxia forest than me. Jiang Qin smiled. Let's leave this place first. It will take at least 6 or 7 days to reach the Light Province's Great Rift Valley. There are too many dangers in the Xianxia forest. Luo Ying said seriously. The 2 of them didn't have time to rest and quickly left the place, heading deeper into the forest. Xianxia forest in the center of a valley. The dozen or so bandits were scared out of their wits. They ran back, their faces filled with horror. Oh no, second senior brother, something terrible has happened. A villainous bandit gasped for breath. His eyes were wide open and filled with fear. All of you are so terrified. What a scandal. If Master were to see this, all of you will definitely be punished. The skinny second senior brother Lung Lung, who was dressed in a yellow robe, said. Gao Jun, brother Jun was killed. What? Ma Yuliang suddenly stood up and turned to look at the person behind him, glaring at him fiercely. Say that again? Big brother Jun was killed. Just now. Ma Yuliang's body trembled. His face was as gloomy as water. He clenched his fist tightly and threw the person in front of him away. Gao Jun was his sworn brother and was one of Daoist Chui's top 10 disciples. He was also the youngest brother that they were very concerned about. He was Ma Yuliang's sworn brother who had gone through thick and thin with Gao Jun. How could Ma Yuliang not be angry when Gao Jun was killed? Who has the guts to kill our Chui family army? You're courting death. Ma Yuliang roared angrily. His voice shook the forest for thousands of miles, scaring away flocks of birds and beasts. Second senior brother, you must avenge brother Jun. Sob, sob, sob. Bring me there. I don't care who he is. I'll make him die a horrible death since he dared to touch our Chui family army. Ma Yuliang's voice was bone-piercing. The group of people followed Ma Yuliang and went straight to the depths of the Xianxia forest. Jiang Qin didn't stop and headed towards heavenly awakening Silver River City. Along the way, no matter what obstacles they encountered, the 2 of them didn't stop for even a moment because once they stopped, another crisis would come. That is? Thousand Feather Phoenix? Luo Ying's eyes lit up when she saw a colorful and dazzling flying phoenix. Thousand Feather Phoenixes were rare demonic beasts. Moreover, the viridescent flower plume on its head took thousands of years to form. This Thousand Feather Phoenix actually had 2 plume on its head. It meant that this Thousand Feather Phoenix's cultivation was definitely not low. However, Luo Ying's eyes still had a hint of blazing light. Is this the thousand-feather phoenix? The viridescent flower plume on its head is indeed a treasure. Jiang Chen's eyes moved as he said in a low voice. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. No matter how anxious they were, it wouldn't make a difference if they could obtain this viridescent flower plume. It would definitely be a great fortune. The viridescent flower plume could be used as medicine. Moreover, it was very beautiful. It was something that countless royalty and nobles coveted. It could only be found by chance. Now that the two of them had encountered it, they naturally did not want to let go of such a good treasure. The two of them flashed and turned into two gusts of wind. They instantly chased after it. Sister Phoenix, can I borrow the viridescent flower plume? Luo Ying asked. Despicable humans, you want my viridescent flower plume again. None of you are good. Oh. The thousand-feather phoenix spoke in the human language and sneered. If you don't want to lend it to us, we will have to use our bodies. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Use our bodies? Do you think you are worthy? This old lady, can travel tens of thousands of miles with a single somersault. You want to chase me? No way. In the past there was a shameless De Huang dog who chased me for 3 days and 3 nights. However, he couldn't catch me. In this world, besides the peerless genius of the Rock Clan, no one can catch me. The thousand-feather phoenix said disdainfully. She didn't put Jiang Chen and Luo Ying in her eyes at all. These two people wanted to touch the viridescent flower plume on its head. It was simply wishful thinking. Dead dog? What kind of dead dog? Jiang Chen was stunned. The dead dog that chased her for 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 4782. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer, Chen Yufeng said proudly. She didn't need to exert any strength at all. She could soar with just a flap of her wings, while Jiang Chen and the others had to consume a huge amount of Genesis Chi to barely keep up. In this way it would not take long for them to be defeated. At that time they might even die of exhaustion. That damn dog had chased her for 3 days and 3 nights, but she was fine while he had almost died. That guy's perseverance had left a deep impression on Chen Yufeng. Unfortunately, there were not many people in the world who could defeat her. At least in Xianxia Forest, if she dared to say that she was second, no one would dare to say that they were first. After chasing for half a day, Luo Ying was panting a little. At this speed, it was impossible to catch up with Chen Yufeng. Moreover, Chen Yufeng had been wandering around this area. If Taoish Chui's disciple really caught up, they would be in big trouble. Give up, Jiang Chen. If we continue to chase, it will only bring us harm. Luo Ying said. I won't give up even if I die. Jiang Chen said firmly, making Luo Ying feel helpless. When he was stubborn, he would not care about anyone. You don't even want your life for a Qinghua feather? Luo Ying said, but Jiang Chen didn't have any hesitation. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't give up. He didn't know whether Big Yellow was dead or alive. He didn't know where he was. This was his only clue. Jiang Chen knew that he had to capture Chen Yufeng while she was not far away. Otherwise, if she really escaped, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack in the Xianxia forest. Now, Chen Yufeng was still teasing them, and she hadn't used her full strength yet. So, he had to seize this opportunity. Sky Ascending Stairway. Jiang Chen took out the Sky Ascending Stairway and used Form Displacement Shadow. The space around him was constantly distorted, and his speed suddenly increased. Time and time again the distance between them was constantly shortened. At that moment Luo Ying was also dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's speed was too fast, even faster than Chen Yufeng's. Had this guy been hiding his strength all this while? At this time he finally exploded. Perhaps he didn't want to continue being entangled with Chen Yufeng. Chen Yufeng was also startled. She had intended to have some fun with these two humans, but she didn't expect that they would catch up with her. Did this fellow take the wrong medicine? That's too fast. Chen Yufeng was horrified. Jiang Chen's stairway to heaven teleported again and again, which made Chen Yufeng lose the upper hand. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had caught up with her. You want to run? Not a chance. Jiang Chen did not hesitate. He formed a seal with his hands and smashed it towards Chen Yufeng. The distance between the two of them was shortened. Damn it. Chen Yufeng was shocked. She sped up and dodged Jiang Chen's attack. She wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of them. However, Jiang Chen was like a dog-skin plaster. This time she couldn't get rid of him even if she wanted to. If you don't stop, I will kill you. Jiang Chen's cold voice sounded in Chen Yufeng's ears. Chen Yufeng snorted disapprovingly. A Star Emperor at the 8th sky wanted to fight with her, a Star Emperor at the 9th sky. Wasn't he courting death? Dream on. Qian Yufeng retreated as she fought. She used her speed to the extreme, but it didn't help. Jiang Chen's battle was also fierce. In less than 10 moves, Qian Yufeng had lost her ability to fight. Her speed was also greatly reduced. The battle was coming to an end and Qian Yufeng was the loser. She couldn't beat Jiang Chen, nor could she run away. She was like a fish on the chopping board. Qian Yufeng's only advantage was her speed. Once Jiang Chen crushed her in speed, she would be at her wit's end. The Star Emperor at the ninth sky was not weak, but she was unlucky to have encountered Jiang Chen. Now let's see where you can run to. Jiang Chen said coldly. Please spare my life. Hero, please spare my life. I have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare my life. I beg you. Qian Yufeng knelt in front of Jiang Chen and kowtowed. She didn't have the arrogance she had before. She could only admit defeat in Jiang Chen's hands. Luoying was relieved. Jiang Chen's means were beyond her expectation. It seemed that her previous worries were unnecessary. Even if Jiang Chen didn't kill Gao Jun, he could still escape unscathed if Gao Jun wanted to kill him. This kind of speed was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Even a star-level expert might not have the chance to catch up with Qian Yufeng. Jiang Chen's means made Luoying look at him in a new light. Now you know how to beg for mercy. What were you doing before? Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. He then plucked the 2 azure flower feathers from Qian Yufeng's head. Qian Yufeng's body trembled, but she didn't dare resist. The azure flower feathers had taken her thousands of years to grow. Without them she could still live, but if she continued to fight with Jiang Chen she might die. Jiang Chen's azure flower feathers were extremely powerful. Qian Yufeng, who had lost her viridescent flower feathers, was no longer as beautiful as before. She had completely lost her soul. Here. Jiang Chen took out a viridescent flower feather and handed it to Luoying. For me? Luoying was startled. She didn't covet Jiang Chen's viridescent flower feather. After all, Jiang Chen had risked his life to obtain it. Thank you for standing by my side. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape that disaster. Jiang Chen didn't like to owe others. Jiang Chen was very touched that Luoying was willing to stand by his side at the critical moment of life and death. There wasn't much friendship between the two of them. He also knew that Luoying probably couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. That was why she had fought with him against Gao Jun and the others. However, without Luoying, Jiang Chen would have been in a very dangerous situation. In Jiang Chen's opinion, this viridescent flower feather was what she deserved. Jiang Chen insisted again and again, so Luoying accepted it and nodded slightly to show her gratitude. I can spare your life, but you have to answer a question of mine. Jiang Chen said. Go ahead, great hero. I will tell you everything I know. Qian Yufeng kowtowed continuously and said in fear. Let me ask you, where is the De Huang dog who chased you now? Does he have a tuft of white hair on his forehead? He's very arrogant and swearing. Jiang Chen stared at Qian Yufeng and asked with a heavy breath. Yes, there is a tuft of white hair on his forehead. How do you know? And this guy is very arrogant. He even said that he would stew me. Unfortunately, he chased me for 3 days and 3 nights, but still couldn't catch me. Qian Yufeng said in a low voice. Then where is he now? Jiang Chen said hurriedly. I also don't know. But he stopped chasing me in the end. It seems that he was entangled by something called, Qian Yufeng murmured. If you can't tell me, I will kill you. Jiang Chen's cold voice made Qian Yufeng tremble. Yes, Commander Yu. I only know that the silver-armored Commander Yu is called that by someone behind him. Chapter 4783. Commander Yu? Wearing silver armor? Jiang Chen frowned. It might be someone from the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Luoying muttered. Horsemen of the Apocalypse? No matter who it is, if they dare to touch De Huang, I will never let them off. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly, and his voice was so low that it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Whether it was Qian Yufeng or Luoying, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Jiang Chen's murderous aura was too strong. If it's really a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I advise you to be careful. Those who can be called commanders are 1 in a million existences, and their strength is definitely outstanding. The people of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse are all battle-hardened and 1 in 100. Even the people we selected from Windy Nine City may not necessarily be able to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Luoying reminded Jiang Chen. I know, but De Huang is my brother. If anyone dares to touch him, I, Jiang Chen, We'll make them go to hell even if I have to die. Jiang Chen let go of Chen Yufeng and did not kill her. Chen Yufeng thanked him profusely and turned to leave. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also extremely anxious. He must rush to Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City as soon as possible and find that so-called Commander Yu. Even if it was the Horseman of the Apocalypse, he had to kill his way out. Luoying nodded. Jiang Chen was indeed a person who valued friendship and righteousness. She knew this very well. He could not erase his inner conscience when dealing with strangers, let alone his brother. This was also reasonable. Let's hurry up and go to Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City now, Luoying said. Right now their time was very tight. At the very least they had to leave Xianxia Forest first. I'm sorry for making you and me suffer. Jiang Chen was a little embarrassed. After all, he and Luoying could only be said to have met by chance, and their relationship was not very good. The fact that she could be at ease accompanying him was already a great deal of trust. Just as the two were about to leave, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard, completely blocking their retreat. Them again. Luoying said in a low voice. She had recognized the person who had fought with her earlier. He was Gao Jun's companion, Priest Chui's disciple. Looks like we've been targeted. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The two of you killed my junior brother Gao Jun? Ma Yuliang walked over slowly and said with a smile. Utterly devoid of conscience and inhumane. You deserve to die. Jiang Chen said lightly. Ha ha ha, that's interesting. But I'm always on the side of those close to me. Since you're so tough, it seems that I have to teach you a lesson. You're only in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. I don't know where your confidence comes from. In this Xianxia forest, no one has ever dared offend our Chui clan. My master has gone into seclusion and hasn't emerged into the world in these past few years. I never expected that all of you juniors actually don't know how to appreciate kindness. Even if it's the members of Wind Cloud 9 City that passed through my Xianxia forest, they aren't willing to go against us. You're truly too young. Ma Yuliang calmly smiled. Although he came for revenge, his anger did not show on his face. Then you'll have to kill me first. Jiang Chen said. Although Ma Yuliang's appearance had doubled the pressure on him, he wasn't a pushover. After killing Gao Jun, a half-step star-level expert, Jiang Chen was more confident. Although Gao Jun was only at the first level of the star transformation realm, he was still a half-step star-level expert. Jiang Chen wouldn't be as restrained as before if he fought Ma Yuliang again. You've got guts. But you killed my junior brother. This debt must be settled. This little girl is indeed very beautiful. If I give her to Master, he'll definitely like her. Ma Yuliang glanced at Luoying. His eyes were filled with a trace of sinister lust. Luoying furrowed her brows. None of these bastards were good people. Daoist Chui's subordinates were all evil thieves with no bottom line. He was also the most despicable of the 4 great evildoers. Naturally, his disciple had perfectly inherited his legacy. How arrogant! A bunch of scum! Luoying shouted. Both sides were ready to fight, and the battle was imminent. This little girl is also very hot. Why don't second senior brother accept her? Master has 3,000 beauties. He doesn't lack one more. That's right. Second senior brother should accept her. This is a joyous occasion. We are willing to cheer for second senior brother. Many of the junior brothers supported Ma Yuliang. Alright, then I'll accept her. I'm sure Master won't blame me. Ah. Ma Yuliang laughed heartily. Let's do it now. Jiang Chen and Luoying looked at each other. Since things had come to this, they had nowhere to run. They could only fight. Although Priest Chui was one of the 4 evildoers of the Xianxia forest, they didn't want to be enemies with him. At least, who would want to get involved in karma when passing through this forest? However, there was always a reason for everything and they couldn't do anything about it. Luoying was also ready to fight. She and Jiang Chen looked at each other and nodded. Then they faced Ma Yuliang and the others. Jiang Chen took the initiative and attacked first. Only when he had the absolute initiative could he be more relaxed. Ma Yuliang's strength was definitely above Gao Jun's, so Jiang Chen didn't dare to underestimate him. He drew his sword and looked around. Jiang Chen's killing intent soared as he slashed at Ma Yuliang. Ma Yuliang's whole body shook. He held his spear tightly and the red tassel flashed. He fought with Jiang Chen in an instant. Terrifying spear radiance was accompanied by the sound of sword chi. It was dazzling. This battle made Priest Chui's disciples' blood boil again. Gao Jun was gone, but their second senior brother was there. He would definitely win. This time, more than 30 experts in the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm approached Luoying again. There were more than before. Luo Ying's situation was more horrible than Jiang Chen's. She was even in danger. If it were those experts from before, Luo Ying could deal with them, but she couldn't say that she was sure to win. She even had to advance step by step. But now there were more than 30 experts in the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, so she couldn't fight them at all. She advanced step by step and clenched her teeth. Her life might be in danger at any time. On the other hand, Jiang Chen and Ma Yuliang were really facing each other with equal harshness. Every move, and every peck were like heavenly thunder stirring the earth fire. Jiang Chen used all his means. At this time he had nothing to hide. He directly turned on the power of stars. The Sky Dragon Sword cooperated with Jiang Chen to rush left and right. The sky was full of dazzling starlight. The sword rain was cold and the ripples of light flew. They set off a cloud of dust in the forest. Accompanied by the light and shadows all over the sky, the battle between Jiang Chen and Ma Yuliang became more and more intense. As expected, heroes come from the young. I didn't expect your skills to be so impressive. The smile on Ma Yuliang's mouth was extremely bright. Spear shadows fell from the sky, bringing unprecedented pressure to Jiang Chen. Cut the crap. Give me your life. Torrential starlight. Chapter 4784. Whirlwind Spiral Shadow. Ma Yuliang's attack was astonishing. He used the battle to sustain the battle, using offense as defense. He clashed with Jiang Chen with all his might. At that moment, both of them took a few steps back, looking extremely serious. Ma Yuliang was shocked. This guy was too strong. Ma Yuliang's strength was only 1/10 of his. He had never heard of such power and attack from an 8th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Even if there were 39th sky of the Star Emperor realm, he wouldn't be surprised. However, Jiang Chen had already made him feel a great threat. This guy couldn't be left alive. If he stayed, he would definitely become a great threat. He might even shake the foundation of his master, Daoist Chui, in the entire Xianxia forest. Ma Yuliang knew that this was definitely not an exaggeration. If he reached the half-star level, he would probably be able to challenge star-level warriors. This kind of ability to fight above his level was the most terrifying. He was invincible at the same level and could even surpass his seniors. Not every genius could have such a heaven-defying ability. He had to kill him as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. Jiang Chen was also extremely shocked. This Ma Yuliang was very powerful, much more powerful than Gao Jun. He was still at the peak of the half-star level, the first star transformation. It was not easy to break through to the 3rd star transformation. That was why there were countless experts at the 9th sky of the Star Emperor realm, but very few half-star level warriors. Those who could really break through to the star level meant that they could go anywhere in the world. There was nothing they couldn't do in the eternal world. Being an interstellar wanderer was the dream of countless people. Interstellar wanderers weren't poor vagrants or beggars. They could wander around the 3,000 planets with the entire eternal world as their background. They could become true experts and go wherever they wanted. That was how the word wanderer got its name. Jiang Chen was also thinking about breaking through to the Star Emperor realm as soon as possible and becoming a star-level warrior. That way he could go to more places to find Jiang Feng. Facing Ma Yuliang's attack, Jiang Chen tried his best, but it was still difficult to deal with him. This battle was more difficult than he had imagined. Come out, 7th brother and 8th brother. Looks like you two have to deal with this guy. Ma Yuliang said with a smile, looking into the void. There's more? Jiang Chen frowned. He didn't expect that there would be someone spying on him at this time. He didn't even notice the other party's whereabouts, but Ma Yuliang did. Jiang Chen thought that his senses were extremely sharp, but there was still a flaw in everything. 2nd brother is indeed 2nd brother. Aha, you're amazing. 8th brother and I tried to hide, but we still couldn't escape your fiery eyes of truth. A young man in a red battle robe waved his long sleeves and laughed. Beside him was a man in a green robe. He had arrived late and his face was full of smiles. 2nd brother, how have you been? Wei Mo's laughter was very feminine, but Ma Yuliang's expression did not change. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. I might not be able to see through others, but I can recognize the two of you even if you turn into ashes. Cut the crap and lend me a hand. Ma Yuliang said. To be able to make 2nd brother feel troubled, he does have some ability. I heard that this is the person who killed Junzi? 7th brother Wei Qian said with a smile. This pair of brothers appeared and disappeared mysteriously, never leaving each other. They even ate and slept together. Even Ma Yuliang didn't dare to say that he could easily defeat them. With them around, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Those who kill will always be killed. This grudge must be avenged. This little girl is pretty, I like her a lot. Wei Mo's smile was full of sinister and cunning. Ma Yuliang frowned and said coldly, kill him first and we'll enjoy him together. I was waiting for you to say that, second brother. Let's do it. Wei Qian's eyes lit up. His gaze roamed around Luo Ying's body, and he was already drooling. This girl might not have a peerless face, but her figure is rare. I like it. Wah. Wei Mo and third brother Wei looked at each other and directly joined the group to kill Jiang Chen. Another two half-step stellar-level experts made Jiang Chen's heart sink to the bottom. Ma Yuliang was not too difficult for Jiang Chen. At least he could still be in an invincible position. However, three half-step stellar-level experts had directly sealed off his path of retreat. Now he was in a dilemma. Although these so-called brothers did not seem to be very close, it was not a problem for them to deal with a common enemy. If Jiang Chen wanted to escape, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Luo Ying was also very anxious. Her situation was not much better than Jiang Chen's. Now that Jiang Chen was fighting 1 against 3, it was even worse. Go to hell. Little bastard. Wei Mo's momentum was soaring. The three of them were like a tiger, crushing Jiang Chen's situation very difficult. He did not even have a chance to fight back. Jiang Chen was tired of dealing with them. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand also shook for a while, and he was surrounded by danger. Jiang Chen had used all of his skills, but he still couldn't turn the tables around. These men's attacks were too cruel and fierce, and the area he could cover was getting smaller and smaller. If this continued, he would definitely die. Jiang Chen was going to die. Jiang Chen constantly sought for a change, but the situation was getting more and more intense. You want to escape from the palms of us brothers? You are too naive. Wei Qian shouted and followed Ma Yuliang closely. The three of them advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, completely locking down Jiang Chen, not giving him a chance to escape. However, Jiang Chen's strength still shocked Wei Qian and Wei Mo. Although this guy was in a bad state, it was not easy for him to still be able to stabilize the situation. However, in their opinion, it was only a matter of time before they killed Jiang Chen. Seeing that Jiang Chen was becoming more and more passive, Luo Ying finally made a move. A Qingyun sword pierced through the air, sweeping across the horizon. Her strength suddenly rose, and the experts at the 9th heaven of the Star Royal Realm beside her all retreated in defeat. Luo Ying, on the other hand, still had the strength to break through the enemy's ranks. Compared to before, her strength had increased a lot, and she had already reached the level of half a step into the star level. A minor recovery pill? Jiang Chen was stunned. There was no doubt that Luo Ying had taken a minor recovery pill. Her strength continued to rise, and her aura kept reaching the peak. The Star Royal Realm experts around her were all beaten up by her, dying miserably one after another. The solitary dance with a sword was shocking. This time Jiang Chen finally saw how strong Luo Ying was. She wasn't any weaker than him, maybe even stronger than him. That ferocious sword chi was unstoppable. Who said that a woman was inferior to a man? How are we going to get there? We shouldn't be able to get there by flying, right? Even though Jiang Chen had never seen it before, he could sense that this place wasn't ordinary. The setting sun in the distance shone on the Great Rift Valley, making it look very wide and boundless. You're right. It's already dusk and the storm has started. Look at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley, there are already tornadoes sweeping over. The sky above the Great Rift Valley may seem ordinary, but it's actually surging with invisible wind blades that can tear people into pieces. Even a stellar-level powerhouse will be torn into pieces. No one dares to step into the Great Rift Valley of the Light Province at this time because it's no different from courting death. Luo Ying's words made Jiang Chen look at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley. Sure enough, tornadoes were sweeping over. Although the sky above the Great Rift Valley looked calm, it was actually filled with spatial turbulence. It was indeed impossible to pass through such a situation. How can we get there? Should we take a detour around the Great Rift Valley? Jiang Chen pondered. Take a detour? Don't even think about it. This Great Rift Valley runs through almost half of the Heavenly Awakening planet. Rumor has it that this Great Rift Valley was created by a peerless powerhouse. The power of one palm shook off half of the Heavenly Awakening planet, creating this Great Rift Valley. It's something that everyone praises. However, that was something that happened millions of years ago. If you take a detour, you might end up going from the extreme west to the extreme east. Moreover, you might even get lost in the other dangers of the heavenly awakening planet. The Light Province's Great Rift Valley isn't the most terrifying. There are many places that no one has ever set foot in, and they're filled with danger. That's why no one wants to take this risk. Luoying chuckled. We have to wait. The tornadoes will retreat at noon every day. That's the shelter period for the star's rotation. The shelter period only lasts for 2 hours. Once the shelter period is over, the heavenly awakening planet will rotate again, and the storm will come again. We won't be able to go there then. We have to reach the other side of the Great Rift Valley in 2 hours. This is undoubtedly a great test. We don't have much time right now, Jianghu said worriedly. The Light Province's Great Rift Valley was right in front of them, but they couldn't rush over. What he was most worried about was Ma Yuliang's group of 3 half-step stars chasing after them. Luo Ying's minor rejuvenation pill had already worn off, so the 2 of them had no chance of winning against the 3 of them. I hope they won't chase after us, Luo Ying said apprehensively. However, that was just her way of comforting herself. Daoist Chui's disciple was famous for being sinister and cunning. She had also killed so many of his people, so how could they just let it go? Sure enough, as Luo Ying was pondering, she heard the sound of wind breaking in the distance. 3 figures were floating in the air. If it wasn't Ma Yuliang's group, then who could it be? 3 dogskin plasters. I really can't get rid of them. Jiang Chen's heart sank. There were pursuers in front of them, and their path of retreat had been cut off. Their only chance of survival had been completely cut off. Under the setting sun, the 3 figures were lengthened. Jiang Chen and Luo Ying exchanged glances. They both knew that there was no way out. You're quite good at running, you little brat. If it wasn't for the Light Province's Great Rift Valley blocking your path, you would have really left me behind. What a pity, what a pity. Man proposes, God disposes. It's currently dusk and you guys can't cross the Great Rift Valley. Just obediently surrender, hee hee. Chapter 4786. Even if I die, I won't let you get away with it. Luo Ying glared at the 3 of them. A bunch of evil thugs. Today I will fight with you to the end. Killing 1 won't be a loss, and killing 2 will be a gain for me, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pulled out his sword and stood upright, his aura undiminished. A deathbed struggle. The end result is still death. Why bother? The road of life is long. Why not live a carefree life? Why do you have to get involved in karma that you can't bear? Unfortunately, you can't escape from my palm. Ma Yuliang stood with his arms crossed and said in high spirits, Don't struggle later. I will run away with you. I want to see if I can rush out of the Light Rift Valley. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Luo Ying. Luo Ying and Jiang Chen looked at each other with a complicated expression. Are you crazy? Even a stellar-level expert can't pass through the Light Rift Valley. If we don't wait until noon, no one can pass through. Luo Ying frowned. Do you trust me? Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Luo Ying. Luo Ying's eyes moved slightly. At this time they had no way out. Even if they fought with Ma Yuliang and the others, they would still die. If Jiang Chen wanted to pass through the Light Rift Valley, he must have something to rely on. Should she really trust him? Luo Ying nodded. She knew that Jiang Chen was more mysterious than she was. Whether it was in Norton City or when he killed Gao Jun, she was very surprised. This time, she hoped that he wouldn't bring her to her death. Luo Ying nodded. She entrusted her life to Jiang Chen. If 2 lovers love each other for a long time, how can they stay together day and night? Don't worry, we'll take good care of this little girl for you. Little bastard, from today onwards she'll enjoy it immensely. When the time comes she'll have to thank us properly. In life it's best to be happy while you can. Wei Mo looked at Jiang Chen and Luo Ying being affectionate, which made him somewhat annoyed. You're courting death. Jiang Chen shouted angrily. He was ready to take action. It seemed as if he was going to break through the enemy lines, but he was actually running away. He pulled Luo Ying and the 2 of them rushed towards the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province without hesitation. At this time Luo Ying also closed her eyes. Life and death were determined by fate. Wealth and honor were determined by the heavens. It all depended on whether Jiang Chen could bring them out or not. Ma Yuliang did not expect that these 2 fellows would head to the Great Rift Valley of the Light Continent to seek their deaths. What a waste of God's gifts. That bastard. He actually dragged a woman to die together with him. Damn it. Wei Qin's face was gloomy. It turned out that they had been busy for half a day for nothing. The duck that was in their mouths had flown away. Who wouldn't be angry? This can be considered a good story. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. If he dies, then so be it. Ma Yuliang turned around and left calmly. There was only death awaiting them if they barged into the Great Rift Valley of the Light Province at this time. This was their fate. I'm so unlucky, damn it. Wei Mo was also very unhappy. But after all, these two people had already gone to their deaths. They could only be depressed alone. Facing the terrifying storm, when Jiang Qin stepped into the Great Rift Valley of the Light Province, he took out the Sea Wave Divine Boat. He exhausted all of his power to activate the Sea Wave Divine Boat. Moreover, the consumption of the Sea Wave Divine Boat was considerable because this secret treasure of the starry sky was also extremely terrifying. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation was only at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Even if the Sea Wave Divine Boat was controlled by a stellar-level expert, it was still not easy. However, Jiang Qin did his best to stabilize the Sea Wave Divine Boat and forge ahead in the storm. At that moment, Luo Ying was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't the secret treasure that Jiang Qin had used the Sea Wave Divine Boat? Ordinary people might not know, but she knew very well that this treasure was the Azure Wave's divine ship. Even stellar-level powerhouses would keep it a secret. Divine weapons were easy to obtain, but secret treasures were hard to come by. This was the case for Starry Sky secret treasures. Luo Ying's expression was extremely solemn. She looked at the storm outside the secret star treasure and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Jiang Qin only dared to take the risk because he controlled the secret star treasure. Otherwise, the two of them would have been completely finished. Secret treasure of Starry Sky. Luo Ying couldn't believe her eyes, but Jiang Qin's means had once again shocked her. It would be a lie to say that they weren't envious. Who didn't desire to possess a Starry Sky secret treasure that would allow them to step foot into the universe and travel unhindered? I hope you can help me keep this secret, Jiang Qin said. He had no other choice but to do this. Otherwise he would have died. The secret treasure of Starry Sky had saved them. He hoped that Luo Ying could keep the secret for him. However, this secret treasure of Starry Sky was priceless. Who wouldn't be jealous? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, Luo Ying said. If the news that Jiang Qin had a secret star treasure of Starry Sky spread out, then he might be hunted down by all the experts on the Tianqi planet. After all, Jiang Qin had a peerless secret treasure in his hands. This was enough to stir up a storm on the Tianqi planet. Regardless of whether one was a gentleman or a despicable person, in the face of absolute benefits, many people wouldn't have any humanity to speak of. Jiang Qin also believed that Luo Ying wasn't such a person. Otherwise he would have fled by himself. Rumble. Boom. A series of violent tremors caused Jiang Qin and Luo Ying to feel as if they had been hit heavily. Their entire bodies fell to the ground. The spatial turbulence tore at the Azure Wave Divine Boat. However, the Azure Wave Divine Boat was incomparably hard. Even the waves of spatial turbulence that could destroy the heavens and earth couldn't destroy the Azure Wave Divine Boat. However, it was really too difficult for Jiang Qin to control the Azure Wave Divine Boat. After being shaken by the successive storms and the impact of the spatial turbulence, he completely lost control of the boat. The Azure Wave Divine Boat was constantly being tossed around in the storm. The sky and earth were spinning, causing Jiang Qin and Luo Ying to feel dizzy. The earth-shattering impact was like the end of the world. They were like a ship being battered by the waves of the sea, drifting about without a trace. Jiang Qin was also shocked. Fortunately, they were on the Azure Billow Divine Boat. Chapter 4787. What is this place? Isn't it too beautiful? Jiang Qin said with a face full of emotion. Such a scene was full of poetic and picturesque beauty. There was no immortal aura floating around, but it was filled with an earthy aura. Every inch of land seemed to be brimming with the breath of spring, making people feel refreshed and relaxed. I don't know. I've never heard of such a place before. This is most likely the space under the Great Rift Valley. I didn't expect there to be a paradise here. Luo Ying's eyes widened with excitement. Women were naturally very interested in beautiful things. Who didn't have a young girl's heart? Luo Ying breathed in the fresh air. Although she didn't know where she was, her relaxed mood didn't make her feel like she was in danger. Even though she was in the Great Rift Valley, everything was still beautiful and peaceful. I feel that the space here is very special. I can't even use my Genesis chi to fly in the air, but it's really beautiful here. There is no spatial turbulence under the Great Rift Valley. We have to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Jiang Qin said. The two wandered in the sea of flowers on the hillside. They could only rely on walking to measure the mountains. However, Jiang Qin found many precious medicinal herbs and his eyes lit up. So many blood spirit grass and hibiscus flowers. These two things are rare and precious medicinal herbs. Jiang Qin said in shock. Moreover, the age of these herbs was very good. They were hundreds or thousands of years old. These medicinal herbs were what Jiang Qin needed. For an alchemist, these herbs were like spiritual stones everywhere. Although these medicinal herbs are very precious, they can't be stored for a long time. Once they are no longer fresh, their efficacy will be greatly reduced. Luo Ying was also very surprised, but after thinking about it, she still shook her head. For now, it was better to leave this place first. It doesn't matter. I'll harvest a wave first. Jiang Qin smiled. He quickly turned into a money grubber and started harvesting the herbs in this place. There were dozens of different herbs, and some of them were ones Jiang Qin had never heard of before. However, he was able to estimate the value of these herbs based on the intensity of their fragrance. In the end, Luo Ying felt a little helpless. Jiang Qin had harvested almost all the medicinal herbs on the hill and had no intention of stopping. Brother Jiang, when do you plan to harvest them? Shouldn't we hurry to find a way out? Luo Ying frowned. You're right. Jiang Qin nodded, feeling a little awkward. He threw all the herbs he had collected into the Buddha prison palace. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts went crazy and started to fight for the herbs. In just a short while, all of them were eaten. But Jiang Qin couldn't just leave Luo Ying alone. He harvested the herbs alone. In the end, he could only harvest the herbs as he walked. Everywhere he passed by, it was truly barren. Everywhere he passed, it was truly barren. In 3 days, Jiang Qin had plundered countless medicinal herbs and harvested almost the entire hill. Luo Ying was speechless as she watched. Obviously, she wasn't very interested in these medicinal herbs. They still didn't know if they could get out. At this time, Luo Ying was still thinking about how to find a way out. However, Jiang Qin had already fed all the demonic beasts in the Buddha prison palace until their stomachs were round. The rare medicinal herbs had completely excited the demonic beasts and they began to roll around in the Buddha prison pagoda. Jiang Qin was also very excited. Other than some of the more precious medicinal herbs, he had stuffed almost all of them into the demonic beasts. Their digestive abilities were far more terrifying than that of humans. There were no side effects at all. As long as it was a treasure, they could absorb it all. As the strength of these demonic beasts continued to increase, Jiang Qin's strength also increased. As one of his trump cards, Jiang Qin would never use it unless it was a critical moment. Moreover, the strength of these demonic beasts would definitely increase greatly this time. The Black King had been cultivating all this time and it was very likely that he would break through to the half-step star level in one fell swoop. Therefore, even when he was fighting Ma Yuliang and the others, he didn't wake the Black King up. Who's stealing here? After hearing a loud shout, Jiang Qin and Luo Ying were slightly stunned. They saw a long-haired man holding a long spear pointing at Jiang Qin and Luo Ying with an angry expression. Someone's here? Jiang Qin and Luo Ying's eyes lit up. They didn't expect that there would actually be people here. They hadn't discovered them in the past few days. The man was wearing hemp clothes. The long spear in his hand was somewhat simple and unadorned, as if it had been polished by hand. There were also 3 white watercolors on his forehead, which seemed to be some kind of symbol. Behind him were 4 young men with dark bodies. However, they weren't as sturdy as him. However, they were also glaring at Jiang Qin and Luo Ying, especially when they saw that all the precious medicinal herbs in the surrounding mountains had been swept clean. The 2 thieves in front of them were the ones who had stolen their medicinal herbs. Are you the natives of this place? Jiang Qin asked with a stern expression. Outsiders kill without mercy. You stole our medicinal herbs. Your crime is unforgivable. Emoku said in a deep voice as he pointed his long spear at Jiang Qin. Sorry, we didn't mean to offend you. What is this place? We only stepped into this place by chance. As for these medicinal herbs, you might have misunderstood. I was afraid that someone would accidentally eat them and die. Don't you know that every medicine is 30% poisonous? Jiang Qin said with a righteous expression. Even Luo Ying was shocked by Jiang Qin's shamelessness. Stealing medicinal herbs and still acting so righteous? Speaking with justice? Jiang Qin looked at Luo Ying and thought to himself, I didn't know that these medicinal herbs had an owner. Moreover, I didn't waste them. I gave them all to my beast to eat. What he said seems to be reasonable. Brother Emoku, what should we do? Bei Si, the young man behind Emoku, scratched his head and said with a suspicious expression. He stole our medicinal herbs. No matter what, it's wrong. This kind of thief must be killed. Emoku said resolutely. Don't be so agitated, brother. Listen to me, Jiang Qin hurriedly said. He wasn't afraid of these people, but he wanted to understand how to leave this place through the natives. I won't listen. I won't listen. Emoku grasped his spear and approached Jiang Qin, thrusting straight at him. Jiang Qin's eyes flickered. He did not have the intention to kill but chose to block. However, he found that he was unable to mobilize the Genesis Chi in his body. Instead, he was forced back a dozen steps by Emoku. That kind of terrifying power made him completely helpless. In that instant, Jiang Qin frowned. It seemed that not only could he not fly, he could not even mobilize Genesis Chi. How can this be? Chapter 4788. Jiang Qin fought against Emoku with his bare hands. Even without the support of Genesis Chi, his body was still strong. The dragon transformation could not be changed. That tyrannical body was more terrifying than countless demonic beasts. Therefore, when Jiang Qin displayed the dragon transformation, Emoku was greatly shocked. Jiang Qin's imposing manner did not diminish. He punched out again and again, steadily gaining the upper hand against Emoku's spear. At this time, Emoku was also very annoyed. He was the strongest man in the clan, but even he could not defeat the herb thief in front of him. It seemed that this guy had a lot of background. Hurry up and attack. Emoku shouted in a low voice. At this time, the three of them approached Jiang Qin and joined forces with Emoku, while the other two targeted Luo Ying. Without the support of Genesis Chi, Luo Ying's strength plummeted, and she became a woman without the strength to truss a chicken. The man captured her without any trouble. Luo Ying was also very depressed. Why can't I use Genesis Chi in this damn place? Although Jiang Qin was strong, he was currently fighting against 4 people at the same time. Although the dragon transformation was strong, his opponents were not to be trifled with. Jiang Qin could feel that each of them had the strength of 1,000 caddies. Although they could not use Genesis Chi, their strength was surprisingly great. It would not be a problem for them to lift a 10,000 caddy boulder. Stop or I'll kill her first. Seeing that Luo Ying was captured, Jiang Qin's heart sank and his eyes narrowed. What do you want? Who are you? Why did you come to our hidden fog village? For millions of years, no one has ever come here. Our ancient teachings say that outsiders must be killed without mercy. Emoku Lung said. We broke in by accident and have no malicious intent. We also want to leave as soon as possible and do not want to stay here any longer. If you continue to be aggressive, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Qin and Emoku stared at each other, facing each other. You guys are all unreasonable barbarians. I thought I had arrived at some kind of paradise, but I didn't expect you to be a group of barbarians. Jiang Qin said with a sneer. Our people are simple and honest. The common people live and work in peace and contentment. No outsider has ever intruded. Who knows where you came from? Are they trying to harm us? He even stole the entire hillside's medicinal herbs. It's obvious who the one with ulterior motives is. Moke didn't want to be outdone. As I said, I'm just afraid that someone might accidentally eat the herbs and get poisoned. Who knows if there's anyone here? Those who don't know can't be blamed. Jiang Qin argued. This group of people was full of hostility towards them, but they did not seem to be very smart. What he said seems to make sense. Beth said in a low voice. You idiot, speaking up for an outsider. Don't tell me he doesn't deserve to be punished for stealing our medicinal ingredients? Emoku glared at Beth, still not letting Jiang Qin go. What do you want to do? I'm all ears. Why make things difficult for a weak girl? Are your people so simple and honest? Jiang Qin sneered. Emoku's face darkened and he couldn't hold it in anymore. Come back with me. Your life and death will be decided by the patriarch. All right. Jiang Qin nodded because if he didn't agree, Luo Ying would be in danger. Moreover, he couldn't mobilize his Genesis Chi and was unfamiliar with the environment. Thus, Jiang Qin could only come up with such a plan. Perhaps he might be able to escape from death. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Qin with a complicated expression. If Jiang Qin abandoned her at this time, she wouldn't blame Jiang Qin. After all, it was a matter of life and death. But for her own safety, she decided to stay. Let's go. Emoku looked at Jiang Qin and Luo Ying. The group of people walked down the hill and entered a river valley with a rapid flow of water. The surroundings were filled with ancient vines, and the pleasure of fish and water was enviable. Along the way, Jiang Qin saw dozens of people dressed in the same linen clothes as Emoku and the others. Everyone cast curious gazes at them, some with panic and some with fear. These people lived in caves and gathered around bonfires, living an ancient and simple life. Bring them to the clan hall. I will go and invite the patriarch. Emoka looked at Bei Si and the others behind him, then turned around and left. Jiang Chen and Luo Ying were brought to a spacious cave. There were several stone chairs around them, and a stone table was neatly arranged in the deepest part of the cave. Bei Si and the others brought Jiang Chen and Luo Ying here and then stood guard at the door. You're experienced and knowledgeable, but you don't know the origin of this group of people? What kind of place are we in? Jiang Chen's heart was perturbed. Although he didn't feel too much pressure, he still felt uneasy. This paradise on earth was indeed beautiful and rich in resources. However, when his strength was weakened, the pressure he felt from head to toe increased. Compared to Luo Ying, although he was still fine, Jiang Chen didn't like it when others held his fate in their hands. Luo Ying smiled bitterly, her face full of embarrassment. I'm not omnipotent. I've never heard of the people here and the existence of the hidden mist village. Do you think there's anyone alive in the Great Rift Valley where even star-level warriors are torn apart by the space turbulence? As for them, I'm afraid they've been living here all along. If we want to get out, we have to rely on them. I hope so. Even they can't get out. I don't know if they don't want to or can't get out. I think we have to rely on ourselves. Jiang Chen pondered. At this time, outside the cave, an old man with a stern face walked in step by step with a walking stick. Emoku was next to him. The old man's steps were a little messy, but it wasn't to the extent of collapsing. He looked weak, even worse than Luo Ying. Patriarch, it's them. They've stolen all the herbs on the southeast side of the mountain. These two are outsiders. What should we do? Emoku asked. Cough, cough. The elder coughed and looked at Jiang Chen and Luo Ying deeply, murmuring, Outsiders? Outsiders? You guys can cross the space turbulence and come to our hidden mist village. It seems like it's also fate. Mao Yushin seemed to be thinking. Dare I ask, Senior, how can we get out? We originally thought that this is an ownerless land, so we offended you. I hope Senior can forgive us. We didn't do it on purpose. We just wanted to find a way out. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Since we're here, we can't get out. Since we're here, we should just accept it. Herbs are meant to be eaten, not to mention that we can't use them. Mao Yushin smiled. It seemed that he wasn't as shocked as he thought about the uninvited guests, Jiang Chen and Luo Ying. He also didn't have the anger and rejection that Emoku had. But Patriarch, this... Emoku was a little embarrassed, but since the Patriarch had spoken, he could only sigh and let out a sigh. Patriarch, we accidentally broke into this place. Please tell us how to get out. Chapter 4789. As I said, you can't get out once you're here. Why do you have to worry about it? Isn't it good to live a good life in this fairyland? Working at sunrise and resting at sunset. There are no worldly troubles, no love or hatred. Isn't it good to be a simple ordinary person? The reason why it was called the Hidden Mist Village was that the people who entered here could never recover their strength. Starting from zero was another kind of life. Ah. Mao Yushin chuckled and turned away. I don't believe it. You can't get out, how did you get here? Chief, even if you don't tell me, I will turn this place upside down. I won't stop until I get out of here. Jiang Chen looked at Chief Mao Yushin's back and said in a deep voice. Mao Yushin's footsteps paused slightly. He shook his head and sighed. Even if you know you can't get out, in the end it's all for naught. Why give yourself hope? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. There was a glimmer of hope in his heart. It seemed that there was a way. No matter how difficult it was, he would never give up. Chief, please enlighten me. Jiang Chen bowed slightly and said sincerely. Mao Yushin looked back and saw Jiang Chen's firm eyes. He smiled bitterly. 30 miles to the east is the 100-Bird Mountain. There's a void spirit spring there. The spring water falls from the sky and flows into the cliff. It's said that as long as you can find the source of the void spirit spring, you can leave this place. The void spirit spring is in the sky and no one can go there. The source of the spring is nowhere to be found. You're not the first, but you won't be the last either. Mao Yushin looked at Jiang Chen with a faint smile. That's the guidance of the gods. The 100-Bird Mountain is full of danger. Strange things often happen there. The people of the Hidden Fog Village never go there. Take care of yourself. Jiang Chen and Luo Ying looked at each other. At this time they had no other choice. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, they had to go on. Let's go and see. No matter what the result is, I don't want to give up. Jiang Chen said firmly. Living a mediocre life in a place like this isn't the life I want either. Luo Ying laughed. Jiang Chen could tell that Luo Ying's ambition was even greater than his own. She was even more unwilling to stay here for the rest of her life. Even if this place was filled with birds and fragrant flowers, even if the sky was high and the clouds were clear, even if this place stood aloof from worldly affairs. The two of them followed the chief's instructions and left the cave, heading east. Follow them and take a look. Don't let them cause any trouble. Mao Yushin said to Moke. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Moke nodded solemnly and left after receiving the order. The two of them had walked for more than half a day before they arrived. Not being able to fly in the air was like having their legs broken. It was extremely difficult. It was already dusk and the sun was setting. Jiangchen followed the current and climbed up the mountain. Finally, he could see the tall and majestic mountain. Hundreds of birds were flying around the mountain, and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. It was refreshing, and the spirit spring was flowing down from the top of the mountain, splashing everywhere. The void spirit spring that the chief mentioned should be on this 100-bird mountain, said Luoying. The 100 Birds Mountain was very large and the mountain range stretched on endlessly. It was impossible to see the end at a glance, and the cliffs towered thousands of feet high. Climbing the mountain had become a difficult task, at least for her. Without the support of Genesis Chi, Luoying was not much stronger than an ordinary person, not to mention that she had already walked dozens of miles during the day. Luoying kept rubbing her legs, her face a little pale. I'll carry you, Jiangchen said. No need. Luoying's face turned red, and she hurriedly waved her hand. How can you go up the mountain like this? It's okay, I can do it. Luoying insisted. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Birds and beasts were resting, and the moon and stars were sparse. The two walked another few hundred meters and the mountain rocks grew steeper and steeper. Luoying's feet were blood red from the friction. She was no longer the Peak Star Emperor expert who could walk as if she was flying. I'll carry you, Jiangchen said again. This time Luoying did not refuse. She bit her red lips, blushing, and nodded silently. She had never dreamed that she would one day fall into such a situation. She was even weaker than an ordinary person. Jiangchen's physique was completely incomparable to Luoying's. Whether it was the dragon transformation or the reverse dragon scale, Jiangchen could walk as if he was walking on flat ground. Even without Genesis Chi, he still couldn't be underestimated. His body was as strong as steel and it was still terrifying. At midnight, Jiangchen and Luoying finally reached the top of the mountain. Even Jiangchen was sweating profusely from carrying a heavy load. Luoying took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Jiangchen's face. Luoying was very grateful that Jiangchen did not leave her side. There were some things that didn't need to be said, but she remembered them in her heart. Put me down, Luoying said embarrassedly. She could feel that Jiangchen's back was drenched in sweat. The two of them looked around. It was pitch black. There were only a few stars in the sky. They couldn't see anything else. The so-called void spirit spring had also disappeared. In the middle of the night, only the sound of flowing water could be heard. It seems that we can only wait until tomorrow to find it. Jiangchen gasped for breath. He sat on the top of the mountain, gazing at the starry sky and smiled bitterly. Since we are already here, we have no other choice. Luoying also sat down, sighing with emotion. She was really afraid that if she spent the rest of her life in the hidden fog village, it would be unimaginable. The world is big and full of strange things. I didn't expect that we would end up like this. Jiangchen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He desperately wanted to leave this place, but everything was determined by fate. Who could predict what would happen in the future? In the end, I am responsible for falling to this point. I'm really sorry, said Zhou Yuan. If he hadn't meddled in other people's business back then, he wouldn't have killed Daoist Chui's disciple. If he hadn't killed Daoist Chui's disciple, he wouldn't have been hunted down. If he hadn't been hunted down, he wouldn't have fallen into the Light Prefecture's Great Rift Valley, and he wouldn't have become a turtle in a jar. Fate is so magical. I have never regretted it, nor do I complain. Everyone has their own ambitions and their own brilliance. Luoying was very open-minded. Although she didn't want to stay here, whether she could leave or not depended on fate. By the way, you are not from Norton City, right? Luoying asked curiously. No, I come from planet Xianxia, Jiangchen said. That was how it was for now. The everlasting world was so big, no one would be surprised no matter what. Planet Xianxia, I've heard of it. It doesn't seem that big. You can walk from planet Xianxia to planet Tianqi. You must be one in a million. Luoying said confidently. You flatter me. I think you are the one that I'm most curious about. Chapter 4790. I am from planet Tianqi, but I don't like to show my face in public. I want to prove myself with my own strength. Luo Ying and Jiang Chen looked at each other and smiled. However, the eternal world is just too big. Even if you are at the top of the heaven-awakened planet, once you reach a certain height, you will still feel like a frog at the bottom of a well. There is an even vaster world outside the heaven-awakened planet. Luo Ying seemed to be at a loss. The stars in the sky were just like her, lost and helpless. What is your dream? Luo Ying held her chin and looked curiously at Jiang Chen. Protect my family and find my child. Jiang Chen said. Child? What happened to your child? He's gone. I've searched all over planet Crimson Afterglow, walked through planet Ancient Dragon, and stepped onto planet Tianqi. Only by standing higher and further can he see me. When I can find my child one day and protect my family, then my wish will be fulfilled. Old vines, old trees, small bridges, flowing water, and spending the rest of my life with my family is the most beautiful thing in the world. Jiang Chen's wish was not extravagant, but it was harder than reaching the heavens. I really envy you. You have someone to worry about. I hope you can fulfill your wish soon. Luo Ying looked a little disappointed, but Jiang Chen did not ask. Luo Ying yawned. Perhaps she was too tired during the day, but she fell asleep on Jiang Chen's shoulder. The next morning, the sun shone brightly on the mountains. Luo Ying stretched and opened her sleepy eyes. She found that she had slept on Jiang Chen's shoulder for the whole night. She felt very awkward. But, I'm really sorry. I was too tired last night. It's fine. Jiang Chen chuckled and stood up. He looked at the mountains in the distance and found that the spring in the sky did not exist at all. The gurgling water came from the sky. There's no spring here at all. Could that old man be lying to us? Luo Ying was rather puzzled. She looked all around her, but she couldn't find any spring source. There was only a stream of spring water that fell from the sky and flowed past the 100-bird mountain. It should be a formation. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he pondered. He looked around, his eyes filled with seriousness. He couldn't see any spring source, but the spring water was indeed falling from the sky. There was no need for the old chief to lie to them. He didn't even make things difficult for them, so why would he lie to them? Jiang Chen sensed an extremely complicated array that he had never heard of before. However, this was only his conjecture. The fluctuations in the surrounding space were somewhat unusual. This was the result of the environment here, so Jiang Chen had this conjecture. Formation? Really? Luo Ying's heart skipped a beat. Back then, hadn't Jiang Chen relied on the array to kill more than 30 experts at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm? Hadn't he shaken the beast-fighting Colosseum and become famous in Norton City? Perhaps he really had a way. I'll give it a try. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then he started observing the landscape of the surrounding mountains. If it was a formation and it was in the sky, it would definitely use this mountain as its base. However, it was impossible for a formation to appear out of thin air, and it didn't have any foundation. Luo Ying was full of expectations. Since Jiang Chen had such a feeling, it shouldn't be bad. His attainments in formations were definitely not low. Otherwise, how could he have killed so many opponents who were stronger than him? Now, it all depended on whether or not Jiang Chen could find a breakthrough point. Jiang Chen sat on the ground, moving with the wind and moving with the qi. He had no distractions. His eyes focused on his nose focused on his mouth focused on his heart, and his mind focused on his dantian. Jiang Chen relied on the no-beginning formation and began to analyze the surrounding mountain terrain and any signs of movement. During these 10 days, Jiang Chen did not move at all. Luo Ying was incomparably worried. She drank the mountain spring water thirstily and her heart was filled with worry. He had been in a state where he had no desire. He could not tell whether he was going to win or lose. Luo Ying's heart was also getting more and more anxious day by day. Finally, on the 17th day, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. He was extremely exhausted, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was haggard. Without the support of Genesis Qi, Jiang Chen's body was like that of an ordinary person. Even if he was stronger than anyone else, he still needed to rest. But for more than half a month, he had not slept or rested. He wholeheartedly sensed the formation in an attempt to find the slightest clue. The string in his mind had been stretched taut. Are you okay, Jiang Chen? Luo Ying helped Jiang Chen up, her beautiful brows knitted together. I found it. I found the source of the formation. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth drew back. Although he was incomparably tired, he had finally gained something. Luo Ying was a little distressed for Jiang Chen, but his words made her feel excited. Really? That is to say, as long as we break the formation and find the source of the spring, we can get out? It should be right. Jiang Chen said with difficulty. You should take a rest first. Luo Ying was worried that Jiang Chen's body would not be able to bear it. It doesn't matter. I have to finish it as soon as possible. Jiang Chen did not want to delay for too long. How long will it take? Luo Ying continued to ask. At least half a year, at most 3 to 5 years. Jiang Chen said. Luo Ying was a little shocked, but having hope was better than having no hope. Take a rest first. There is no hurry, Luo Ying said with concern. Luo Ying said with concern. Jiang Chen could not fall. If he left her alone, she would be even more lonely and helpless. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and nodded. At this time he really could not be too hasty. Since he had found a clue about the formation, he had to be even more careful. According to the Hidden Fog Village chief, no one could leave this place alive, no matter who it was. The Hidden Fog Village was under this great rift valley. For thousands of years, he was not the only uninvited guest in this great rift valley. However, no one could leave this place. This formation was indeed strange, and it was extremely hard to discover. During this half a month, Jiang Chen didn't do anything else. He just focused on searching for the formation. However, it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. It would take at least a year and a half to completely break through this formation. The strength of the person who arranged this formation is beyond my imagination. The Tao contained in it is something that even a stellar-level expert may not be able to understand. If it wasn't for my formation attainments, I wouldn't have been able to find it. Jiang Chen was very glad that he had persevered in his research for more than half a month. If he had given up early, he would probably have stayed here forever. Chapter 4791. In just one day, Jiang Chen had once again plundered all the herbs in 100 Bird Mountain, causing Luo Ying to stare blankly. Can you use so many medicinal herbs? Luo Ying couldn't help but ask. I can refine them into medicinal pills. Jiang Chen said. You can also refine pills? Luo Ying stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes. This guy's attainments in array formations were so high, but he could also refine pills? Luo Ying couldn't believe it. This is a recovery pill I recently refined. It may not be as effective as the small rejuvenation pill you ate, but it should still be good. With a flip of Jiang Chen's palm, more than a dozen round medicinal pills appeared in his palm. Luo Ying stared at this scene dumbfounded. Her entire person was stunned. Wasn't this too incredible? She didn't expect Jiang Chen's talent to be so terrifying. Needless to say, his cultivation was strong, and his attainments in array formations were shocking. Now he could even refine pills? When Luo Ying looked at Jiang Chen, she couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate. This was really a treasure boy. This medicinal pill has such a terrifying medicinal effect. Although it's not as good as the small rejuvenation pill, its energy is even better. It can at least reach 70% of the power of the small rejuvenation pill. And it's even an 8-pattern medicinal pill. It's really incredible. Luo Ying's eyes were shining. She looked like she wanted to eat Jiang Chen in one bite. I'll give it to you. Jiang Chen grabbed Luo Ying's hand and slapped it directly on her palm. For me? Luo Ying quickly withdrew her palm, her expression grim. It's so valuable, I definitely can't accept it. I can't accept an undeserved reward. This is really too valuable. Luo Ying was not a person who was greedy for small gains. Although Jiang Chen could refine medicinal pills, it had nothing to do with her. How could she take Jiang Chen's medicinal pills for no reason? These 8-pattern medicinal pills were worth thousands of gold. They could only be found by chance. It's just a small token of my appreciation. It's not very valuable. I still have a lot more. Jiang Chen scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. These pills were only normal recovery pills, and there were over 100 of them that were 9-line pills. He was waiting to exchange them for some origin stones in the future. Hurry up and take it. You still have to stand guard for me. Eat one pill and I guarantee that you won't need to consume any energy for 2 months. Jiang Chen insisted on handing the power-restoring pill to Luo Ying. Luo Ying could not dissuade Jiang Chen and could only accept it. If we can leave this place, if you ever need me, Luo Ying, in the future, I will definitely follow you from 1,000 miles away. Luo Ying said solemnly. Don't be so serious. It's just for you to consume during this period of time. It saves you the trouble of eating those bitter medicinal herbs to replenish your energy. Jiang Chen shook his head. He did not care about these power-restoring pills at all. Jiang Chen had been refining in the Buddha prison palace for 2 days and had produced thousands of medicinal pills. He had also given all the medicinal herbs to the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were so happy that they could not close their mouths. They roared continuously in the Buddha prison palace, unable to suppress their excitement. With the addition of medicinal herbs and medicinal pills, their strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. I'm going to prepare to break the array. Be careful and don't worry about any changes. After Jiang Chen said this to Luo Ying, he prepared to break the array again. He ate 5 power-restoring pills in a row. Luo Ying felt her heart ache when she saw this. This Jiang Chen was really a prodigal son. Luo Ying had a total of 13 power-restoring pills in her hands. She could not bear to eat them at all. If she ate one at a critical moment, it would definitely increase her strength and restore her cultivation. Although it was not as good as the small rejuvenation pill, it would at least achieve 70% of the effect. Unless it was a matter of life and death, Luo Ying would definitely not bear to eat it. Jiang Chen wholeheartedly used the no-beginning array as the array foundation and began a new round of breaking the array. This ancient array was extremely complicated. In Jiang Chen's opinion, the person who had arranged this array was extremely rare. Moreover, his current strength was not enough. The efficiency of breaking this complicated ancient array was very limited. All the intersections of the array required him to evolve bit by bit. Only by doing this could he ensure that nothing went wrong. Jiang Chen was also afraid that if he lost, he might not have a second chance. In the hidden fog village, under an ancient pine tree, Mao Yushin stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He stared at the starry sky with a dull look in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Reporting to the clan leader. Mo cupped his hands and said. He lowered his head and his eyes were solemn. How is it? Mao Yushin asked. Reporting to the clan leader, those 2 people have been in the 100-bird mountain. We don't know what they are doing. Our people don't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered. However, it seems that the 2 of them are talking and laughing. They don't look as depressed as before. Mao Yushin frowned and his eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. You said that they might have found a way to leave? Mao Yushin did not believe it. Since ancient times, no one had ever left the hidden fog village. For them, leaving the hidden fog village was like a fantasy. If Jiang Chen could really find a way to leave, it would break the rule of the hidden fog village that had existed for thousands of years. I don't know, but looking at them they don't seem to be too desperate. Moreover, that man seems to have been studying the mountains around the 100-bird mountain. Emoku said with a frown. Maybe after a while they will lose their patience. Clan leader, why do you care about them? When they know that we can't leave the hidden fog village, they will naturally choose to give up. Well, they know that it's impossible but they still do it. Sooner or later they will be defeated by their own stupidity. Mao Yushin nodded and dismissed Emoku. His eyes were a little complicated as he looked in the direction of the 100-bird mountain. Those who can enter the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province are not ordinary experts, but the strength of these 2 people is very limited. Interesting. Mao Yushin said to himself. The light in his eyes suddenly became dazzling. No one knew what he was thinking. On the 100-bird mountain, Jiang Chen's mind was free of distractions and he was focused on breaking the formation. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, spring passed and autumn came. Cold and hot, flowers bloomed and withered. During this year, Luo Ying quietly stayed by Jiang Chen's side. This focused and serious man made Luo Ying trust him. His eyes always had a different kind of brilliance. From the initial 10%, 20%, 30%, to the current 80%. Luo Ying knew that the day Jiang Chen broke the formation was getting closer and closer. Jiang Chen's face was getting thinner and his hair was tangled, which made Luo Ying very worried. However, Jiang Chen was never willing to stop. It seemed that he had been deducing the formation day and night, striving to break it as soon as possible. On this day, Jiang Chen was excited because he was finally going to break the ancient formation. One could imagine how excited he was. No matter who you are, no matter how strong you are, today I, Jiang Chen, have finally broken your formation. Chapter 4792. Boom. A deafening sound pierced through the air. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression slightly changed. His entire body seemed to have lost its gravity and was floating in the air. Luo Ying, who was beside him, was also floating in the air, looking at Jiang Chen in astonishment. What's going on? Luo Ying couldn't believe it. I don't know either. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and furrowed his brows. After a loud bang, the 100-bird mountain under his feet slowly split open. The mountain crack was about 30 meters wide and rocks were rolling down from it. Jianghu felt suffocated because he saw a huge black rock. The surface of the rock was pitch black and it looked ordinary. However, the invisible force it emitted shocked Jianghu. This black rock was about 70 to 80 meters square, and it gave him a very different feeling. Jianghu tried his best, but he still couldn't let his body fall. He stayed in the air. This boulder? What's its origin? Luoying looked at Jianghu. I don't know, but it should be caused by this formation, Jianghu said. His heart was filled with doubts. Right at this moment, a spiritual spring appeared in the sky. It was 9 feet wide and the spring seemed to be filled with endless water. Look, the spring is over there. Luoying was pleasantly surprised. Be careful. Are you sure that the spring is the way out? Jianghu said solemnly. Over there. Kill him. Before Jianghu's voice fell, an angry roar resounded through the mountain peak. It's the people of the hidden fog village. Luoying looked serious. They're really haunting us. Jianghu gritted his teeth. These guys seem to have come prepared. There were more than 100 of them. The patriarch said that this guy is the disaster of our hidden fog village. Kill him to restore peace to our village. Kill him without mercy. Emoku sneered, standing at the forefront with a cold face. Hundreds of strong men surrounded Jianghu. This pitch-black pit is the symbol of disaster. Kill him and our hidden fog village will be safe forever. The people around Emoku stood up one after another, glaring at Jianghu. You bunch of ignorant people, you're courting death. Jianghu's face was gloomy. He was still floating in the air and his situation was worrying. With so many people around, it was difficult for him to fight against so many people. Moreover, he had spent a lot of energy to break the formation. Even if he had the power-restoring pill, it would be impossible for him to restore his strength to its peak. He dares to say that we are ignorant. Who is the barbarian here? It's clear. Fight. Emoku waved his hand and the long spear swept towards Jianghu. Jianghu was hit by the long spear and was sent flying away, falling to the ground. At this time he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to support his palm and swallowed 2 energy-restoring pills. On the other side, Luoying's figure was gradually sinking. There seemed to be an invisible suction force that was sucking her body towards the giant black boulder. Jianghu, save me. Luoying's pretty face was pale. At that moment, she felt that her body was completely sucked to the black boulder and gradually lost consciousness. Sure enough, he's a disaster that harms others and himself. Emoku said disdainfully. Hundreds of people surrounded Jianghu, staying away from the black boulder in the crack. Damn it. Jianghu shouted in a low voice. However, he couldn't save Luoying now because he couldn't even protect himself. Emoku and the others had blocked all his escape routes. You barbarians, you're making me angry. Jianghu's eyes were cold and full of anger. Luoying's life was uncertain now. If she was in danger, he would never let these stupid people go. Barbarians? I think you're the barbarian. Making trouble in my hidden fog village, I think you're courting death. For millions of years, no one has been able to leave the hidden fog village. You disrupted my army's morale and disturbed the peace of the hidden fog village. What crime do you deserve? At this time, the chief of the hidden fog village, Maoyushin, appeared beside Emoku and the others. Emoku and the others quickly made way for the chief. You told me that I might be able to leave here, and now you're here to deal with me? Haha, the hidden mist village, what a hidden mist village. You weird bastards, I will never let you go. Jianghu's face gradually turned cold and gloomy. What a noisy fellow. Let's kill him to prevent future troubles. Anyone who dares to disturb the army's morale in the future will be killed without mercy. Maoyushin said coldly. He didn't even look at Jianghu. In his eyes, Jianghu was already a dead man. As soon as Maoyushin's voice fell, Emoku led hundreds of young men of the hidden fog village to kill Jianghu with all their might. At this moment, Maoyushin's eyes fell on the mountain crack that was more than 10 feet wide. His cloudy eyes suddenly shrunk and became dazzling. Found you, I finally found you. Maoyushin murmured. He was even a little excited. His eyes fell on the huge black rock and his breathing became very rapid. It's been more than 800 years. I thought there was no hope. I didn't expect that God would help me. Ah. Maoyushin was incomparably excited, constantly rubbing his palms. No wonder there is no Genesis Chi in the hidden fog village and we can't fly. It turns out that the meteoric iron has fused with the formation and suppressed the production of Genesis Chi, turning this place into a void. Without Genesis Chi, no one can find this place. If someone doesn't accidentally break in, they won't be able to discover the existence of the hidden fog village. Even if they discover the existence of the hidden fog village, it will be a dead end because once you enter, you can forget about leaving. Mao Yushan finally understood why the hidden fog village was so secretive and full of fantastical colors. It was hard to fathom. The two of you are truly my lucky generals. To be able to die here can be considered as a worthy death. Help me achieve my great cause. I will remember the two of you. Mao Yushan carefully wrapped a slender golden chain around the black boulder and desperately put it into his spatial ring. Such a large piece of meteoric iron was Mao Yushan's goal. Lift. Mao Yushan clenched his teeth. The meteoric iron was too heavy and heavy. Even if he used all his strength, it was still extremely slow. You forced me to do this. Jiang Qin didn't want to start a massacre, but with over 100 men surrounding him, he was at a loss of what to do. Jiang Qin had no choice but to fight back with his sword. Chapter 4793. The limitless sword was able to show his advantage at this moment. His sword technique was calm and ever-changing, allowing Jiang Qin to advance and retreat in an orderly manner even in a 100-person battle. Even Mao Yushan was quite shocked. Jiang Qin's methods were indeed not what ordinary people could compare to. This guy had exceeded his imagination. Although he had already thought highly of Jiang Qin, he did not expect Jiang Qin to be so abnormal. Even when Mo Ku and the others joined forces to attack, Jiang Qin was still so calm. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Qin had not recovered to his peak state before breaking the formation, what harm would there be in a 100-person battle? However, Jiang Qin did not dare to underestimate these opponents. In the hidden fog village there was no Genesis Chi, so their strength was tremendous. Each of them had the strength of 1,000 caddies. Heavy punches and sweeping spears, Jiang Qin paid attention to every aspect. But for a short period of time he was still in an extremely difficult tug-of-war and was unable to gain the upper hand. Therefore Jiang Qin could only retreat as he fought. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but the enemy was just too terrifying. They had been ordered to fight with their lives on the line for the village, for their faith, and for the freedom that they had been pursuing for millions of years. Jiang Qin knew that everyone had their own aspirations. He wasn't wrong and perhaps they weren't wrong either. However, only one side could live on. This was no longer a matter of right or wrong. Luo Ying was still in danger and he could not focus on himself. Jiang Qin brandished his sword and looked around. His movements were bold and unstoppable as he charged forward. Jiang Qin knew that he had to bring out his trump card. Since he couldn't beat these guys, he would release the demonic beasts in the Buddha prison palace. They must be feeling very uncomfortable inside. The corner of Jiang Qin's lips curled up slightly. His eyes were sharp and fierce. He waved his hand and ordered the crowd to retreat with his long sword. With a wave of his hand, the wind started to blow again. Many demonic beasts rushed out and roared deafeningly, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Roar, roar, I'm finally out. Jia. Roar. The bear tribe is fearless. Thousands of demonic beasts continued to charge at Jiang Qin, surrounding him. The scene was quite shocking. Even Mao Yushan could not help but feel his scalp turn numb as he hurriedly pulled the meteoric iron up. In Ling Mao Yu Kun there were all kinds of beasts. Some of them were huge like mountains, some of them were agile like ghosts. In short, there were thousands of beasts running out, which made Mo Ku and the others feel pressured. Although they were strong, these beasts were not weak either. They could barely fight against 5 at once, but to fight against 10 at once, everyone's face was filled with depression and bitterness. Plus, these beasts did not have any emotions. They would bite anyone they saw, they would hit anyone they saw, except for their master, Jiang Qin. The rest of them were crazy, they ran around recklessly. F***ck. Isn't this guy a little too abnormal? Why do I feel like I've poked a hornet's nest? Where did all these demonic beasts come from? F***ck. It's over, it's over. Is this the end of our hidden mist village? Many of the hidden mist village's youths were filled with sorrow because they could not fight against these beasts. Even ants could bite an elephant to death, not to mention that these beasts were not ants. Each of these beasts was a great threat to them. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up and he quickly escaped. His target was Luo Ying, he could not let her be in any danger. At this time, Mao Yushan used all of his strength and finally pulled the meteoric iron up. Seeing the meteoric iron in Mao Yushan's hand, Jiang Qin had a bad feeling. At this time, 7 blood-red coffins flew out from the cracks of the 100-bird mountain like meteors, shooting up to the sky and hovering in the air. Luo Ying landed on one of the coffins. Every blood-colored sarcophagus was the size of a meteorite. They were extremely frightening. There were maps of battles depicted on them as well as patterns of farming, which filled people with doubts. Mao Yushin's expression slightly changed. He pinched his fingers together. He was even more shocked. A great omen. Not good. Of the 36 stratagems, escaping was the best strategy. Mao Yushin looked at the 7 coffins and was shocked. This was definitely a great omen. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, I might not have found the meteoric iron until the moment I die. Mao Yushin looked at Jiang Chen with an exultant expression. Meteoric iron? Jiang Chen was stunned. He finally understood the purpose of that piece of meteoric iron. Moreover, there were 7 blood-red coffins under the meteoric iron, which made Jiang Chen even more shocked. However, at this moment he could not care so much. He had to get Luo Ying down as soon as possible. Yes, don't tell me you don't know what this thing is? For so many years, I have mistakenly entered the hidden mist village for these treasures. Otherwise, I would not be trapped in this place. Mao Yushin snorted coldly. You are not from the hidden mist village? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He did not expect this guy to come from the outside world just like him. When did I say that I was from the hidden mist village? Ignorant fool, I'm just borrowing his stinky body. Mao Yushin's smile was soft and cold. It seems that you are the one with ulterior motives. All of this is your plan. You let the hidden mist village deal with me so that you can benefit from it. Jiang Chen did not expect that Mao Yushin was also from the outside world and not a native of the hidden mist village. Haha, it's not too late to know now. Young man, we will meet again. Wah. Mao Yushin soared into the air and stepped on the blood-colored sarcophagus. Borrowing the momentum, he moved as if he was flying, stepping on the waves and leaping into the spring. Seeing the floating blood-colored sarcophagi falling from the sky, Jiang Chen did not hesitate. He flew out like lightning and carried the 7 sarcophagi directly on his shoulders. At that moment, Mo Ku and the others were slightly stunned. If it were not for Jiang Chen, they might have been crushed to death by this blood-colored sarcophagus. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The heavenly dragon sword flew out and slashed through the air, cutting off Mao Yushin's finger with the spatial ring. Bastard! You're courting death. Mao Yushin was about to die, but his finger was cut off by Jiang Chen. He could not suppress the anger in his heart. The space ring contained his life's work. He had endured hardships for more than 800 years just for this day. Now that Jiang Chen intercepted him, Mao Yushin was extremely annoyed. Jiang Chen picked up the space ring and threw away the severed finger. The smile on his face grew even more radiant. Give it to me or die. Chapter 4794. Isn't he our chief? How is that possible? Yes. The old chief has always been a person of virtue and prestige. The old chief is not so strong. He won people over with virtue and he is so old. How can he still be so strong? You're right. I just heard that he borrowed the chief's skin. Many people from the hidden fog village looked at each other in shock and anger. The old chief had always been an elder in their hearts. He had both virtue and talent. But now he had become a traitor. They could not accept it. Your old chief is dead. He is just a traitor who wants to steal the starry sky meteoric iron. Jiang Chen raised his sword and clashed with Mao Yushin. The people of the hidden fog village were stunned. Although they didn't believe it, the truth was right in front of their eyes. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would have been killed by now. The so-called chief was just an impersonator. A sneer appeared on Mao Yushin's face. Although his finger had been cut off by Jiang Chen, it didn't affect his combat strength. Looking at Jiang Chen's incoming longsword, he remained unmoved. With a flip of his palm, a brown wooden sword appeared in his hand, and he charged forward. Clang! An ear-piercing buzzing sound could be heard. Jiang Chen was extremely shocked. Needless to say, his heavenly dragon sword was extremely powerful. How could a wooden sword withstand his attack? The limitless sword slashed through the sky, closing in step by step with killing intent. The sharp wind of the wooden sword made Jiang Chen not dare to neglect. On the contrary, he coveted his domineering momentum. On the wooden sword, there were some inscriptions that Jiang Chen couldn't understand at all. They looked like scribbles that could confuse one's mind. Jiang Chen didn't dare to look at them for too long. Strange. It was really strange. Kill him. This bastard killed our patriarch, we definitely can't let him have it easy. Kill. Many experts from the hidden fog village rushed to Mao Yushin at this time. They were burning with anger. They could not wait to tear Mao Yushin into pieces. Are there many people? In my eyes you guys are no different from ants. Mao Yushin was not bothered at all. He sneered and extended his hand. The wooden sword slit his fingertip and a stream of blood splattered out. Jiang Qin frowned. Not good. Be careful. Before Jiang Qin finished his words, they had already rushed forward. They didn't even have time to stop him. Hundreds of people from the hidden fog village were covered by the blood mist. Their charging footsteps also stopped at this moment. They even became sluggish. Kill. Mao Yu brandished his Shenmue sword. Hundreds of hidden mist village masters turned around again, turned their spears and aimed at Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Qin saw a trace of blood in their eyes. There was no emotion at all. Their dull eyes only had one target and that was Jiang Qin. Witchcraft? Jiang Qin's heart trembled. Mao Yushin laughed evilly. Jiang Qin was once again submerged by over 100 people. This time it was the same as before. However, these people had all become Mao Yushin's puppets. Don't kill them. Jiang Qin said to the demonic beasts behind him. These people were also pitiful. They didn't want to be enslaved by Mao Yushin, but Mao Yushin's means surprised Jiang Qin. Although he didn't have the support of Genesis Chi, his means were endless, which was the most terrifying. The demonic beasts and the people from the hidden fog village clashed again. Mao Yushin had resolved the disturbance in front of him. His target was Jiang Qin. Nothing was more important than his meteoric iron. Now it's your turn. Mao Yushin's wooden sword was sharp and carried an indescribably strange aura. Layers of sword shadows appeared and disappeared mysteriously. If Jiang Qin didn't rely on the limitless sword, he wouldn't be able to compete with it. Mao Yushin's steps were like walking on the clouds, which shocked him. Strong. Too strong. This was the strongest warrior Jiang Qin had ever met. Even though they were all on the same starting line in terms of strength and skills, there was still someone who could stand above everyone else, and that man was Mao Yushin. Mao Yushin was the strongest warrior Jiang Qin had ever met. 26 swords. 27 swords. 28 swords. Jiang Qin's sword technique swept left and right, making him almost invincible. However, Mao Yushin was always able to find his weakness. His figure flickered and penetrated every opening. Jiang Qin's sword technique had no flaws, but his opponent was always able to strike first. The more Jiang Qin fought, the more frightened he became. If this continued, he would be defeated step by step and wouldn't be able to last much longer. With 6 dragon scales on his body, Jiang Qin's strength continued to rise by relying on the true dragon's body. He was almost invincible. Even without the support of Genesis Chi, he could still counterattack. Wind rise. Mao Yushin performed a hand seal and swept his hand forward. Jiang Qin felt a terrifying wind whizzing up like a wind blade, tearing his body apart. However, Jiang Qin's dragon body couldn't be shaken so easily. Facing the wind, rushing forward, fearless to the end. Wounds appeared on Jiang Qin's body. The sharp wooden sword stabbed his chest time and again, but Jiang Qin blocked them with the limitless sword. The limitless sword and the reliant sword were completely unleashed this time. Because there was no need for Genesis Chi, the sword's momentum was particularly important. From the moment the sword was raised to the moment it fell, there couldn't be any slack. Mao Yushin was also frightened by Jiang Qin's fearlessness. This guy is really going all out against me. Overlapping shadows. Mao Yushin's hand seal changed again, and blood spread across the wooden sword, fusing into the complex inscriptions. Mao Yushin's body split into 9 shadows. Jiang Qin's expression remained the same, but a storm was set off in his heart. This is a secret technique that transcends Genesis Chi. This guy has really broadened my horizons. The 9 overlapping shadows were scattered around Jiang Qin, flickering with light. They were extremely fast and all of them held wooden swords, sealing off all of Jiang Qin's escape routes. There was nowhere to hide. Motherf asterisk Ker. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth. He could only try to use the astral pole at this time. Star power came from the stars in the heavens, and this was Jiang Qin's last resort. Torrential starlight. Rays of starlight filled Jiang Qin's body, glowing with an unprecedented brilliance. Mao Yushin's expression turned solemn and he was greatly shocked. The hidden fog village should have been isolated from the rest of the world, and because of the formation set up by the meteoric iron, even Genesis Chi couldn't enter. But there were clearly Genesis Chi undulations on Jiang Qin's body. How is this possible? Heavenly lightning hellfire symbol. Mao Yushin's blood sacrifice left a trail of afterimages in the sky. He left behind a bloody screen that was like a huge net that covered the sky and the earth as it came crashing down. The net was densely packed, and it was faster and more domineering than Jiang Chen's formation. In an instant, bolts of heavenly lightning and hellfire descended from the sky. Let's see if you can survive this time. Chapter 4795. Lightning and fire filled the sky, drowning Jiang Chen and enveloping most of the mountain peak. Luo Ying, who had just woken up from her coma, had a very ugly expression on her face. It was like the end of the world. Jiang Chen, who could not activate his Genesis Qi, had most likely been completely reduced to ashes. Lightning flashed and flames of anger gushed out. Above the mountain peak, the sky and earth were destroyed. Jiang Chen. Luo Ying's eyes widened, but it was too late. You want to fight me? Maybe in your next life. Humph. Mao Yushin said disdainfully. It had taken him a lot of effort to deal with this kid. If it were an ordinary person he would have died long ago, but he could still persist for so long. Is that so? If you want to kill me you'll have to wait until your next life. Amidst the lightning and fire, Jiang Chen was bathed in fire, and the lightning above his head was unscathed. Impossible. Mao Yushin took 2 steps back, his eyes flashing with a look of horror. This, not only him but even Luo Ying was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen was still alive? Did this guy jump out from a crack in a rock? How could he not die? What a terrifying physical body. Mao Yushin was extremely shocked. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent this time. Jiang Chen's actual combat level was quite terrifying. Coupled with this guy's almost diamond-like body, even the heavenly lightning hellfire talisman that he was so proud of could not break through his defense. It seems that if I don't show you some special skills, you won't know who you are facing. For the starry sky meteoric iron, Mao Yushin had made all preparations to kill Jiang Chen. Mountain-moving and sea-filling talisman. Mao Yushin sacrificed his blood to the sky, drew a talisman with his sword, and mobilized the surrounding boulders between the mountains to fall from the sky. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and looked up. Facing the falling boulders, the heavenly dragon sword cut through them one by one. However, Mao Yushin's mountain-moving and sea-filling talisman made Jiang Chen very serious. The endless boulders between the mountains were like a rain of stones. If this continued, Jiang Chen would most likely be exhausted to death. It was more ruthless than the wheel tactic. Maoshan technique? Luo Ying said solemnly. Jiang Chen, watch out. His talismans are all illusions. Don't be fooled by them. You can only trust your own heart. Luo Ying's words made Mao Yushin frown. Where did this little girl come from? How dare they ruin his plans? This woman actually knew his background. She was definitely not simple. Maoshan sorcery? Jiang Chen was taken aback, but he soon fell into deep thought. He didn't know much about Maoshan sorcery, but he could sense how powerful it was. Maoshan sorcery didn't rely on Genesis Qi, but on the art of sorcery. It was unique and awe-inspiring. Illusions, spells? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and closed his eyes. At that moment he had a hint of enlightenment. Wasn't this the same as his own array formation? To put it bluntly, it was a different way of fighting. Array formations were more powerful, but they also required more time and energy. On the other hand, sorcery and talismans were completely different. They aimed to kill with one strike and were extremely practical. On the other hand, array formations were more of a test of time and foundation. Without sufficient preparation, even the largest array formation wouldn't be able to trap a dragon. Then I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Jiang Chen directly released thousands of monsters and used them as the foundation of the array formation. He knew these monsters like the back of his hand. With a single thought they could all be arranged according to his will. This could be considered a way to resist this so-called Maoshan technique. A demon beast's body was much stronger than a human's. Jiang Chen's sword slashed through the air and swept away all the giant rocks. Although it was a very passive situation, the formation formed by thousands of demon beasts had completely resisted Mao Yushin's attack. Mao Yushin's expression was grim. He clenched his fists tightly, and his heart was filled with anger. He was a star-level expert, but he was being so aggrieved. Now it's time for me to fight back. Jiang Chen sneered. With a flip of his hand he released the Buddha prison palace. Thousands of monsters surged out and drowned Mao Yushin's figure. Mao Yushin knew that he had lost the upper hand. This guy had more tricks than him. With so many terrifying monsters densely packed together, it was useless no matter how many tricks he had. I will never let you go. Mao Yushin used the space suspension technique and leaped into the spring. Jiang Chen wanted to chase after him, but this guy's escape technique was also very mysterious. Moreover, Luoying was behind him. Jiang Chen couldn't just leave like that. After Mao Yushin left, the people of the hidden fog village also regained their senses. They turned to look at Jiang Chen with shame, especially Mo Ku. He didn't even know how to explain to Jiang Chen. I'm sorry, brother. We were blinded by that thief. Please forgive us if we offended you before. Mo Ku cupped his fists and bowed to Jiang Chen sincerely. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. He didn't take this matter to heart. They were also kept in the dark. We should go too. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid it will be too late. Luoying said in a low voice, looking at Jiang Chen. At this moment, the moment Jiang Chen raised his eyes, he saw that the 7 giant blood-colored coffins had flown into the void by themselves. The heaviest coffins turned into black dots and disappeared. What's going on? Jiang Chen was stunned. I don't know. We have never seen it before. I didn't expect that the 100-bird mountain would have such unimaginable things. Mo Ku was stunned. Benefactor, look. The spring is shrinking. Bei Si pointed at the spring in the air and said, looks like I should leave too. Jiang Chen nodded to Mo Ku and the others. Since the 7 blood-colored coffins had disappeared, he didn't need to chase after them anymore. Moreover, the 2 of them had mistakenly entered the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province, which was full of thrills. Since they had found the exit, there was no need to stay any longer. Benefactor, take care. Hundreds of ear-deafening shouts warmed Jiang Chen's heart. Although they were hostile towards him at the beginning, it was because they wanted to protect themselves. When they found out that they had been deceived, they were filled with gratitude towards Jiang Chen. They were simple and honest people, they weren't wrong. Jiang Chen held Luo Ying's hand and stepped on the sky-ascending stairs, rushing into the mouth of the spring. After the mouth of the spring disappeared, the sky was once again filled with the void spirit spring that flowed 3,000 feet downwards. Seems like our hidden mist village isn't a real paradise. Mo Ku sighed. I've said it before. What he said makes sense. Bei Si murmured. Mo Ku blushed and glared at him, but he didn't say anything. After Jiang Chen and Luoying left the hidden mist village, they followed the spring and finally landed in a call outside the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province, falling into a waterfall at the foot of the mountain. The 2 of them looked at each other as if they had just woken up from a dream. Especially Luoying, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Anyway, they had escaped from the hidden mist village, an unknown place. It could be considered a new lease of life. I didn't expect to come out of the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province. It's like a dream. Luoying said with a smile that was even brighter than flowers. Right? Do you know the identity of the person who impersonated the chief in the hidden mist village? Jiang Chen still held a grudge against Mao Yushin. Moreover, Jiang Chen always felt that that person's strength was much stronger than his. Being able to defeat him was definitely luck. Mao Shan's magical arts? It has been lost for more than 10,000 years. I didn't expect to see it again on the Heavenly Enlightenment planet. Chapter 4796. Mao Shan Sorcery? Jiang Chen was rather surprised. Without the support of Genesis Qi, the Mao Shan sorcery was simply invincible. If not for his monster army, it would not have been so easy for Jiang Chen to defeat Mao Yushin. Is the Mao Shan sorcery very powerful? Jiang Chen asked. Many years ago, the Mao Shan sorcery was glorious on the Tianqi Star for a period of time. At that time, it was very popular in the entire Tianqi Star region, and the Mao Shan sorcery was respected by countless people. However, it was extremely sinister, so many people were quite resistant to it. As for how it fell in the end, I don't know. It seems that the entire Mao Shan sorcery disappeared overnight. Everyone who knew the Mao Shan sorcery in the entire Tianqi Star region left. Some people also said that they were all dead. As for why they disappeared from the Tianqi Star region, no one knew. I didn't expect that after 10,000 years, the people who knew the Mao Shan sorcery would reappear in the world. Luoying looked a little solemn. She seemed to be very concerned about Mao Yushin. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Don't worry about the frost on other people's roofs. It's fine as long as he doesn't provoke me. If he does, I will tear him to pieces, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He might be a star-grade expert. Luoying glanced at Jiang Chen with interest. Pretend I didn't say anything. Jiang Chen laughed. The 2 looked at each other. They had to hurry to the Tianqi Milky Way city as soon as possible. After passing through the Qiongqi Forest and the Guangzhou Great Rift Valley, We should soon reach the Tianqi Milky Way city. However, we still have to be careful. I don't know if Mao Yushin will come looking for trouble with us. Luoying said. Jiang Qin didn't care. He would deal with the situation as it came. Anyway, there was no way out. They couldn't stop moving forward just because there might be danger ahead, right? Jiang Qin had walked step by step to where he was today. When had he not stepped on danger to advance? There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Jiang Qin said with a heavy heart. If Mao Yushin was really a stellar-level master and came to find trouble with them, it would be hard for them to escape. Currently, Jiang Qin was not a match for a stellar-level expert. He would not dare to fight with him until he broke through to the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. By then, he might not even have a 30% or 40% chance of winning. After all, once he broke through to the stellar level, he would be like a fish in the sea, a bird in the sky, and a fish in the sea. The difference between the stellar level and the Star Emperor realm was like heaven and earth. The two of them headed towards the heavenly awakening Milky Way city without stopping. Luo Ying was worried that Mao Yushin would make a comeback. If that happened, it would be difficult for the two of them to escape. As long as they entered the heavenly awakening Milky Way city, they wouldn't be able to act as they pleased. Even a stellar-level powerhouse wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Heaven Awakening Galaxy City's public security was famous. No one dared to cause trouble in Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. Tens of thousands of horsemen of the apocalypse were terrifying existences, and they were all above the 9th firmament of the Star Emperor realm. After a few more days, the two of them finally arrived at the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. At that moment, Jiang Qin was completely stunned. The Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City was just too beautiful. It was like a silver fortress protruding from the Heavenly Awakening planet. However, this fortress was boundless. As for how big it was, Jiang Qin didn't dare to imagine it. Moreover, as soon as he entered the range of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, he felt a violent array fluctuation. This array was far beyond his imagination. In his opinion, it could only be described with one word: invulnerable. At the very least, it wasn't something he could comprehend at this time. The silver city walls of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City were about 300 meters tall. They were like unreachable mountains. There were people stationed every kilometer. They were wearing golden helmets and silver armor and holding long spears. They looked awe-inspiring, like heavenly soldiers and generals. The Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City seemed to be at the end of the sky. As long as one reached out, they would be able to touch the clouds in the sky. The feeling of holding the sun and the moon and plucking the stars spontaneously arose in their hearts. The Immortal Palace's courtyard simply couldn't compare to it, because this silver fortress was really too big, and it caused people to feel intimidated just by looking at it. The East Gate. Jiang Qin's gaze focused on the huge city gate as he spoke in a low voice. Just this gate was as big as the city walls. Even giants and wild beasts that were dozens of meters tall could smoothly pass through. There was only one word to describe it: rich. This is too spectacular. Jiang Qin couldn't help but exclaim. Such a huge array was already breathtaking. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City. At night, the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City will be truly beautiful. At that time, you'll feel like you're in a vast sea of stars. That's the most relaxing and joyful feeling. The Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City's beauty will make people sigh in admiration. As for the East Gate, it's just one of the gates of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. There are also the West Gate, South Gate, and North Gate. You can't even imagine how big the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City is. Luo Ying explained to Jiang Qin as if she was familiar with her family's treasures. However, he was also very curious. Why was Luo Ying so familiar with the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City? Could it be that she had been to the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City before? Don't look at me like that. I did live in the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City for a while, but I was later driven out. Luo Ying said with a bitter smile. So you want to fight back? Ah. Jiang Qin laughed. It seemed that Luo Ying also had a story. At the very least, she had stayed in the glorious Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. Even if she was just a shooting star, she still shone. Sort of. I can't just be muddle-headed for the rest of my life. Who says that women are inferior to men? I'll let others see how I relied on my own efforts to become a member of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. There will definitely be a place for me in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Luo Ying vowed solemnly. Right now, we have only obtained the qualifications to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. If we want to truly become a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I'm afraid there are still many trials ahead. Jiang Qin said. Since it was so difficult to enter the horsemen of the apocalypse, it meant that his existence was even more terrifying. Becoming a member of the horsemen of the apocalypse would be a great pride. Yes, that's why it's too early to be happy. Luoying smiled sweetly. She seemed very happy to be back in the heavenly awakening galaxy city. Please show your nameplate. When Jiang Qin and Luoying appeared in front of the east gate, two golden-helmeted men holding steel spears blocked their way. There were more than 20 guards of the Apocalypse Galaxy City around them, all of whom were at the 9th firmament of the Star Emperor realm or even stronger. These people were all experts picked out of 10,000. Even if they were also at the 9th firmament of the Star Emperor realm, it would still be a piece of cake for them to fight 1 against 10. With so many guards, Jiang Qin and Luoying felt great pressure. They were indeed worthy of being the divine soldiers of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Each of them was like a sharp knife, invincible. Luoying and Jiang Qin took out the nameplates they had obtained in Norton City. Chapter 4797. You only have 1 year to stay in the Tianqi Milky Way City. If you can't join the horsemen of the apocalypse after 1 year, you will be expelled. The guard glanced at them and said in a deep voice before letting them pass. The guard was so domineering that Jiang Qin did not dare to underestimate him. This person's strength should not be weaker than his. The Tianqi Milky Way City was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although these dozens of people were only guards of the Star Emperor 9th Heaven, as long as he found Commander Yu, he might be able to find De Huang. He did not care whether he could establish a foothold in the Tianqi Milky Way City. De Huang's safety was the most important. This is just the outer city of the Tianqi Milky Way City, not the inner city. But you have to be careful in everything you do and don't cause trouble. Otherwise no one can save you. Luoying was afraid that Jiang Qin would collude with someone in the outer city. If that happened, he would not be able to protect himself. This was not a place where anyone could behave atrociously. Even stellar-level experts had to abide by the rules. Otherwise, the Tianqi Milky Way City would throw him into the boundless universe. Yes, I know. Keep a low profile. Jiang Qin nodded. He might be able to do whatever he wanted on the ancient dragon star, but he had to be careful in the Tianqi Milky Way City. There were not many people in the Tianqi Milky Way City, but there were also quite a few. The streets were in groups of 2s and 3s. Looking up, one could see the clouds for thousands of miles. Moreover, the Genesis Chi in the Tianqi Milky Way City was extremely terrifying. It was denser than the most terrifying Genesis Chi place that Jiang Qin had ever seen. Now he knew why so many people racked their brains to enter the Tianqi Milky Way City. This was just the outer city of the Tianqi Milky Way City. After entering the Tianqi Milky Way City, not only would one gain fame, but there would also be unparalleled cultivation resources. There were cultivation treasures everywhere, and every place was comparable to a paradise. Now Jiang Qin did not have too many thoughts. He just wanted to find De Huang as soon as possible. We should go to the horsemen of the apocalypse as soon as possible. We should at least register first before we can participate in the assessment of the horsemen of the apocalypse, Luoying said. Jiang Qin nodded. It could be said that he knew nothing about the apocalyptic Milky Way City. With Luoying around, he could save himself a lot of trouble. Luoying led the way, and the two of them arrived at the horsemen of the apocalypse, a magnificent fortress in the city. The horsemen of the apocalypse was surrounded by green mountains and rivers, and the terrain was open. It was truly a place of tigers and dragons. The guards at the entrance still stopped Jiang Qin and Luoying. However, when they showed their nameplates, the latter nodded and smiled. You should be new here, right? You want to participate in the Knights of the Apocalypse's challenge. Go on, head right. You'll reach the freshman challenge area 15 kilometers away. Go there and sign up. After the guard finished speaking, Jiang Qin was stunned. 15 kilometers was only the new student challenge area? It seemed like the Apocalypse Galaxy City was huge, and the Horseman of the Apocalypse was also majestic and domineering. Let's go. Jiang Qin and Luoying went straight to the freshman challenge area and found the registration area. After the two of them signed up, they found out that the freshman challenge would only take place half a year later. Those who succeeded in the end would undoubtedly be able to enter the Apocalypse Galaxy City and become a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. I still have some private matters to deal with. I'll wait for you here in half a year. Remember, you have to keep a low profile. Giving in isn't necessarily a bad thing. Keep your life, and when you become a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, that will be the most glorious time. Luoying warned him again and again. You be careful too. Jiang Qin nodded and parted ways with Luoying. After all, she also had her own matters to attend to. However, Luo Ying and Jiang Qin had experienced life and death together, so she had no worries at all. She definitely had something important to do when she left. Jiang Qin found an inn to rest at and paid the origin stones. However, he discovered that his hands were already empty. The hundreds of millions of origin stones that he had obtained previously had all been used up. Cultivation was a matter that consumed a lot of origin stones. Without enough origin stones, one could only stagnate. Looks like I'll have to get some origin stones. Jiang Qin rubbed his nose and muttered to himself. The inns here all had their own courtyards and cultivation areas. Moreover, from a high vantage point, one could see the endless starry sky. It was extremely beautiful, and there were formations and restrictions between them. There was no need for anyone to disturb them. As long as one paid enough origin stones, one could stay here. However, the cost was also quite high. 100,000 grade 5 origin stones a day. Of course, this was not something that ordinary people could afford. Staying here for half a year would cost at least 20 million origin stones. This was no joke. Jiang Qin needed to cultivate, and he also needed to spend origin stones. Time suddenly became very tight. Let's first refine some recovery pills to exchange for money. Jiang Qin made up his mind and began to refine the pills. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed quietly. Jiang Qin had refined more than 300 pills in total. Among them he kept 109 pattern pills for himself. As for the rest of the 7 or 8 pattern pills, he planned to sell them all. They should be enough for him to consume for a while at least. After this battle, Jiang Qin's strength had also become more and more stable. He already felt that he was gradually approaching the threshold of the 9th heaven of the Star Sovereign realm. The breakthrough was imminent. All he needed was a suitable opportunity. As for the cosmic meteoric iron, Jiang Qin still hadn't found anything special about it. He felt that refining it into a divine weapon was a bit of a waste. He would leave it for another day. After a month, Jiang Qin finally let out a sigh of relief. When he opened the door, he saw a sky full of stars. The dots of light in the night sky were like moving fireflies, flickering constantly and flowing like water. Looking up at the sky, Jiang Qin finally understood why this place was called the Tianqi Milky Way City and why it was the core of the entire Tianqi planet. The Milky Way was like a waterfall spanning tens of thousands of years. The Milky Way was filled with endless mysteries. Looking up at the starry sky, the tranquil beauty, the dazzling beauty, and the beauty of light and shadow made people feel carefree and relaxed. It was easy to enter an indescribable state of mind and body relaxation. Whether it was for cultivation or rest, it was the best place. Jiang Qin admired it for a while and couldn't help but think of his wife and children in the divine realm. If he could take them to see this scene, how wonderful it would be. If there were no worries, no pressure, no endless running around, it would be the beauty of a family. Nothing could compare to this. But reality was cruel. Only by finding Feng Er and standing at the peak of the eternal world could he enjoy the happiness of a family. All of this seemed simple, but if he couldn't stand at the peak of the eternal world, he would never see hope. Jiang Qin rested for a night. The next morning he took the pills and went to the auction house in the city. Chapter 4798. Jiang Qin entered the treasure appraisal area. A middle-aged man was sitting calmly on a chair, smoking a tobacco pipe and drinking tea. His eyes were squinted into a thin line, and it was hard to tell if his eyes were open or closed, which made people wonder if he was lying. The middle-aged man was skinny, but he gave off an extremely calm feeling, making it hard to tell how strong he was. There was no one else in the appraisal area. Jiang Qin was the only one there. "Hello, I want to auction some pills," Jiang Qin said. "Pills? What pills?" Sun Dashing continued to smack his lips as he mumbled. "Recovery pills." Jiang Qin took out 2 pills, opened the jade box and placed them in front of Sun Dashing. He looked at him calmly. Sun Dashing took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He stared at the pills on the table with a serious expression. "Recovery pill? Why does it look like a small recovery pill? But the effects are probably not as good as a small recovery pill." Sun Dashing straightened his body and frowned as he said in a low voice. "It has the same effect as a small recovery pill, but its effects are not as good. It has about a third of the effects of a small recovery pill." Jiang Qin smiled slightly and said truthfully. It seemed like this appraiser had some skill as well, being able to tell the quality of the recovery pill with a single glance. "Not bad, a small recovery pill is hard to find. This pill looks pretty good." Sun Dashing fiddled with the jade box as his eyes lit up. How much do you want to sell it for? Jiangchen thought for a moment and raised a finger. 1,000,000 origin stones shouldn't be a loss, right? In any case, the ingredients for these pills were obtained from the Great Rift Valley in Guang Province. That was a natural treasure trove of medicinal ingredients. Unfortunately, Jiangchen would not be able to enter again. 10 million? The price isn't too bad, but if you put it up for auction, it's very likely that it won't exceed 12 million grade 5 origin stones. If we buy it, it should be around 8 million origin stones. As for whether you want to sell it to us directly or auction it off, that's fine. If we auction it, it will be an 8% processing fee. The quality of these pills is not very high, with one 7-line pill and one 8-line pill. The price difference should be around 1 million grade 5 origin stones. Sun Dashing said. Jiangchen did not say a word, but his heart was slightly shocked. Holy shit. Tens of millions of origin stones? It seemed like he had underestimated this pill. If he could obtain the pill recipe for the small returning pill, then wouldn't he be rich? In his opinion, these rejuvenation pills should be stuffed into his mouth by the handful. 8 million grade 5 origin stones per pill was quite a hefty price. How could Jiangchen not be excited? I'll sell it to you. Jiangchen pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. Sigh, but it's a pity that there are only 2. Sun Dashing shook his head and sighed. Not just that. Sun Dashing suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiangchen. His eyes immediately lit up. How many more are there? I want them all. Sun Dashing knew that 2 rejuvenation pills was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood. However, if he could get his hands on more, the price of these rejuvenation pills would definitely multiply. Even if it could not reach 16 million, 14 million would still be a safe bet. It seemed like this young man in front of him had more. Jiangchen raised 2 fingers. 20? Sun Dashing's expression became a little excited and nervous. 20 rejuvenation pills was equivalent to 160 million grade 5 origin stones. This was a big customer. He had to apply for a gold membership for him. No, it's more than 200. After Jiangchen said this, Sun Dashing was completely dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze and sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so excited that he could not speak. More than 200, starting from 1.6 billion. This was definitely a big customer. He had not encountered such a business deal in hundreds of years. How could he not be excited? Sun Dashing rubbed his hands anxiously. Excitement was written all over his face. The value of more than 200 rejuvenation pills could not be measured by origin stones alone. The profit it could bring them would definitely be terrifying. A small rejuvenation pill was hard to find, and the rejuvenation pill was the most important pill to replace the small rejuvenation pill. As a substitute for the small rejuvenation pill, it would definitely be sought after by many people. There was no doubt about this. When the time came, they would be able to choose any other auction item or buy anything that exceeded 20 million origin stones in the auction house. These rejuvenation pills would definitely be a money-making machine. Exciting. Too exciting. If this business deal was successful, he would be able to earn a lot of money. Furthermore, he would definitely be promoted. This is too much. Brother, wait a moment. I have to ask my superior for such a big deal. Sun Dashing said with a smile and threw away the tobacco pipe in his hand. Servants, bring some good tea. Sun Dashing turned around and entered the inner hall. Jiangchen was not in a hurry and sat down calmly. It seemed that his more than 200 rejuvenation pills had really scared him. This appraiser definitely did not have the ability to accept such a big deal. This time, even Jiangchen was a little excited. He really did not expect that a rejuvenation pill would cost 8 million origin stones. Since this was the case, he did not want to keep them. He might as well sell them all to them. In any case, he only wanted to refine 9 vein pills. These 7 or 8 vein pills were just inferior products in his eyes. 1.6 billion. This was definitely an astronomical figure. Jiangchen did not dare to imagine it before. His trip to the Great Rift Valley in Guang Province was not in vain. His harvest was very rich. However, if he was given another chance, he might still refuse. After all, these were exchanged with his life. After a while, a young man in his 20s came out from the inner hall. He was holding a feather fan in his hand. He looked very handsome, but he did not lose his masculinity. He was dressed in a black robe and looked quite handsome. At this moment, Sun Dashing was already following behind him. This is our young master, brother? Sun Dashing said with a smile. Jiangchen nodded slightly. Brother, let's have a chat in the inner hall. Please. The young man smiled and was calm and modest. He gave Jiangchen a good impression. He was not an arrogant and domineering guy. Jiangchen was more willing to cooperate with him. After the two entered the inner hall, Sun Dashing also left. More than 200 rejuvenation pills. Brother, you are really generous. My name is Lu Dehua. May I know what you want? Lu Dehua said with a smile. Jiangchen, you're really straightforward. Brother, I won't beat around the bush with you. 5 million origin stones. I want all your pills. How about it? Lu Dehua said with a serious face. Jiangchen knew that if he wanted to auction these pills, it would probably take a while. Moreover, it would not be easy to directly exchange so many pills for origin stones. The auction house could not directly sell all your pills. If they did, they would earn less money. Hunger marketing was the most important thing. As a businessman, he naturally sought to maximize his profits. Jiangchen needed origin stones now. The Starry River auction house was a big business. They would definitely have these origin stones. There was no need to worry about this. Okay, but I want 1006 grade origin stones. The rest are 5th grade origin stones. Jiangchen said. Chapter 4799. Alright, that's settled. In order to make friends with you, how can I, Lu Dehua, not have any sincerity? Brother Jiang, if you have any elixirs in the future, just send them to me. I, Lu Dehua, will accept them all. Lu Dehua laughed and said, Thank you very much. Jiangchen was also very grateful. He didn't expect Lu Dehua to be so generous. However, he probably valued his elixirs. This is the black card of our Xinhe auction house. You can enjoy a 20% discount in any Xinhe auction house. Brother Jiang, you must accept it. Lu Dehua took out a black nameplate and handed it to Jiangchen. All right. By the way, Brother Jiang, I have another question, but I don't know if I should say it. Lu Dehua chuckled. Just say it. Jiangchen looked calm. I know I shouldn't ask, but I'm really curious. Please don't blame me, Brother Jiang. Was this elixir refined by Brother Jiang? Lu Dehua asked cautiously. After all, this was Jiangchen's privacy. If he asked too much, it would inevitably make Jiangchen feel disgusted. Yes, I refined it. Jiangchen said bluntly. Lu Dehua's face was solemn and he immediately became respectful. The person who could refine this recovery pill was definitely not an ordinary person. Such an alchemy master was exactly what their auction house yearned for. I also have a question. I wonder if you have the formula of small rejuvenation pill here? Jiangchen said with a smile. The formula of small rejuvenation pill, this small rejuvenation pill is a rare item. Any small rejuvenation pill, even if it's of ordinary grade, will be sold out. Because this thing can sometimes save one's life, it's really closely related to one's life. Therefore, whether it's the price or its mystery, it's not simple. Even if it's worth 3 or 500 million, no one will take it out to sell. On one hand, it's treasured by the disciple, and on the other hand, the master will starve to death. Therefore, everyone knows that unless it's the inheritor, the formula of small rejuvenation pill will basically not be spread. Lu Dehua said with a serious look. I see. Forgive me for being presumptuous. Jiangchen shook his head disapprovingly. It seemed that it wasn't an easy task to get the formula of small rejuvenation pill. After all, things are precious when they are rare. But, Brother Jiang, if you're willing, would you like to join our galactic auction? When the time comes, my Star River auction house will hand over the pill formula to you, and all the herbs needed to refine the small revitalizing pill will be provided by our Star River auction house. Star Auction can only refine a few small rejuvenation pills in a year, and only one master. Re-star. And star. To and to Jiang star. And re. Star. And will and Jiang and they. Their Celestial River auction house could only refine a handful of small revitalizing pills in a year, and only one grandmaster was able to refine it. Moreover, the success rate was extremely low. Almost all of them were reserved by the rich and powerful, so it was almost impossible for the small revitalizing pills to fall into the hands of the general public. So at the end of every year, 3 small revitalizing pills would be auctioned, which was an unprecedented grand occasion. It was enough to imagine how strong the energy of this small revitalizing pill was. However, there were too many wolves and not enough meat. Among the hundreds of auctioneers in the Celestial River auction house, only the Ace Alchemy Grandmaster could refine it. Only those who could refine the small revitalizing pill could be called the Ace Alchemy Grandmaster. The demand for the small rejuvenation pill was simply impossible to satisfy. Even if one had money, they wouldn't be able to buy it. Those who could buy the small rejuvenation pill were all true experts. If he could add an alchemy grandmaster to the Celestial River auction house who could refine the small revitalizing pill, then his status would also rise, and his power would also increase. At that time, he would be able to completely control the Celestial River auction house. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. His conditions were very favorable, so he would definitely have many restrictions as well. Tell me, what kind of pill do you want me to refine? Jiang Qin said. Lu Dehua's eyes lit up. There's hope. Every year you will have to refine 10 small revitalizing pills, all of which must be tier 5 and above. The price of the pills must be no less than 5 million origin stones. 20 pills. Also, you will be given half of the ingredients you need to refine the pills. In other words, as long as the success rate is no less than 20%, there won't be a problem. The duration is 20 years. Of course, there will be 20 million grade 5 origin stones as a subsidy every year. After these requirements are met, after 20 years, you will still be an honorary alchemist of the Celestial River auction house. Of course, there will be no more restrictions. Any pills you refine will be purchased by the Celestial River auction house at a high price. Apart from no more restrictions, you will still be an alchemy grandmaster under our protection. Why does it sound like a contract to sell my body? Hehe. Jiang Qin smiled and looked at Jiang Chen with a playful gaze. Brother Jiang, you don't need to be so nervous. Ha, the more you contribute to our Celestial River auction house, the more you will gain. Moreover, our Celestial River auction house has all kinds of rare resources that we will open to you. There are also the medicinal ingredients warehouse and the pill recipe warehouse. It's not as simple as you think. There's another problem. Not everyone is qualified to be an alchemy grandmaster of our Celestial River auction house. Lu Dehua said proudly. I sincerely invite Brother Jiang to join our Celestial River auction house. Lu Dehua said with a straight face and deep feelings. Jiang Qin was a bit moved when he heard about the herb storehouse and pill recipe storehouse. This sounded like a pretty good deal. Alright, it's settled then. Jiang Qin nodded and said. Lu Dehua was also very excited. He was already excited in his heart, but the premise was that Jiang Qin really had the ability to refine the small rejuvenating pill. There's one more thing, I may not have the time to tell you, Brother Jiang. If you can't refine the small rejuvenating pill, you can only become an ordinary alchemist. I understand. Jiang Qin nodded. Congratulations, Brother Jiang, for becoming a member of our Celestial River auction house. Lu Dehua's face was full of smiles. If Jiang Qin could refine the small rejuvenating pill, then he would be a trump card in his hands. I just came to the Apocalypse Galaxy City for a month. If I can't pass the assessment of the Apocalypse Knights, I may be expelled from this place. Jiang Qin said. There's such a thing? Don't worry, Brother Jiang. Even if you can't pass the assessment of the Apocalypse Knights, I can still make you stay here. Lu Dehua said with a confident look. Since he just joined the Apocalypse Galaxy City, then he didn't have any complicated relationships. Lu Dehua also saved some time to investigate his background. Jiang Qin was quite surprised. It seems that he really underestimated the Celestial River auction house. This Lu Dehua also has remarkable abilities. The Celestial River auction house is really different. Jiang Qin praised. I swear you won't regret joining the Celestial River auction house, Brother Jiang. Let's go, I'll take you to get the pill recipe of the small rejuvenating pill. Chapter 4800. Give me a year's worth of herbs for the small rejuvenating pill first. Jiang Qin said to Lu Dehua. Alright. Then I will congratulate Jiang brother in advance for his success in refining the pill. Haha, if you need anything in the future, just come to the Xinghe auction house and find me. Lu Dehua laughed. Of course. By the way, Jiang brother, 7 days later, our Xinghe auction house will have a mid-year auction. There will be a lot of treasures being auctioned. If you are interested, you can come and take a look. Lu Dehua said. Then I must come and take a look. Jiang Qin said with a smile. By the way, Brother Lu, I have one more thing to ask you. Do you know a person named Commander Yu? Commander Yu? I have never heard of him, but from the name, is he from the Apocalypse Knights? What? Is Jiang brother looking for this person? Lu Dehua asked. Alright, I will help you ask later. I will inform you once there is news. Lu Dehua said in a serious tone. Then I will have to trouble you. Jiang Qin cupped his fists. After taking the herbs for Jiang Qin and paying the source stones, Lu Dehua sent Jiang Qin away. Lu Dehua's eyes became solemn. If Jiang Qin could refine the small rejuvenating pill, then he would have more power and consolidate his position. After returning, Jiang Qin took the small rejuvenating pill's recipe and prepared to refine it immediately. If he could successfully refine the small rejuvenating pill, then his battle power would be endless. Even stellar-level experts would have their eyes on the small rejuvenating pill, let alone people below the stellar level. During this trip to the Celestial River Auction House, Jiang Qin could be said to have gained a lot. He got to know Lu Dehua, who seemed to be a big shot of the Celestial River Auction House. Lu Dehua even said that he could solve the problem of Jiang Qin staying in Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Even the city lord of Norton City, Tong Wudi, didn't have this ability. This could only show how amazing the power behind the Celestial River Auction House was. However, Jiang Qin didn't think too much about it. After all, he had to rely on himself. If he could become a member of the Knights of the Apocalypse, that would naturally be the best. Furthermore, his identity as the Star River Auction House's alchemy grandmaster was also quite shocking. As a newcomer, Jiang Qin had to think about his future. After all, the Apocalypse planet was the core of the entire Apocalypse star field. He had to take root here in order to find Feng in the Apocalypse star field. Jiang Qin already had the refining method and the required medicinal ingredients for the small rejuvenating pill. Now that everything was ready, all he needed was one last thing. After studying it carefully, Jiang Qin started to refine the small rejuvenating pill. Jiang Qin succeeded in refining the first batch of pills, but the grades were only 5 and 6 patterns. 7 small rejuvenating pills were laid out one by one. Jiang Qin was quite excited. He had refined these small rejuvenating pills for a day and a night. Sure enough, it wasn't easy to refine them. Moreover, he had the unique refining conditions to refine them. Other people didn't have the myriad chi cauldron or the 5 elemental divine fire, so they had to put in twice the effort for half the result. Jiang Qin held the crystal-clear small rejuvenating pills tightly in his hand. He was quite excited. These were all precious treasures. No matter where an alchemist was, he was a real rich man. The saying was true. Jiang Qin was glad that he had the identity of an alchemist, so he had something to rely on. The medicinal ingredients that Lu Dehua gave him were enough to refine 50 small rejuvenating pills. And Jiang Qin used these 7 days to refine all of them. He didn't fail even once because he was too experienced. Although he was still a rookie in the eternal world, when he walked step by step from Yuan-Tian continent to the divine world, Jiang Qin's experience was unparalleled. The most precious treasures that time had left him were these. Jiang Qin prepared 10 small rejuvenating pills and 20 recovery pills. These were for the Star River Auction House. As for the remaining 40 small rejuvenating pills, Jiang Qin held them firmly in his hand. These were his life-saving pills. 7 days had passed. Jiang Qin directly rushed to the Star River Auction House. When Jiang Qin arrived at the auction house, Sun Dashing immediately recognized him. "Young Master Jiang Qin, this way please. Our young master has prepared a VIP box for you. It's on the top floor of the auction house. Come with me," Sun Dashing said with a smile. Now that Jiang Qin was an alchemist of their Star River Auction House, his status was much higher than his. Young Master Lu asked him to wait here. Sun Dashing didn't feel wronged at all. If he could make friends with Jiang Qin, he would naturally be happy. A true alchemist grandmaster was an existence sought after by countless people. Young Master Lu is very considerate. "Please, Brother Sunday," Jiang Qin said with a smile. Sun Dashing brought Jiang Qin to the VIP box on the top floor. Food and tea were prepared. There were also 2 tall and beautiful women in pink cheongsams. They had beautiful faces. They bowed slightly to Jiang Qin. "Brother Jiang, if you need anything, just tell them. Anything is fine. This is the best auction stand. You can rest first. I'm going to busy myself," Sun Dashing said with a smile. "Thank you." Jiang Qin nodded. Lu Dehua was really considerate. Sitting on the big furry chair, the 2 maids looked like they were waiting for him. Jiang Qin really didn't have this hobby. He just let them wait on the side. Looking around, the entire venue was very spacious. It wasn't big, but it was estimated that it could accommodate tens of thousands of people. The entire auction house was extremely exquisite and luxurious, including the stands illuminated by hundreds of night pearls. It was incomparably dazzling. Jiang Qin drank a few mouthfuls of tea. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a beautiful figure appeared in the middle of the auction stand. The noisy auction house finally quieted down. "Hello everyone, I'm still your favorite Wu Man. Welcome to the Xinghe Auction House. Today is the annual mid-year auction. Once again I would like to welcome everyone present. The woman who called herself Wu Man bowed slightly. Her eyebrows curved like willow leaves and her smile was like a blooming flower. Her beauty caused a thunderous applause. What a beautiful woman. I wonder who would be so lucky to be able to hold such a beauty in his arms. Don't even think about it. She's from the Xinghua auction house. Even a stellar-level expert might not be able to touch Miss Wu Man. Who do you think you are? TSK. Although that's the case, isn't it enough for us to entertain ourselves and daydream about it? Ah. Be careful of the loose tongue. Let's just watch the auction quietly. Maybe we can get something good this time. The auction house was bustling with noise. Although Wu Man's appearance had eased the noise quite a bit, there were still many people whispering among themselves. Dong, 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 the sound of the bell rang 3 times. The auction house was completely silent. This was the bell that signaled the start of the auction. It was also a warning to the audience. Only by maintaining order could the auction continue. The next auction item is the Power Recovery Pill. As the name suggests, it can recover Genesis Chi and physical strength by at least 30%. It's a substitute for the Little Rejuvenation Pill. 3 Power Recovery Pills are definitely comparable to 1 Little Rejuvenation Pill. Chapter 4801. There was no Small Rejuvenation Pill, but there was a substitute for the Small Rejuvenation Pill. Moreover, this recovery pill sounded pretty good and many people were eager to try it out. Damn. Not bad. I can't afford the Small Rejuvenation Pill, but it seems like this recovery pill is worth it. Hehe. What are you thinking? This recovery pill is definitely not cheap. It's a life-saving treasure. Think about it, during a crucial moment of a battle when your Genesis Chi is exhausted. If you eat a recovery pill, you can at least save your life. If you don't have the Small Rejuvenation Pill, this recovery pill is definitely the best substitute. You're right, this thing will definitely be fought over by everyone. However, the price should be around 10 million grade 5 origin stones. If it's too expensive, it won't be worth it. That's true, but it's different for the rich. Therefore, I think this recovery pill will be very difficult to obtain. Jianghu hadn't expected that Lu Dehua would put his recovery pill up for auction. It was obvious that he wanted to make the recovery pill more famous. That way it would be easier for him to market it. As soon as the recovery pill appeared, people started whispering to each other. They were extremely shocked and wanted to quickly bid for it. Wu Man was also very calm when she saw the reactions of the people present. This was the effect they wanted. 3 recovery pills, starting price 27 million grade 5 origin stones. Each bid must be at least 500,000. The starting price of nearly 30 million source stones was quite high for the common people. Those who could afford it were definitely rich people. 30 million source stones of grade 5 was by no means a small number. Ordinary experts in the 8th or 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm had 20 or 30 million source stones, which was their entire net worth. Few people had a net worth of more than 100 million, which was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Of course, the childs of rich families couldn't be compared with them. There's one more thing that I forgot to tell everyone. There are only 3 stacks of strength returning pills, and the highest bidder wins. If the person with the highest bid is willing to buy all 3 stacks, the rest of the people won't have a chance. In addition, every month, there will be a quota for buying strength returning pills. If you spend 50 million grade 5 origin stones at our Astral River auction house, you will receive the right to buy a stack of strength returning pills for 30 million origin stones. In addition, there are only 3 stacks every month and they are sold in limited quantities. At this moment, Wu Man's words once again whetted everyone's appetite. In other words, this was the first time the rejuvenation pill would be auctioned. The next time they wanted to buy the rejuvenation pill, they would have to spend 50 million every month at the Galaxy auction house. It seemed like it wasn't that easy to qualify. This was hunger marketing. Jianghu couldn't help but admire them. This strength-restoring pill seemed to have an ordinary value in his hands, but in the hands of the Celestial River auction house, its value was much more than that. They truly deserved to be called businessmen. The price isn't low, but 3 pills are better than 1. It's worth a try. I bid 28 million. 28, 5 million. 2,900. 3,000. 31 million. 33 million. 44 million. 44 million. Is there any higher bid? 44 million going once. 44 million going twice. 44 million going thrice. Congratulations, friend. The price continued to rise and finally settled at 44 million fifth-grade origin stones. This price even shocked Jiang Chen. 3 rejuvenation pills were almost as expensive as the small rejuvenation pill. Moreover, the rejuvenation pill was promoted by the Galaxy Auction House, so it must have a guarantee. This was also the reason why everyone trusted it. After all, anyone would be willing to save their life. The truly rich wouldn't care about this little bit of money. They viewed their lives as more important than anything else. This price also shocked many people. However, if it was used as a substitute for the small rejuvenation pill, it was worthy of it. After all, not everyone could buy the small rejuvenation pill, but now the rejuvenation pill could be bought. Although the bundled sale seemed very disgusting, there were still many people willing to pay. In less than an hour, more than 30 auction items had already been sold. However, the price of the rejuvenation pill was indeed very high. Out of the 30 auction items, only 5 had a price of more than 30 million. The rest were in the hundreds of thousands or millions. The Galaxy Auction House's auction had always been praised by people. This was because not only high-end auction items would appear, but low-end auction items would also appear. Moreover, the competition was very fair, and neither old nor young were cheated. The next auction item is a jade scroll. It's extremely large, more than 3 feet long. Although it's a little broken, it has an ancient and long history. The inscriptions on it are unknown, but it's undeniable that it's definitely a treasure worth collecting or studying. The starting price is 10 million. Wu Man said with a smile. When her hand lifted the mysterious red gauze, Jiang Chen's expression changed. He suddenly stood up. The jade scroll was actually the same as the one Jiang Chen had obtained in the ancient snow domain. In other words, this jade scroll was the same as the one he had obtained. Perhaps the two of them combined together would become the real jade scroll. The emperor's handwritten letter. Jiang Chen's breathing became heavy. It seemed that the heavens were really helping him. He must obtain this jade scroll no matter what. What a big jade scroll. What is this thing? Yes, I have never seen such a big jade scroll. Ha ha ha, but it looks like it is not an ordinary item. 10 million? Who are you trying to fool? I think it is just a piece of broken stone. A few scribbled inscriptions are carved on it. Do you think it can turn waste into a treasure? Ah. That's right. This thing is worth more than 10 million origin stones. Do you want to give it to us as a pillow? You don't say. I really think that the Xinghe auction house is deceiving us. I don't want this thing. Ah. Many people snorted. They were full of doubts about this huge jade scroll. After all, they had seen some ancient jade scrolls. They were all half a foot or more than a foot long. It was impossible for such a big jade scroll to exist. Even if it was a fake, it was too careless. Of course, there were many rich people. Most of them thought that this jade scroll was not worth it. However, some people were still very optimistic about it. They were already very interested in this jade scroll. Jiang Chen was even more prepared. He must get this jade scroll. I bid 11 million, 12 million, 14 million, 17 million. The price continued to rise. Although many people did not know what this huge jade slip was, there were many rich people who liked to study it. Some people even valued the inscriptions on it. Maybe there would be some unexpected gains. It was exciting to pick up a treasure that was worth it. 20 million, 23 million, 25 million. Many people joined in. There were more than 20 people. The price went from 10 million to 50 million and it kept rising. There was no sign of it stopping. There are so many rich people. Aha, who knows what this broken jade scroll is? Maybe it will be a waste of money. I really don't understand. I admit that I am gambling, but I think this jade scroll is worth it. Believe me, I will not make a mistake. There is no other way. There are many rich people in this world. We ordinary people should not think too much. Tens of million origin stones to buy a broken stone. Just now, more than 40 million origin stones worth of recovery pill. Isn't it better? Chapter 4802. Some people flocked to this jade slip while others disdained it. Of course, none of this was important. Jiang Chen hoped that these people couldn't see the secret of the jade slip. The emperor's handwritten letter. Even if it was 1 billion, Jiang Chen had to get it. Gradually, the number of people competing decreased, and the price soared to 80 million. Only 3 people were still bidding. However, Jiang Chen was still quite calm. After all, the price hadn't exceeded 100 million, so he wasn't too worried. Finally, when the price was finalized at 98 million, the other 2 people finally gave up. Humph, this treasure belongs to this old man he. In a small private room, a skinny old man gently took a sip of tea and said calmly. If Jiangchen was here he would definitely see that this person was Yang Guolao. 98 million. Is there a higher price? Wu Man's expression was serious. She didn't expect that the item that she had unintentionally bought for more than 1,000,000 origin stones would actually increase by 100 times. Wasn't this too ridiculous? However, this was the truth. Someone had taken a fancy to it, so its value was real. Especially after so many years of auctioning, she had long been used to it. Even if someone held a chicken feather, someone would still buy it and they would pay a high price to buy it. 100 million. Jiang Chen ordered the maidservant beside him to bid. The maidservant also looked at Jiang Chen dumbfounded. She didn't expect this person to be really rich. 100 million just like that? It seemed like he was very calm, but both of them knew that Jiang Chen was very interested in the jade slip. When the jade slip appeared, both of them saw Jiang Chen's strange expression. He must have liked this jade slip very much. Yang Guolao frowned. There was actually someone competing with him? I don't believe it. 102 million. Yang Guolao continued to bid. 110 million. Jiang Chen continued to bid. 112 million. 120 million. The two of them continued to call out bids. However, every time Jiang Chen called out a bid, the crowd would cheer because he was simply too straightforward. Compared to Yang Guolao's stingy 2 million origin stones, he was obviously much more domineering. *CK. Damn it, there really is someone who wants to make life difficult for this old man. Yang Guolao's complexion became dignified. He felt that this jade slip was quite extraordinary, so he wanted to buy it to see what was going on. He knew that this jade slip was most likely not simple, but he had to get his hands on it to see what was so special about it. He couldn't tell for sure yet. 122 million. Yang Guolao gritted his teeth and his expression became extremely grave. 150 million. Jiang Chen's bid once again set off an uproar in the auction house. Holy sh*t, is this jade slip really that awesome? Is there a need to snatch it like this? That's right. Are they all crazy? It's very likely that 150 million won't be able to make it back to shore. Aha, it's hard to sell it with money. I'm willing. What can you do? Exciting, this is too exciting. This is what you call an auction. My blood pressure is already rising. I can't take it anymore. The audience was already extremely excited. 150 million, an increase of nearly 30 million. This was definitely a super nouveau riche. Otherwise, who would be able to spend so much? Could it be a star-level expert? Many people were guessing that if one wasn't a star-state being, very few people would be this rich and domineering. This wasn't the auction at the end of the year yet, but just this jade scroll being auctioned off was already a grand occasion. 155 million. Yang Guolao's expression was extremely gloomy. It seemed that this jade slip was really a treasure? Could it be that someone had already seen through it and was competing with him? 200 million. When Jiang Chen's bid sounded again, the entire audience stood up. Most of them were extremely excited. This was too exciting, wasn't it? Their hearts were beating faster and faster. Although they were spectators, when they saw the birth of a sky-high auction item, their emotions were also indescribable. Many people let out angry roars to show their excitement. Yang Guolao's face completely collapsed. Damn it, don't let me know who you are. Otherwise this old man will definitely not let you off. Yang Guolao sighed. 200 million. Although he was very sure that this jade slip was a treasure, he wasn't 100% sure. Moreover, 200 million source stones was too much. It was already the limit of what he could bear. The person who made the bid directly increased the price by 50 million to tell him to stop being so stubborn. Yang Guolao knew that this person was definitely a very bold person. Even if he continued to increase the bid, there was a high probability that he would only be humiliating himself. The person increased the bid by 50 million, and you increased it by 2 million? Isn't that too shabby? Oh my god, this is too amazing. Wu Man was extremely shocked. She nodded silently. 200 million was an astronomical figure for many people. It might be difficult to reach in their lifetime. Increasing the bid by 50 million again and again, whether it was a man or a woman, made them completely crazy. Is there a higher bid? 200 million going once. 200 million going twice. 200 million going thrice. Congratulations, my friend. Dill. Wu Man made the final decision. Jiang Chen's heart finally relaxed. This jade slip finally belonged to him. Fortunately, that person did not continue to bid. However, he was already prepared to go down with that person. 200 million for this jade slip was still within Jiang Chen's calculations. At least he could still accept it. However, no one should know the true value of this jade slip. Even the people of the Star River auction house might not know. You took out the great emperor's letter to auction? Aren't you courting death? This kind of treasure, unless it was kicked in the head by a donkey, would never be made public. Jiang Chen was able to pick up such a big bargain because others did not know the value of it. Those who knew the value of it did not have the ability to continue to compete with him. In the private room far away, Lu Dehua was also shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so daring, spending 200 million origin stones to buy this jade slip. He had really underestimated Jiang Chen. However, he had given Jiang Chen more than 1 billion origin stones during the day, so 200 million origin stones was probably nothing in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen didn't participate in the last part of the auction, because he had finally obtained the jade slip that he had been longing for. He was extremely anxious right now. He wanted to piece the 2 jade slips together and see what kind of reward he would get from it. Chapter 4803. After getting the jade slip, Jiang Chen rushed back to her residence because she couldn't wait any longer. The 2 jade slips were almost the same. Jiang Chen couldn't see anything special about them. At this time, the Black King was at a critical moment in his cultivation. Jiang Chen was quite depressed because she couldn't understand the inscriptions at all. However, Jiang Chen's heart was itching, so he still put the 2 jade slips together. At that moment, something magical happened. The 2 jade slips merged together, emitting a dazzling golden light. It was so bright that Jiang Chen couldn't even open his eyes. The light and shadow converged and fused into a tall figure. The figure was wearing a black robe that fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were like torches that were as deep as the endless starry sky in the galaxy. He was 10 feet tall and domineering. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and gazed at the sky. That kind of arrogant attitude made Jiang Chen moved. "Are you Emperor of the Cosmos?" Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. "Not bad. You actually know of my existence. You're quite knowledgeable. These 2 jade slips are my handwritten notes when I created my martial arts in the past. It's a good fortune for you to get them." Emperor of the Cosmos said faintly. Jiang Chen was extremely solemn and shocked. This Emperor of the Cosmos was really terrifying. The pressure that he exerted on Jiang Chen was simply unimaginable. However, that was just an afterimage of the past. In the presence of the great Emperor, Jiang Chen is unwilling to offend you. Jiang Chen said in awe. That kind of domineering aura that was in harmony with the heavens and earth was indeed worthy of respect. This was because the Emperor of the Cosmos didn't have any intention of pressuring him. Being superior but not condescending was the most valuable characteristic of a superior. The Emperor of the Cosmos was worthy of respect. You and I are brought together by fate. I will give you an opportunity. This is the great Emperor's letter, which I created many years ago. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. The power of the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger is boundless. I hope you can comprehend it well and bring it to greater heights. That is my wish. Emperor of the Cosmos nodded slightly. His palm flashed in front of Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen could understand all the words on the jade slip. Jiang Chen was delighted. He bowed slightly and said solemnly, "Thank you, Your Majesty. May I ask if the great Emperor is still alive?" Thinking about the long life of heaven and earth, I shed tears of sorrow. Who in the human world is not like a purgatory? I have nothing left to give up. After Emperor of the Cosmos said this, he dissipated into a beam of light, turned into gray smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth. Jiang Chen was quite emotional. Emperor of the Cosmos's words made people think deeply. Even a great Emperor of the Cosmos like him could not do as he pleased? However, Jiang Chen knew that there were some things that he could not control. Why should he worry for the ancient people? After thinking about it, he decided to take a look at the great Emperor's letter first. The first sentence in the great Emperor's letter was what Emperor of the Cosmos had said before, the power of the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. It was indeed magnificent and domineering. It seemed that the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger was definitely extraordinary. As far as Jiang Chen could see, those pulsating inscriptions seemed to have a life of their own. They constantly flowed into his mind, making Jiang Chen's mind as one. He was incomparably shocked. The 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger in the great Emperor's letter had been completely absorbed by him and explained in great detail. It was the experience of the Emperor of the Cosmos when he created it. One could imagine how terrifying it was. From the inside to the outside, the beginning of the Genesis Qi from the Dantian, to the four directions and finally to the finger. Jianghu murmured, incomparably excited. The true essence was all written down by Emperor of the Cosmos. The content of the inscriptions could not be more transparent and clearly described the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. One yang finger, double dragon finger, threefold finger, four-phase finger. There were a total of 9 fingers and each of them had a great improvement. From 1 to 9 fingers, each finger was different. Jianghu could deeply experience the 9 forms of guidance. He was amazed and praised because the 9 tribulations heavenly imprisoning finger was too powerful. Jianghu didn't expect that the 9 tribulations heavenly finger was so powerful. I must first master the one yang finger. I must do it step by step and not eat too much in one go. Jianghu's face was solemn. Looks like he needed to work hard and train hard. Only by mastering the one yang finger would he have more trump cards. Time passed silently. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. Jianghu's strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. One yang finger. All of Jianghu's attention was focused. Genesis Qi gathered on his index finger, causing his aura to surge like a bull. Like a blazing sun piercing through the sky, a glowing shadow shot forth with a vast and incomparable aura. Jianghu's eyes shone brightly, feeling extremely gratified. He had already mastered the one yang finger. The one finger that ends everything truly lived up to its reputation. However, the consumption was far too great. 60% of the Genesis Qi in his body had been emptied, and he had to gather all of it on his finger. The moment the finger seal was sent out, a storm would surge forth in an unstoppable manner. It was indeed worthy of being Emperor of the Cosmos's ultimate technique. Jianghu did not dare to say that he had completely mastered it, because the improvement of the one yang finger was still up for discussion. He needed to work hard and train hard in order to reach its pinnacle. Jianghu breathed a long sigh of relief. The hard work he had put in over the past few days had not been in vain. When Jianghu walked out of the courtyard, he found the servant girls that had served him in the auction house box. Why were they waiting here? Young master, you're finally out. The servant girl's face was filled with excitement. She had been waiting here for 3 months. What's the matter? Asked Jianghu. Our young master has already investigated the matter young master Jiang has entrusted us with. We hope that young master will come over for a chat. The servant girl bowed slightly and said in a soft voice. There's news? Jianghu was overjoyed and hurriedly followed the servant girl to the Galaxy Auction House. After arriving at the Galaxy Auction House, Jianghu followed the servant girl into the rear hall. At this current moment, Lu Dehua happened to be sipping tea and resting. Brother Jiang, you're finally here. I never expected that you would grow stronger after a few months. You can leave first. Lu Dehua waved his hand at the servant girl. Brother Lu, please speak your mind. Jianghu said eagerly. I've found Commander Yu whom Brother Jiang asked me to find before. He's indeed a deputy commander of the Apocalypse Knight Legion. He's a half-step star state master with good strength and prestige. There are a total of 5 legions in the Apocalypse Knight Legion, divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This Xuanhuan is a deputy commander of the Kuei-Mu Legion. He's in charge of 500 soldiers. He's a tough character. Lu Dehua said solemnly. Brother Jiang, do you have some conflict with this Commander Yu? Lu Dehua probed. No, I'm just looking for someone. Chapter 4804. N. Lu Dehua knew that Jianghu might not be willing to say more, so he didn't ask any more. Here are 10 small rejuvenation pills and 20 rejuvenation pills, keep them well. Jianghu took out a jade bottle and handed it to Lu Dehua. Lu Dehua was shocked and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jianghu. Brother Jiang is really a genius. I didn't expect you to refine the small rejuvenation pills so quickly. I admire you, I admire you. Lu Dehua valued Jianghu even more. After all, as an alchemy grandmaster of Xinghe Auction House, it was enough for him to be promoted to an ace alchemy grandmaster. Lu Dehua's judgment was really right. It's nothing, you helped me a lot, I can't thank you enough. By the way, Brother Lu, I have already finished refining the required elixirs for this year. When I get back, I will give you all the elixirs for the next 20 years. I don't want to wait for another 20 years. Otherwise, wouldn't I really become the contractor of your Starry River Auction House? I don't like it. Jianghu said with a smile. What? Can you really refine so many small rejuvenation pills in a year? Lu Dehua's heart trembled. What kind of standard was this? Being able to refine 200 small rejuvenation pills in a year? Even their ace alchemy grandmaster didn't have such means. This Jiang Chen was simply too terrifying. The more it was like this, Lu Dehua knew that he must treat Jiang Chen well. He must not let him leave the Xinghe auction house at all costs. He must keep Jiang Chen. He had a hunch that this person would redefine their Xinghe auction house. I'll give it a try. In short, I don't want to be tied down and restricted by others. Jiang Chen said. Since that's the case, brother Jiang, I will return your freedom. From now on, you don't need to fulfill the contract between us, but my Xinghe auction house will still respect you as our ace alchemist. Lu Dehua knew very well that Jiang Chen didn't like to be restrained. If he forced Jiang Chen step by step, it was likely to backfire. Therefore he was loosening the reins only to grasp better. He opened an absolute green channel for Jiang Chen so that Jiang Chen could fight for the greatest benefits for himself. He gave him enough space so if Jiang Chen knew how to return the favor, he would definitely not lose out. You really know how to do business, brother Lu. Thank you. Jiang Chen will keep your words in mind. If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. Don't worry, since some things have been promised, they will definitely not be lacking. If that's the case, wouldn't I become a person who goes back on his word? When I have time, I will definitely not let you down. Jiang Chen laughed, but Lu Dehua also made him feel his sincerity. Since the contract was no longer there, he was also relieved. If Lu Dehua kept using the contract to restrain him, it would make Jiang Chen extremely uncomfortable. Now that both sides felt his sincerity, Jiang Chen didn't want to leave the Xinghe auction house. After all, this was a veritable umbrella. Jiang Chen believed that with his strength, he would definitely get more attention and more benefits. The Xinghe auction house would definitely not treat him badly. Brother Jiang is too serious. Today let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about the scenery. I have an appointment with 3 or 5 friends, and it happens to be a gathering today. How about brother Jiang come with me? Lu Dehua invited him with great hospitality. It's hard to refuse such hospitality, then I will respectfully accept. Jiang Chen nodded. Lu Dehua wanted to take him to see the world of Tianqi Milky Way City, so he naturally couldn't refuse. After all, in Tianqi Milky Way City, the status of the Xinghe auction house was still very high. This young Master Lu was definitely not an ordinary person. He was very sincere to him and Jiang Chen couldn't let him down. Both sides were mutually beneficial. Jiang Chen needed the Xinghe auction house and young Master Lu as the backing of Tianqi Milky Way City, while Lu Dehua needed Jiang Chen's medicinal pills. Let's go. Let's go drink. Lu Dehua was very happy. At this time a person walked in from the door. It was Wu Man, the auctioneer of the auction house a few months ago. She was wearing a beautiful blue and white porcelain cheongsam. Her figure was curvaceous, her eyes were like waves, her eyebrows curved like willow leaves, and her smile was full of shyness. Xiaoman is my cousin. You should have met her at the auction before. Lu Dehua said. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Young Master Jiang is too polite. You are our Xinghe auction house's trump card alchemist. If you need anything from me, just say the word. Wu Man was elegant and moving. Her smile could topple a city, giving people a refreshing and comfortable feeling. Talking to her would not make one feel any pressure but like a spring breeze. Their eyes were full of wisdom as they drank and pecked. Jiang Chen knew that this pair of brother and sister were not simple. Definitely. Jiang Chen nodded. After the 3 of them walked out of the Star River auction house, they headed towards a restaurant that was filled with guests. It was called the Solitary Restaurant. It was a very spacious restaurant. Although there were many people talking inside, they were very calm and not noisy at all. Lu Dehua took the lead and came to a private room on the upper floor. The 3 of them sat down. Lu Dehua ordered a pot of old wine from the village. It was said that it was more than 800 years old. It was very rare to find a bottle and it was very precious. The 3 of them raised their cups and drank with each other. Wu Man was a woman who was not inferior to any man. She stared at Jiang Chen and drank with him without any fear. She even carried an air of arrogance. It was rare to see a woman like her. She had a straightforward and calm personality. She was definitely a rare heroine. At this time, opposite of Jiang Chen and the others, 5 people came. One of them was covered in silver armor. He had an imposing appearance and looked very domineering. There was a sword hanging on his waist. He looked even more majestic. Beside him were 5 armored guards. Their faces were also full of arrogance. The aura between their brows seemed to show that they were superior to others. A beauty like jade. Miss Wu Man is still like a fairy from heaven. She doesn't want to get involved with the mortal world. Wu Man frowned. She didn't like this person. Is the quality of the Knights of Apocalypse all they have? I don't dare to compliment them. Lu Dehua said Lung Lung. Why does young Master Lu say that? Miss Wu Man is a natural beauty and is unmarried. Can't I take pity on her? Love between men and women is human nature. Young Master Lu seems to be a bit too much. The silver-armored man said faintly. Lu Dehua frowned. This person should be a commander-level figure. Since he knew his identity as the young master of the Xinghe auction house and was still so arrogant, he must be a ruthless character. Most importantly, the Knights of Apocalypse had always been arrogant and domineering. So Lu Dehua wasn't surprised. But I don't like you. Wu Man said in a deep voice. A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. Shouldn't that be the case? I've long since given my heart to Miss Wu Man. I wonder if Miss would do me the honor of having a drink with me? The silver-armored man continued. Xuanhuan, don't be so shameless. Do you think the Knights of Apocalypse dare to behave atrociously in my Xinghe auction house? Chapter 4805. Xuanhuan? Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the silver-armored youth. Even Lu Dehua was slightly stunned. He didn't know this guy. It was really a small world for enemies. Jiang Chen had been looking for Xuanhuan of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but he actually met him here. You're Xuanhuan? Jiang Chen said word by word. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? It's the first time I've seen such an arrogant guy like you in the Apocalypse Milky Way City. You want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? You're not qualified. Xuanhuan said with a cold smile. Even Wu Man's heart warmed. It seemed that Jiang Chen also liked her. He actually chose to be a hero and save the damsel in distress at this time. Although he was only at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, his bearing didn't diminish at all. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm qualified or not. Jiang Chen slowly stood up and walked toward Xuanhuan step by step. Brother Jiang, you can't. Lu Dehua said in a deep voice. Attacking the Horsemen of the Apocalypse on the street meant that they had the right to kill first and report later. Although Jiang Chen's alchemy skills were quite good, he was only at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. If he fought against Xuanhuan and the others, he would definitely die. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're courting death. Facing the brave and fearless Jiang Chen, Xuanhuan sneered disdainfully. This guy was just like cannon fodder. He didn't have to worry about him at all. Since he dared to attack him, wasn't he openly defying the Apocalypse Milky Way City? He definitely had the right to kill him. Kill? With Xuanhuan's shout, 4 guards rushed out and collided with Jiang Chen. It wasn't that Lu Dehua and Wu Man didn't want to help, but that they hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be so impulsive. He was the commander of the Apocalypse Knights and had the power to kill. It was his duty to protect the Apocalypse Milky Way City. If he dared to publicly challenge him, wouldn't that be courting death? On the other hand, Xuanhuan took the opportunity to suppress Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen really dared to make a move, he would dare to kill him. Even if young Master Lu was here, he would not be merciful. He was using his position to take revenge, but he was also protecting the security of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. He had absolute power and no one could say no. The guards of the Milky Way City had a duty to kill one to warn others. Lu Dehua and the others had still underestimated Jiang Chen's obsession. Jiang Chen had no scruples and directly launched a heavy punch. With one punch, the wind and thunder rolled and the momentum was vigorous. It gave people a fearless momentum, as if he was willing to be cut into pieces to drag the emperor down from his horse. How could Xuanhuan let go of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? This was called establishing prestige. Killing Jiang Chen would also increase his prestige. Even if the Apocalypse Galaxy City was calm and peaceful, it still needed to occasionally cause a small accident to warn others. Moreover, this time Jiang Chen, a hothead who had come out of nowhere, wanted to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Xuanhuan wanted to kill Jiang Chen without mercy. Jiang Chen's fist surged out, and it directly collided with the 4 guards. At that moment, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the entire Apocalypse Galaxy City was protected by an array. Otherwise, this restaurant would have long been razed to the ground. Jiang Chen took 3 steps back and the 4 guards also took several steps back. At that moment, the entire restaurant became tense. Jiang Chen's strength made everyone tremble with fear. Those were 4 guards of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. As long as they could enter the Apocalypse Galaxy City, Their strength could not be underestimated. At the same level they might not be able to fight 5 at once, but they could at least fight 3 at once. Moreover, Jiangchen was only at the 8th firmament of the Star Emperor realm. Wasn't this too terrifying? Lu Dehua and Wu Man looked at each other, both extremely shocked. Jiangchen's skills were so terrifying. In an instant they were evenly matched, and the 4 guards of the Knights of the Apocalypse did not gain the slightest advantage. A bit interesting. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke with a smile. At this time Jiangchen was also unconvinced and wanted to rush forward, but he was stopped by Lu Dehua and Wu Man in public. The Knights of the Apocalypse have the power to kill and enforce the law. We can't fight them head-on. Moreover, Xuanhuan's strength is half a step into the Star Realm. It's not as simple as you think. Lu Dehua grabbed Jiangchen's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Jiangchen's eyes were sharp, and his heart was burning with anxiety. He desperately wanted to know about Dehuang's situation, but he couldn't ask now because Jiangchen was afraid that this bastard would harm Dehuang. This was the Apocalypse Galaxy City, not his own divine realm. Jiangchen knew that he had to be careful. Lu Dehua was right. This was definitely not the time to be impulsive. Moreover, Xuanhuan's strength alone was not something he could contend with. Take a step back, Jiangchen. Wu Man also said in a low voice. What? Didn't you want to teach me a lesson? Why not? Causing trouble in my Apocalypse Galaxy City? Don't you see where you are? You openly provoked the law enforcers and started a fight. Come back with me and investigate. If you have any suspicions, I have the right to kill you to get rid of the scourge of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Xuanhuan said coldly and slowly stood up. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Lu Dehua also became very unhappy in the face of Xuanhuan's domineering attitude. Commander, you don't blame me for not reminding you. Jiangchen is our Galaxy Auction House's ace alchemist. It won't be that easy to touch him. If something happens to Jiangchen, can you bear the responsibility? Lu Dehua snorted. Ace alchemist. Xuanhuan's eyes were cold. Xuanhuan's eyes were cold. He didn't expect this bastard to have such an identity. Alchemists, blacksmiths, and enchanters were the ones who were heavily protected in Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. It wouldn't be easy for him to kill Jiangchen. I can spare him the death penalty, but he must come with me today. No. Lu Dehua stepped forward and stood in front of Jiangchen, opposing Xuanhuan. Young Master Lu, don't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, I won't give face to the Galaxy Auction House. Although I have to admit that your Galaxy Auction House has a deep background, the Horsemen of the Apocalypse are ordered by the City Lord to protect the Apocalypse Galaxy City. No one can obstruct us. Anyone who disobeys will be punished. Xuanhuan continued, his eyes cold, neither servile nor overbearing. Today he was determined to take Jiangchen away. You're just a small commander. Do you really want to make life difficult for the Galaxy Auction House? Xuanhuan. Don't be ungrateful. Wu Man was getting anxious as well. This bastard was just using this as an excuse to punish Jiangchen and show off his domineering attitude. He must be holding a grudge against her because he had expressed his true feelings many times, but she had rejected all of them. A straight body is not afraid of a crooked shadow. I've always done things this way. You're tuning in to the Sworddance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.